think YouTube's working. So, as the title implies, today is Holy Paladin Keystone Hero, and we are on healer number 5 out of 7. Very close to the end. And the one nice thing that I can say is I'm going to be doing them all this weekend. So really, we're right at the end here. I've fully finished setting up Holy Paladin, Resto Shaman, and Holy Priest. Like, I'm using my Disc Priest, right? It's the same character, so it was already set up. I've been keeping it going. I've been doing like a Disc Priest key a week since we did a Disc Priest challenge, which was number 2. And I've been collecting a bit more gear, and I started setting up Holy. I've gotten it like mostly done, but I knew I wasn't going to be doing that today, so delayed it. But initially, I was thinking of doing, what's it called? Both Holy Paladin and Resto Shaman today. I might start Resto Shaman at the end here, if this ends up being really quick, and I still feel fine. But I'll be honest, I feel like garbage right now. I really don't feel well at all. It's been a rough last 2 days. I definitely am sick in some way, but it's like, I don't know. The one nice thing is, the one thing that I don't have, whatever this cold or whatever it is it doesn't seem to be affecting my throat at all. I don't have like a sore throat. I can talk fine, but I feel exhausted. My stomach's killing me. You know, my head feels like a ton of bricks, and whatever. I wanted to stream this earlier, felt like complete garbage, said fuck it, I'm gonna just delay it. I got like a little bit more done, got Resto Shaman and Holy Priest set up, and then finally I felt, after taking a short nap, like, alright, decent enough to do this, so we'll see. Really hoping that I can at least, you know, keep myself together for long enough to at least get this done, because I really wanted to at least get one of the healers done today. And since Holy Paladin did win the poll, that is the one that is up for today. So we're going to start with that. One thing I didn't do this time around that I did for some of the other ones is I don't have a key. So I can quickly show you, I have decent item levels, same trinkets as usual. I've gotten a little bit more optimized, like, jewelry, just because I had a bit of extra time to do some invasion point stuff. And one thing I have noticed, the invasion points are good at targeting specific slots, but also you can get a lot of really good jewelry options, because sometimes delves are, like, very limited in what they offer you. So here I was able to just buy a few boxes, and I have, like, a Haste Mastery necklace and ring, and then a crit haste ring here is the second option, so that was pretty good. Also got some socketed Eurotrack gloves, or bracers, rather. So that is pretty cool. One notable thing here that obviously is, for anybody who plays Holy Paladin, is they're going to see this and think, what the fuck are you doing? Why would you do that? Is I do not have a shield. Now, the reason I don't have a shield is because I have a crafted weapon, and in terms of crest efficiency, it's much better to craft a weapon early on, a two-handed weapon, because it's still 80 crests the same either way, and then when you actually get a regular Mythtrack one-hander and shield, then you can just upgrade that for free. Now, if I were to craft like a one-hander and shield, like, I could technically craft an Intellect Sword and then get like a Eurotrack shield and upgrade it or something like that. I don't necessarily know if that would be better or worse. It's kind of hard to say. I am aware that, like, obviously I can't use Shield of the Righteous, which is, like, it doesn't really matter that much. The only thing is, like, some builds recommended running this talent, Shining Righteousness, and I am aware that that's, like, a decent option to contribute damage, but from what I saw, it's basically just a damage filler. Like, you can do this if you want as a way to dump damage, but then there are builds that don't even run that, and some people don't run that at all for damage. There's also, like, builds that I see running, well, that's why I'm running this build, where you do Light of Dawn and Word of Glory healing does damage to other people that way. Like, I feel like for 12s and stuff, I'm probably not going to get as much value out of that, just because there won't be enough healing required to make that give me a ton of value, but I'm working with what I have here. I should note for Resto Shaman, it's the same thing. Resto Shaman also has one particular case where there's like a shield enchant talent that you can run. And obviously I can't run that since I'm using a hammer instead, but there is like, on a choice node with something that's just like your healing is stronger for like something else. So it's a little bit janky. I have actually played Resto Shaman without a shield before, and it's fine, right? And while yeah, losing an entire ability as like a damage spender is like a little bit awkward, I can't imagine it's going to make enough of a difference that it's really going to be a big deal. So if with any luck, maybe I get like, if I get a Myth Track one-hander, I might just upgrade that. And then I do have this thing, an upgraded Hero Track shield here. So like I can use that if needed, but I don't have an Intellect one-hander on Hero Track. I didn't manage to get one, and I figured if I was going to spend Myth Crests, rather do it on the two-handed weapon. But yeah, since I don't have a key, I am going to have to just try and pug into whatever is available. And unfortunately, because I am starting a little bit late, it is like 3 a.m. in Europe, so it's it's like a bit rough, the situation that I found myself in, but well, what am I going to do? Like I said, I've been sick most of the day, so I am making do with what I have. So let's search here, can check all, and I need to search for 11 to 12, specifically, because I need to get a, what's it called? Oh, no, not a tank. I need to get a 10 or higher key out of this so that I can then run my own key. And that would be ideal. I'd also imagine it's going to be really difficult to find a group that's willing to take me, considering, you know, Holy Paladin is not considered to be meta. I have 0 score in this character, but it has happened. Like, I've done this on almost every single one of these challenges now. Just eventually a group accepts me, and I know that I can handle it. I should also note, for Holy Paladin, this is basically my least experienced healer alongside Resto Druid. Obviously, Resto Druid we already did earlier, but at the start of this challenge, I should say, when I was getting into this, I had played Holy Paladin the least out of all of the different healer specs. And I had a vague understanding. Obviously, I've done quite a bit of research before starting this. I feel like I understand it. There are some things that, like, I'm sure will take me a little bit of time to get used to, but, you know, generally how Holy Power works, right? Obviously, I get that. A lot of the basic Paladin utility, I understand, because, you know, I have played Prop Pally quite a bit. The one thing that I think I'm not really sure about right now, because a lot of guides are like, oh yeah, you know, it just depends on incoming damage, like, you'll figure it out, is just when I should use Eternal Flame versus Light of Dawn. Obviously, this is AoE, this is single target, but I'm running a more Light of Dawn focused builds, so I'm sure I'll get a feel for that over time. It doesn't really seem that complicated, though. Like, Holy Shock, you put this on people, it gives them, like, a dot. This is, like, a big spot heal. Oh, shit. Okay, nice. Already, that's, that worked out. And then, like, I know... okay, well, I was... Yeah, gonna hover over Flash of Light. Like, I know Flash of Light, nice spot heal, but then, like, that's another thing. When do you use Flash of Light versus Holy Light versus Holy Shock versus Eternal Flame? I know that Holy Shock is by far the highest prio, so you want to use this first. You know, Generator, it's just really strong in general. Like, this is a spender. And then I remember hearing that Holy Light, you don't want to use unless you have to. Or... what was... there was a talent I have. Is it... yeah, this thing. When I Avenging Wrath, I basically get 2 really cheap uses of Holy Light. And that makes sense, you know, there's a lot of healers. This is kind of one of those things where now that I've played... at this point, I guess I have actually played every single healing spec, right? This is the last one. Because left in this particular challenge is... I'm assuming that's a bot, the person who just posted in Twitch chat. Usually messages like that are a bot. what's it called? And Durfish Stink said, yes, it's 3 a.m. in Europe. Yeah, I figured. Oh, we have a Blood DK tank. Okay, interesting. But yeah, the remaining healers for this particular challenge are Resto Shaman and Holy Priest, both of which I have played to varying degrees. Resto Shaman I've played a lot, so even though I haven't done it for this particular challenge, I've gotten Keystone Legend with it multiple seasons now, so it's at least something I am quite familiar with, and this is Alcathar, right? Yeah, okay. And then Holy Priest I am loosely familiar with. Definitely, it was not as familiar as, like, Resto Shaman, Disc Priest, and Prez going into this challenge, but I at least had a basic understanding of it. And so I've looked at the M Plus build already, and I'm like, oh, okay, actually, yeah, that seems kind of similar to what I'm used to. So I don't think I'm going to struggle with it too much, but there is some new stuff that I have to figure out here. But I understand at this point, like, healer fundamentals, I think. I've played enough different varieties of healer to be like, okay, yeah, you know, I remember this thing from this other healer. Like, that's how that works. Resto Druid was the only one that, you know, I had to learn recently that didn't feel super intuitive just because HOTS can be a little bit tricky to figure out. But from what I can tell, like, this... Honestly, this reminds me a lot of kind of like Resto Shaman, it seems, where I have some ability to do damage, and you don't need to necessarily do damage. Like, it looks like from everything I've seen, I can basically just play full caster if I want to and be fine. That's the vibe I've gotten. Obviously, like, the whole beacon thing is kind of different. That's new. But doesn't really seem too complicated. From what I've read, you put one beacon on a ranged, one beacon on... well, definitely one beacon on a ranged, and then you can put it on the tank if you want. Since I'm running the double beacon talent, which seems to be what everybody plays at M+, I think I'll probably just put one on the tank to be safe, but maybe if I notice that the Warlock or something is taking tons of damage, I'll put my second beacon on the Warlock too. That's the kind of thing that I'll need to play by ear a little bit. So we'll see. But I don't feel like any of these abilities are hard for me to understand, I guess. It all seems quite intuitive. Alright. Let's do this. I have everything. Yeah, everything looks correct to me. I do have Devo Aura active. And then I guess I can start buffing already, right? So I can do this. Please. Oh. Me and the DK had the same exact thought. Does the Warlock know how to drop rocks? They do. Alright, W. I also... Fuck. Okay, I knew I was forgetting something. I always forget something. I forgot health potions. Not a big deal. I mean, like, I would hope I don't need them for an 11, but I definitely have saved myself in some crappy pulls. Which one is Mastery? I think blue is Mastery? It is. Okay, cool. Whew, okay. I also, okay, one thing that's a little bit weird, I'm gonna actually switch my normal keybinds here to something I'm a little bit more familiar with. Gonna do that. The Blood DK seems to be struggling a little bit on threat. I'm in the wrong setup, like here. Alright, that should make it a little bit easier. Yeah. Okay, the Blood DK is taking a lot of damage, more than I would really like for them to be. I do have Lay on Hands if needed, though. I used it right as they fully healed themselves. I mean, kind of hard to tell with blood DKs. But... I technically can bop them at the very end. If they did seem to clear their bleeds, though. Okay. If they still had bleeds left over on them after I was ready to bop them. I mean, overall, I think that went well. I don't have a healing window. I definitely panicked a little bit there, but I think it kind of worked out, so... Okay, one thing I'm noticing that not having Shield of the Righteous makes awkward is definitely for situations like this, where I'm Holy Power capped, I don't really have a damaging Holy Power spender. And while, yeah, I can definitely dump this and deal damage, it doesn't really work in that way. Why am I... Okay, wow, I just have shitloads of Holy Power. It does kind of work in the sense that I can just kind of keep offensively using this, right? Like, I'm using all my Holy Shocks offensively instead of defensively, and it's kind of working because then I can just keep spamming Light of Dawn. That on you. And then okay, he cleansed himself. Nice. Good on you, Mr. Okay. It's like, I don't know, it's not terrible. Even though this is definitely not ideal. Like, 35k single target for a healer, like, this is more than I think I do on Resto Druid. And, yeah, so Liberation is my healing does damage to a target. And definitely this would be better on AoE. But as far as single target goes, which I'd imagine is, yeah, because it's only one enemy that gets hit, like, 35k is not bad, I think, for healer single targets, so I feel like it kind of works. Let's do that. Is there a shield off Algathar, though? Or something? I haven't really looked at the blue table. All specs. There is a caster one-hander, so, you know, there are potentially options. Nobody's attacking Xalatath. Okay.
What are these birds doing here?
And then I do have a talent, I think, where when I Judgment, I reduce the cooldown on Holy Shock and vice versa. It does kind of feel like... It feels like with this current build, it's much more important to just dump. Instead of, like, spending Holy Power and overcapping on... what's it called? There's that. I think, like, actually keeping Holy Shock on CD is much more important than dumping all my Holy Power. Which, like, obviously, if I had a reliable Holy Power damage dump in the form of Shield of the Righteous, then that would work. But with this setup, I can just keep doing this. I mean, it's working, I guess. I don't necessarily know if it's effective, but we'll have to do for now. Seems Light of Dawn hits pretty far. I remember from like way back in the day seeing people play Holy Paladin. Light of Dawn I recall as being like a cone attack. But now... Okay, yeah, now it's just 40-yard pulse. That feels kind of weird to me. Like, because I always recall... I'm pretty sure, like, the icon is the same, and the name might be the same. The one thing I remember about old Holy Paladin is the big, like, kind of prism cone thing that they shot out for healing. That always felt very iconic to me. It seems kind of weird that they would take away that aspect of it. Environment said they up the range and it's not a frontal cone. Okay, so I'm not crazy. That is... It's meant to be that ability, yeah. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm curious, I guess, how Holy Paladin players feel about that. I can't imagine very good, considering pretty much every single person I know who used to play Holy Paladin thinks it's fucking garbage right now. Like, right now, I've mentioned this before, right, but my co-tank and I are saying that, like, Prop Pally is almost certainly going to be the play. And one of the main reasons why we know that's a good choice is just because our healers are all telling us that Holy Paladin is, like, so fucking turbo dog shit that you're never going to want to play it. So we know that it's a really good contender for Diva Aura. Prop Pally, that is. Obviously, red could be an option, but who knows. I think I'm going to attack Xal'atath.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Do I have to... Okay, so I am still getting my Dawn Lights and stuff. Yeah, what I was unsure about is... Because I can see the beams, they're kind of faint. But I do remember reading that when I hit people with Dawn Light, I put like a laser beam on them. And then the laser beam does damage. But considering I'm basically just slamming Holy Shock into the boss over and over, I wasn't sure if I'm actually getting that, but it looks like I'm just automatically applying it with Light of Dawn. Because it's applying to random people. Alright, I have nothing here. Sorry, Mr. Warrior. I feel like we're taking a lot of damage, though. Like, this does not feel normal. Am I crazy? Does this not feel normal? Like, that... This guy has been standing in frontals the entire fucking key. I don't know why he randomly got fucking spiked, but I would not be surprised if he ate a fucking frontal. I definitely greeted a little bit there. But at the same time, yeah, something was definitely not right. It's amazing in Raid? Are you sure about that? Do you just mean, like, the way that Light of Dawn works is amazing in Raid, or, like, Holy Paladin in general? What the fuck? I think he was just standing in the breath. Fortunately, I'm gonna need to start actually Healing now. Yeah, the warrior comes back and immediately walks into the frontal. Okay, yeah. There's only so much I can do about that. He's standing in the frontal. Like, it's actually uncanny. He stands in every single frontal. This entire dungeon. Like, I don't know. It's impressive, man. He ate the whole breath? Okay. Glad I'm not crazy here. Definitely, I can't really complain a whole lot. Something I'm realizing, though, is my warrior actually would make a great beacon target here. I don't really want to worry about changing that right now, but I'm going to do that after this pull. Let's do that. Okay, where are you, Mr. Warrior? You are, congratulations, you are now the second beacon target. I think it doesn't make a difference, I'm pretty sure, right? If you have double beacon. It's just, if you have two beacons, both of them get the same effectiveness. Just... There's no way he's standing in it again, dude. Come on. Come on, brother. Please. Please just stop standing in it for 1 second. Does overhealing damage count for my conversion with what's that talent called? I do have some CC abilities as H-Pal at the very least. Do I apply... Okay, there's no... Yeah, there's no Holy Shock dot anymore. I'm thinking of Glimmer, I think. I do remember Glimmer builds. I think I very briefly played Holy Paladin back then. Because I do remember playing it a little bit back when that was a thing, and the entire idea of Holy Paladin at the time was, like, tabbing between different targets and, like, applying your Holy Shock dot to them. Hunter, do you have lust for this boss? The Hunter says... Oh... Okay. So that's the kind of group we're in. Like, I mean, we're probably gonna time this, which... Yeah. And the crazy thing is the Hunter's top damage right now. Oh my god.
Long ago, members of the Blue Dragon Flight
Primal Rage. Yeah. Big Eye ability. Yeah. Alright, I tried. I don't know if that's gonna help him figure out what lust is. Holy shit. Yeah, like, so I'm gonna be honest. I've been a pretty big advocate against the one button rotation. And the problem is every time I say that, people are like, "Oh, but like it's so good for people with like, you know, disabilities and stuff." And like I understand that and I don't disagree with that. The problem is when it exists, like sure, it could be a nice tool for people who have, you know, disabilities and have trouble playing the game. And I don't know, like, I don't have a good solution for this. Like, I'm not going to be like, oh, and for that reason they should remove the one-button rotation. Like, I won't deny it has improved the game for a large amount of people. Which it's like, you know, that is a good thing, right? But then the unfortunate reality of the one-button rotation existing is you get situations like this, where the hunter walks into a +11, using the one-button rotation, doesn't even understand what the term lust means when somebody's asking if they can do it, and doesn't understand how to find it on their bars. And, like, yeah, that's kind of a problem. That's, makes it a little bit hard to communicate with people. Yes. Alright. I mean, this is working, at least. What's the word? What do you mean, what's the word? Is that just like a new greeting? That's what all the hip kids are saying in place of hello? What's the word? Either way, appreciate you stopping by the stream. Warrior died from the normal damage in the last part of the bird boss, though. You went back into the stream to check. Yeah. I mean, definitely everybody was taking a lot of damage. I don't know why he was seeming to take more damage than others. I guess it could be because he didn't have Beacon, right? And, you know, he didn't use defensives. He died faster than other people. I definitely, yeah, I graded a little bit. Could I save the Warrior? In theory, I could have even lay on hands the Warrior. They just died faster than I was expecting. But it also, you know, they definitely haven't been playing amazingly well. But I'm more than happy to take the blame for that particular Warrior death. A lot of Twitch chat messages. I will read you all in a sec, because we are almost done here, and it's been a little bit sketchy, so I don't want to get too complacent here. I also, for whatever reason, my flash of light, like or whatever, surge of light, infusion of light, I forget what it's called, procs, are not, like, highlighting the button. I don't know if that's normal, but, like, the vast majority of similar abilities will highlight the ability when it's ready. I should have, so that's just distracting me a little bit. The hunter is here. I think I need to stop doing damage for the most part, as we are taking a lot of damage. And this is kind of working, though. It definitely doesn't do as much damage as other healers, but also I know with Shield of the Righteous I'd probably be able to do more healing. But then I would have less, or more damage, but then I'd have less Light of Dawn healing, so I don't know, there's a trade-off. So far, I can't say I'm loving this playstyle, but also there's a good chance that I'm not playing this correctly. I guess we'll cross that bridge when I get to it. The fact that I can do basically everything from range while moving is kind of nice, though. I do like that. I don't need to cast at all, for the most part. That feels quite good. Okay, Zaltath is not dying. There we go. I feel like I have a lot of haste, which I know I do, but I didn't realize. I feel like I have almost too much haste. Like, I could probably put more into crit or something. I would imagine to give me more damage. We are also a little bit cramped in here. I love that. Okay. What add-on do I use for healing? None. Why? What do you think I have an add-on for? Because whatever it is, it's some baseline functionality. Alright. Well, I got the weapon. Do I just make the swap now, then? The game really is like, dude, what the fuck are you doing playing with a two-hander? That's like Biss stats too, right? That's literally a Biss weapon. I feel like if I have this on Myth Track, I do have a Hero Track shield. At that point, it's probably worthwhile. Like, I have to imagine that's worth losing Sigil of the Hunt and a tiny bit of item level. Especially because then I can actually use Shield of the Righteous to dump for damage, if needed. At that point, I probably take Shining Righteousness over Breaking Dawn. I think, honestly, I would imagine it's probably about even. So I'm going to use it just because I think it would be a better, more accurate learning experience to play Sword and Shield, since that's what I'm supposed to be doing. So we got one two-handed hammer key in there for good measure. Kind of funny that I loot that off my very first run. Dude, there's no way. There's that. How is that possible? You're not supposed to be able. I guess because I looted a key and didn't. Yeah. That is so unlucky. Okay. Well. I mean, it's whatever, I guess. Like, I plugged into one key with 0 score. I'm sure I can find another group that'll take me, but it's just most likely going to be more annoying than if I had my own key that I could push. It's what it is, though. Okay, I have to go upgrade this, and then do the Void Forge thingy. But then, now I can finally use Shield of the Righteous. W. For Shaman, I will say, I'm less concerned. Oh, also I have 80 crests now. So since I'm no longer using Sigil of the Hunt... no. I have a few myth pieces already. In those slots. I could craft a shield with Arcana Weave lining. Can't hurt, I suppose. Yeah. Why not? Sure. It's probably the best thing that I could get right now. Miscellaneous... Okay, I'm blind. There we go. Sure. The nice thing, actually, is I'll be able to use this for Prot, too. Because the stats carry over. It swaps between int and strength. So that actually works out quite well. I won't be able to immediately upgrade this, though, because I don't have enough Void Shards, but after a few more dungeons, I should be able to get that. And then I'm going to do Arcana Weave. Then Fever Flare. Probably lower item level and HP, yeah. I just realized the warrior ended the key doing less damage than the blood DK. That's rough. It kind of wild, though. If the BM Hunter is telling the truth, if that's one button rotation BM Hunter, like, that's not even that bad, all things considered. God. You can get that far? And yeah, Liberation did a pretty decent amount of my damage. That's the heal conversion into damage. Okay. Where am I going? What am I doing? I forget. Right, I don't know why I'm here. No, I need to craft shields. Now, I'm going to throw this up as a public order, and I hope that a random person snipes it at rank 5, and if not, I cry. But realistically, if it gets fucked up by some random person, I just recraft it and find a buyer and trade, but it's more effort. Warrior should use the one button rotation. I mean, yeah, I'm sure it couldn't be that much worse. If at all. Alright, let's go upgrade this new bad boy. Honestly, depending on the dungeon, I might go prot loot spec now, because I don't need... I don't really think... let me see QE Live for... what's it called? QE Live, Holy Paladin... Okay, the usual suspects. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think any of the healer dungeon trinkets are worthwhile. I'm pretty sure I would just get more value out of the stuff I have on right now. So I think, honestly, long-term, I'm better off going for either just a prot weapon, so that I have it next season for when I need it, and prot can still get shields if needed. That's probably better. Another button, unimaginable. Sucks that the hunter... You see, the funny thing is, sucks the hunter gets a free lemon. Honestly, was it a free lemon for the hunter? Like, I'll be the first to say that I do think it is a mistake to rely on the one button. Like, I kind of started that and then I got, like, sidetracked, right? I think if you are doing content like this, you should not be using the one button rotation. You just shouldn't be. I've seen people brag about, like, I got 3K by using the one button, and it's like... But, like, is that, like, how are you having fun at that point? I don't know. Like, obviously fun is subjective, right? But you are objectively lowering your performance if you're using the one-button rotation compared to if you actually tried to learn, right? Now, somebody could argue, oh, well, I want to engage in this content, but I have some, you know, disability that prevents me from playing properly or something. Obviously, at that point, it's like, it's tough to say because I can't really argue with that. I can't say, like, oh, no, you definitely should be able to. I don't know everybody's situation, but I do think at a certain point, obviously, high-level competitive content, like, 11s are not competitive, really. But, like, any sort of higher-end PvE stuff, you want to be pulling your weight, right? And by using the one button, you're not pulling your maximum potential weight. With that being said... The hunter honestly didn't do that bad. Like, the fact they didn't know how to lust, like, yeah, that's a bit of a, okay, buddy, at least understand the basics of your spec. But they didn't die, I think. I don't remember if they died a second time. I guess I can check, right? Yeah, they didn't die. It was just the warrior twice. And, which one was this? Blistering Fire, Deafening Screech. Yeah, I guess I'll take responsibility on this. The warrior definitely didn't press anything, right? But, you know, technically they didn't run into a tornado. This one obviously was 100% on them. They ran directly into a breath and died. But the hunter didn't die, so there's something. And they did okay. You know, while I don't know if we attribute that to the hunter or to the one button, I have seen people... Like, if you've been following along since the start of this challenge, I have had some fucking demons in these keys. I've had people who go out of their way to not do mechanics and cause everybody to die, and there are people, I mean, like the fucking warrior, right? I don't think this guy was using one button, as other people in chat were joking, right? And he did less damage. So, did the hunter really get carried? That's where it becomes tricky, because it's like, technically speaking, the hunter is honestly... about the same level as the normal person that I've encountered who is most likely not using the one button and genuinely trying, if not better. Now, that's largely just because BM Hunter is fucking brain dead, right? But I still would say, while it might be fine if the Hunter just really wants to do that, if they're not really hurting anybody, sure. I never like it when I see other people advocate for using the one button. Like, obviously, if you understand that, like, for whatever your personal life situation, you have to use the one button, like, I can't speak to that, but I never like it when people brag about using the one button as if it's, like, some power move, like, oh, I did XYZ thing, and I was using the one button on top of it. Like, that's not a flex, right? Like, it's not a brag to say you can do XYZ thing while still using the one button. Like, if you admit that you're using the one button and you don't have a legitimate reason to use it, you're just admitting that you're lazy, right? But I have met people who genuinely do claim that as like a, they try to hand wave reasons why, well, the amount of time that it would take me to research how to do more damage, like, it's just easier if I use the one button. And it's cope, right? It's just fucking cope. Like, just do the bare minimum research. Everybody out there does or everybody out there who really tries knows that if you do the bare minimum amount of research, you will improve your performance. It's just people looking for reasons to be lazy, right? And if somebody tells me, hey, I use the one button because I'm lazy, honestly, I have more respect for that, right? I'm like, hey, dude, whatever, If you admit it and you're like, I'm not trying to be super serious in this game, I just want to be lazy, I just want to put on the one button and vibe. And now, if that person applied to my guild, I would be like, oh, I don't know about that. But if that's how somebody wants to approach the game, honestly, hey, as long as you understand that you're going to eventually hit a plateau for content, that's fine. I more so take issue with two things: the people who excuse their use of the one button when they could totally get around not using it. They just don't want to put in the effort, because that's just laziness. And two, I really, really, really hate when people advocate for using the one button as a learning tool. Now, difference between one button and the rotation assist, personally, I don't think the rotation assist is good either. And that's more so just because if you are going to do something like that, the rotation assist is not always accurate. Now, some people say, oh yeah, it's like mostly accurate for this spec, or something like that, right? But there's a lot of specs where it is wildly inaccurate, and even the specs where people say it's mostly accurate, you're not really understanding, right? You're pressing the blinking button. Like, this lights up, I press it. But a lot of times, the rotation assist, all it does is it tells you what it thinks is the most optimal thing to do for damage. But one of the most important things you need to do when learning how to play this game, as any role, DPS included, is when to adapt. And not all situations fit cleanly into like a little box that the rotation assist can walk you through. So if you were going to go through the trouble of not using the one button and trying to do the thing that gives you more damage, because you're like, oh, I don't want like the reduced GCD and I want to actually press the correct stuff, then you may as well just sit down, take some time to read through a guide, and at least have a basic understanding of what you're doing. Like, that was my first key playing Holy Paladin. Did I do amazing? I don't really think so. We timed the key, right? But I at least let one person die, even though they weren't doing super great. And I definitely was not playing correctly. I panicked on the first pull a little bit. Nothing bad happened, but could have if the tank was worse. And at the very least, I did, before going in, try to understand what all my stuff does. Like, okay, I need to put my beacons up. This is, like, Holy Shock is my most important ability. I want to throw Judgment out there because it reduces cooldowns, and it puts Consecration down, which does damage. And I have, like, these as spot heals. This is my AoE heal. This is, like, my big single target heal. Avenging Wrath just gives me a bunch of stats, damage, and healing. Aura Mastery reduces people's damage taken, and also I have a talent that makes it cast Divine Toll, Divine Toll shoots Holy Shock, so I can either use it offensively to Holy Shock a bunch of targets, or defensively to Holy Shock a bunch of players, stuff like that. So, while I am still learning Holy Paladin, I at least understand what all of my abilities do, and roughly the situation where I should be using it. And sure, the next few keys I'm probably still going to struggle a little bit, but I have a general picture of what to do going in. And then if a situation comes up that I'm not, like, wholly prepared for, I might be able to adapt, whereas somebody using the rotation assist or one button might not be able to. Obviously, they're not meant for healers anyways. I don't even think they work for healing. I think it only shows damage buttons if you use that stuff for healing. I don't know. But even as a DPS, right, not everything fits cleanly into a very specific box. Let me read chat real quick a bit more. How goes the grind? Just started out. That was our first key. One button rotation is 100% for people who have physical disabilities, not for weirdos that are too lazy to learn their class. Yeah, I agree. You use the one button because you're lazy when you DPS? Yeah, fair. And, like, so a good example of when I consider it okay is earlier on in the season, I was helping my co-tank get a puzzle box, and he had been farming Algathar a bunch of times. And then I said I could run with him, but I did not have any of my DPS specs set up. I forget which character I was playing, but I only had my tank spec set up. My co-tank also mains tank, but he had, like, basically barely set up Feral. Like, he had a like, very basic understanding of it, but he didn't really know how to optimize it. He was also on a phone call for work. So in the middle of the dungeon, he was just like, all right, fuck it, you tank, I'll go Feral, and I'll just throw on the one button while I'm on this work call, right? He still did good damage, and he was also in a guild with, or in a group with like 4 other guildies, so we easily timed the key. At that point, he was able to do the key while basically completely distracted, and he still had the gear and stuff for it. And, because he knew the situation was perfectly fine, we were just farming 10s to get a puzzle box. He actually did end up getting it on that run, so we only ended up doing the one Algathar. But that's like a totally acceptable situation to use one button. There's no stakes, you're just doing it casually. Nobody's expecting you to learn how to play it. My co-tank is not expected to learn how to play Feral. It was just because both of our tanks in the guild were in the same key. So that is where one button can come in handy, but if you're using it as like the main thing that you're trying to play, it's generally just not a good idea. Hey owner, you miss Heckley? I've heard people say that they liked Heckley. That being said, I'm just responding to a message. Yeah, I still think Heckley kind of falls into that same category, though, of, I know a lot of people who did use it as a crutch, or crunch. I can't talk. Crutch. My brain is fried. I am still very sick, as I said before. I can also, I said at the start of the stream, what the heck? Hold on. Give me one moment. I just heard a loud thud. I just, want to make sure everything's okay. Alright, can't really see anything, notice anything, so I guess everything's fine. What was I saying? Yeah, I said at the start of the stream that thankfully I didn't have a sore throat, and I can immediately start to feel like that is changing now. Probably just because I haven't been talking. So I will have to try and force myself to limit my yapping a little bit this stream, unfortunately, because I can already tell I'm not even an hour in, and my throat's already starting to give out, so I will, I'll do my best to respond to messages, but I'm eventually just going to probably lose my voice if I yap as much as I normally do. Rotation assist is trash. You tried it out for memes and it doesn't even understand what's optimal. I have almost never used it, right? So I can't really speak to it personally, just from what I've heard. I did, I glanced at it for a tank spec I played, but the thing is, it's just, you can play it for 2 seconds in tank and understand, this doesn't help you with tanking. Anybody using it for tanking is just completely lost. So it's basically only useful as a DPS, at a baseline. And I've heard that it is okay for some specs, but for a lot it is trash, yeah. I think it sounds like more of a case-by-case basis thing. Excited for HPAL. HPAL is so fun. The melee heals your favorite builds. I don't really think that's a thing anymore from what I've heard. Or what I read in guides and stuff. It seems like they kind of killed that. Shocketing used to be goated, but in Legion when they pushed melee PAL, HPAL, that was crazy good. 150k DPH. Yeah. I've heard, I remember HPAL used to be really, really, really strong across the board, and now I hear people constantly dooming about it. It doesn't seem quite as strong as I remember it being historically, playing through it in that key. Especially, like, you know, we've already, the last healer I did was Mistweaver, right? Mistweaver is incredibly broken. I mean, it's so hard to play any other healer after playing something where it's like, you just literally spam one ability and you do DPS level, well, not DPS levels of damage, but like, in crappy plus 10 and 12 pugs, it's unfortunately DPS levels of damage as a healer, as Mistweaver, and then you're just doing crazy healing while just doing damage. It's just fucking bonkers, that playstyle. So comparing that to anything else, like, it's gonna feel a little bit scuffed, but I definitely remember stronger versions of HPAL. Try some tea with honey and citrus. I appreciate the suggestion, right? I mean, it's just, it is what it is. It's a cold of some variety, I don't know. I have tried different things before, you know. Wasn't born yesterday, right? You know, I've had multiple colds over my life. Stuff like that doesn't really help me. It just is what it is. But I appreciate that you are trying to help. You were Guild's benchmark for DPS players in HPAL. They had to out DPS you to make the raid team. Yeah, I mean, it depends, because obviously there were, depending on the situation. I mean, it's like how some tanks during their burst windows can out DPS, like actual damage dealers. But that doesn't necessarily mean that on overall they're going to do higher. I can't speak to exactly how your guild handled recruitment, but I do think that is definitely, that kind of sounds like the scuffed old school MMO type of recruitment of, like, you know, back in the Wrath through mop days, before logs were a big thing, of like, you know, oh, invite me to a group and go hit a target dummy for 5 minutes so I can see if you're good at doing damage, when it's like, alright, dude, that is such a fucked metric. Though, you know, I would imagine it was more involved than that. You play Bach Classic and you love fist weaving, it's crazy work in Celestial Dungeons, yeah. Definitely Mistweaver has always had that iconic type of builds. For tank, it's 100% trash, Blood DKs, Death Strike, yeah. Makes sense. Let's see. They're comparing HPAL to fist weaving? Yeah, pretty much. Okay, Twitch chat, let's see. You like HPAL and Raid, but that's just you? Yeah, I mean, I would imagine it's better in Raid, but I've heard, in terms of the meta, right, pretty much all of the healers in my guild are saying HPAL is going to be completely garbage. It's not even, I think, like, one healer might have it as, like, their third alt for splits, on, like, the off chance that it gets played, just so we have it. But I know, I was talking to Leandros, one of the healers in our guilds, and he said pretty much right now it's Disc, Mistweaver, and Prez are, like, the three healers that are just, like, dominating. And, like, maybe there's some consideration of bringing Resto Shaman for, like, Shaman buff if needed. Like, that could be a thing. Obviously, Holy Priest is, like, it's just kind of a meme, right? If Holy gets played, it's not like it's unplayable, but it would just be you run Disc most of the time and then your Disc Priest swaps to Holy, so you can't really compare it, right? Resto Druid seems like it's just not going to be great next year. I don't know where the actual numbers are at, but it's already on, like, it's, like, fine right now, but not amazing. I haven't heard any particularly amazing things about it. I know some of our healers have it as, like, their second or third alt for splits, but everybody's pretty confident that Boomkins, unless Boomkin just gets completely nuked before the patch, they're going to be the Mark of the Wild buff. Like, they're really, really, really good. One of the best DPS going into the next patch, so that's obviously going to be your Mark of the Wilds. You're not going to play Resto Druid, right? So it's really, yeah, that is pretty straightforward, but then also they've all just been saying Holy Paladin looks really bad, so considering that Prot Paladin looks pretty good, if you need Diva Aura, you're probably going to get it off Prot Pally. Maybe Ret ends up being good, I don't know, but that one feels like a bit more of a long shot. Let me start applying to keys as I read chat. Once I've applied to a bunch, I will look back. Okay, cool. Pit of Sauron. That wasn't too bad. Disc is goated, especially for smaller sized groups. Resto Druid's going to be mid at best. It all depends on how everything rolls out. Yeah, obviously tuning is still subject to change, but there are some things that are, like, pretty hard to shake, I think. The Pit of Sauron, I'm blind. I have portals. I could teleport. I'm just so used to running through the gates. Two-hand H-Pal meta. I mean, it worked! I did manage to heal that key. I'm gonna beacon... Vengeance DH I know is, like, a lot squishier, so I think I'll start by doing the same thing, beaconing the Hunter and the Tank. But then I could always swap it up if I feel it's needed. For a Hunter, it isn't called Lust? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Primal Rage. I did type it out for the Hunter. They still couldn't find it. And yeah, I did forget to buy drums. I mean, in fairness, you know, you usually don't expect you're going to need to use drums, but I guess I should get some just in case. 1 week people are going to say Disc and Prez are Bis, and the next week they're scrambling to gear Arshams and H-Paladins. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously, tuning subject to change. That being said, like, I don't know. It's, Prez has very consistently been good at raid healing. Prez is just very strong for raid healing. Same with Disc, right? Like, they both just have kits that work well. For them to not be good, they need to be just, like, so obscenely undertuned that they aren't run. And it's not like that hasn't happened, but more often than not, they get brought. Just because, like, again, their kits work really well for raid. Yeah, no, the whole thing with Lust, somebody in Twitch chat said, you know, the Hunter might be confused because they don't have the Lust ability. Obviously, you're not wrong. Everybody calls it Lust. But you can understand, like, at least I can understand how a new player who has never heard that term before might not know what it is. Now, again, I did just say, I do think that you should probably do a basic amount of research, even as a new player, before jumping into keys, you know, even if you are using the one button. So I put the blame on the Hunter for not knowing that, right? Like, it's not fully excusable, but that is most likely one of the reasons why they didn't understand it. I do think it is a fair point, at least. Maybe the warrior thought the breath was buffing him. Possibly. Tank setting needs a second. And then, okay, I didn't swap talents. I should do that. Now, early on, I'm gonna play a little bit conservatively with Shield the Righteous. I know that you can use this quite a lot in keys, and it works out quite well, but I want to play it a little bit safe. So I'm only going to use it when there's, like, no other damage, or really, like, extremely little damage going out. And I can very safely do a little bit of damage, get some Holy Shock CDR, and feel comfortable. I'm also out of coffee already. Do I remember Shadowlands Season 4 Chain Gun Arsham? I do not. To be clear, by the way, I only started learning Healer, like, a year and a half ago. I started learning Healer at the start of War Within, and that was the first time I played Arsham. I have played I played like variations of Mistweaver at certain points throughout history, but I first started learning Arsham fairly recently, all things considered, considering I have main tank for 10 years now. So I am a tank player. That's always been what I'm doing. The entire point of this challenge is I am in the process of trying to learn healers and learn how to play them for the first time. And I am like, in some cases, by like osmosis, I guess, familiar of how a healer spec works because I'll be talking with a healer friend on my raid team. Like, I know Ashen Hollow HPAL and stuff like that. I remember Glimmer of Light HPAL. Like, I know how some of those builds work, but
5,
I did not play
4,
any of them myself.
3, 2, 1.
Let's see, how are we going to do this? I want to be very careful to not rip threat.
My emissary brings you power.
Holy shit. It kind of felt like everybody was just dying that pull, and I really don't know why. That was fucking brutal. I mean, I didn't let anybody die at the very least. It could be related to the fact that it seems like this group is doing literally no fucking damage. That makes a little bit more sense. I was gonna say, like, what is going on here? Why are we losing... Why are 2 people losing to the Vengeance Demon Hunter who's only doing 30? Like, that can't be right. Right? Like, that can't be correct. There's no way that's correct. There's no way. That must be wrong. I don't understand how, but I refuse to believe that those are the actual numbers for that poll. Dude, come on! Hey, maybe it wasn't wrong, actually. We just immediately let a fucking kick go off. I also... Does my beacon get cleared off the hunter when he dies? Because I could have sworn I applied it to him. You're actually joking. Okay, I'll apply it to the hunter now. I don't know if I forgot or not. We just let 2 kicks go off, by the way. I mean, actually, what is happening here? They're still losing to the Vengeance Demon Hunter. The nice thing is Pit of Sauron, I mean, it's kind of forgiving. But yeah, buddy, this is a healer job. You don't need to do it. Okay, but sure. So I didn't get in combat, so. Yeah, I think I can start doing damage here. What is happening? Okay, he just randomly gets spiked. Holy. Oh, what is this group? feel like I have almost too much holy power. Like, not enough stuff to spend it on. Okay. Take it. I'm not gonna get broken out of here, huh? Yep. Okay, I mean... I can stun it, apparently. That's nice, at least. Feels like it would also have just been easier to kick it. I think I can also maybe freedom myself out of that, but... Jeez. I'm gonna, just to make sure nothing's wrong here, I'm gonna reset data. Just so that, like, if I see on the next few pulls that they're still doing negative damage, then I know it's not a meters bug. Because usually that's the only thing that causes it to sometimes break. Okay, I need to watch for Arcanist Cadaver. I'm just gonna preemptively stun it. Yep. Just letting it go off. The tank's also just falling over. I mean, this is... I'm actually just going to immediately rip a vote abandoned. They're probably going to vote no, but, like, there's 0 chance this key happens, right? Thank God. Holy shit. Get me out of here. That is... that's definitely a group. That might be the single worst overall group. No, that's not true. The irony is, I started saying that might be the worst group I've seen. It's definitely top 5, but the other worst one that immediately comes to mind is there was a different Pit of Sauron run I did. I think it was either Presevoker or Disc, and that group was just an abomination. This one, I mean, they just clearly had no idea what was going on. But the moment I see, like, Arcanist kicks just aren't going off, it's like, alright, we're not doing the one mechanic on the trash, then we're not going to be doing the one mechanic on any of the bosses. And Pit of Sauron is a very easy dungeon that instantly kills you if you fail any of the singular mechanics, and I do not want to stick around to find out. Also, Vengeance DHs need to actually know what they're doing, and that guy did not. So, that's unfortunate. Yeah, Vengeance DH does damage since when? Irony is, that guy honestly wasn't doing that much damage. It's just somehow mediocre Vengeance DH damage was somehow beating 3 damage dealers? At least 2, almost 3. Which is baffling. The group's DPS is sponsored by Temu. Freedom works for everybody, gotcha. Hey, Single Die? Has anyone else been stuck in a WoW update? I have not run into that issue personally, no. Let me log onto my Paladin and show you the worst group possible. Yeah, I mean, it is actually... The fact that I got the one key that I don't need is... that is actually catastrophic for this start of a challenge. Because finding your way into a random group is hard enough as it is, especially at this time of day. And the fact that I basically just got immediately fucked over... I'll be honest. So I'm going to give this, like... I'll give this 30 minutes to an hour, and then I'm going to just go Resto Shaman, is what I'm going to do. If this doesn't improve, because like I said, I'm not feeling great today. I'm feeling a bit sick. I'm really just not in the mood right now to just deal with fucking cock and ball torture for multiple hours in a row, if that's just what this ends up being. I've been trying to not, like, let it, like, make it overly evident, but I actually, internally, I'm kind of, like, kind of extremely pissed. Like, I am... Ever since I got this key... That's crazy, actually. Okay, I got invited. But ever since I got that duplicate key, I've actually been kind of fucking insanely tilted, and I've been trying really, really hard to not let that show. But I should just portal. because it's a long walk. But yeah, that is like, for a day when I'm already not in a mood for bullshit, it's just, that is a real fucked way to start the day. So, and then straight into this Pit of Sauron is kind of like, yeah. Let's hope this Magisters goes well. It's an interesting comp for sure. So, you've had a very tilting day yourself. Yeah, it's just how it goes sometimes. And like, I'll be honest, right? In normal situations, I probably wouldn't even feel up to streaming today. I do not feel great. The problem is, I said I want to be done with the Keystone Hero Challenge this weekend, and I really want to stick to that. And that's not just like a arbitrary, oh, I said I was going to do it by this time, because, you know, if you're familiar with my streams, right, I have no problem with, like, pushing back timelines in order to make sure something's ready when it's ready, right? But I do really think it's important to have this done this weekend, partially just because there's the Mythic Dungeon event. So doing all of them this week, I get an extra hero piece from the raid, which I don't really feel like pugging the raids. That's like, that is a minor thing, admittedly. That's kind of like the tipping point for me of like, fuck it, I may as well. Because then I just get a chance at like raid trinkets, which would be pretty nice. But the bigger thing is, I just really, really, really want to have this over with now so that I can start focusing on patch 12.1 stuff. Until then, like, the challenge just kind of hangs over me as, like, I need to get this done, and it's just a constant source of stress. I forgot to get food buff. Fuck, it doesn't really matter. I guess I should probably just, yeah, it doesn't really matter. Okay. This group's damage seems good. Oh, wait, I'm looking at the wrong segment. Alright. Well, I'll reset it, because it's bugged. But I was gonna say, I felt the group's damage was good just because of how quickly those mobs died, not necessarily because of the meters. But yeah, I should note, I think I touched upon this briefly. I might, if I have time, if I'm feeling up to it, I will maybe start Resto Shaman today. Either way, I'm hoping to finish Resto Shaman and Holy Priest tomorrow. And then on Tuesday, we're going to do Death Knight 10 to 90 run. Which I've been talking about for a while. And now I'm finally going to do it. That's another reason I should note that I wanted to have this done now. Because I want to have all of that done in advance before the Death Knight 10 to 90 run. And then the Death Knight one is kind of like... Also, I mentioned I might do this. At this point, I figure, yeah, I will definitely do that. The plan for the Death Knight run is... It's going to be a Death Knight 10 to 90 speedrun, and then it's going to be a gearing and 3k IO speedrun. So, like, real-time speedrun. So basically, the idea of that will be, after I hit max level, you know, we start another timer. I'll probably leave the entire timer going from, like, leveling. So we just, I guess, then keep the timer running. And then we'll just see how long from a literal fresh level 90 does it take me to get to... I think I spitballed earlier, 280 item level and 3k IO. But after thinking about it, honestly, I do think that kind of fits as a value, right? That's, like, solid, because most of my characters, like, this Paladin is 280. Now, obviously, I've had weeks to gear up this Paladin, but in theory, it wouldn't be, like, get 280 and then do M+. In that particular case, I would start doing M+, before I hit 280. And then I would get gear from bonus rolls and whatnot. And then the goal would basically just be, by the end of the challenge, I need to be both 3k and 280 overall. That would be the idea. And then we get to see how long that entire process takes. Because I feel like the idea behind that is, if you're 280, that's like very much ready for the next patch, right? So people will be able to watch that and get a good idea on like how to prepare their characters. Like even if they're not looking to do M+, that'll be a good way to be like, oh, hey, you know, I'm getting back into it. I want to see like how I can get ready. So they could watch that video and maybe get some use out of it. And then also, it'll be good for people who want, like, an idea to see, oh, hey, you know, I don't need to be super-duper fully ready to jump into M+. I can just, like, slap on some hero track gear and still be fine. So it'll kind of serve all that stuff. That's the idea. Why did the Demon Hunter say OOXD? It's so funny, Mr. Demon Hunter. Nice, the Ret Paladin bubbled to soak. Yeah, this is a good group, for sure. And, like, the Ret Paladin's damage is not amazing, but the Ret Paladin just did a pretty good job helping with the mechanics, right? They knew how to use their defensives to go help soak. So, can never really be too upset in those situations. I'm doing almost as much as the tank, actually. I didn't even realize that. Okay. Yeah, it turns out Shield of the Righteous is pretty nice to have. Now, watch, right after this key, what's going to happen is I'm going to re-roll my key, and it's going to turn into a Magister's, and then I'm going to curl up into a ball and die. Spoiler warning, that's exactly what's going to happen. That's just the kind of day I'm having today. Okay, I've never seen these mobs pulled, but I'm here for it. I want to save my Dispel for somebody else. Okay, well, it cast on me again. Fuck it. And this guy immediately gets it. Holy shit. Okay. I think I'm starting to get the hang of this. I don't hate this.
I have permission from Lord Amar himself. Liar!
Jesus. They definitely hit a swirly there. Can someone translate what the fuck does Nicht Bium Spawn mean? Heck.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Eam Dem AoE Bubble. I have to imagine context clues, right? They're probably telling the other Paladin that they run into the bubble for the mechanic. And of course they immediately double up. It's fine. Is that 3 Paladins, 1 group? Yes, it is. Taco paying for the light. Or maybe pick DK for 10 to 90. It's the only tank class I don't have on Europe. And we just haven't done a DK leveling run in quite a while. It felt right. I think initially that was the only reason why I wanted to level it, but then basically once I thought about it, I'm like, well, I'm already playing Blood DK on North America a lot. I'm very comfortable playing Blood DK. It could be fun to, like, do the process of gearing up and then doing keys on a second Blood DK. So that part came after. Like, I didn't have that idea until later on. That wasn't part of the original idea. Because originally, I was supposed to do that months ago. And at the time, the plan was just to do a Death Knight leveling run. But then, since it already got delayed, I was, like, trying to think of, like, is there anything else I can do to make it more interesting? And I figured, considering I'm already going to be doing a super fast speedrun in, like, a week from now, a speedrun that's fast but not, like, world record fast is, like, not as interesting. So I wanted to do something else to justify still doing it, and that seemed like a fun little twist. All the colors of pink and purple? True. Alright, I am scared. I do have Blinding Light, though. Worst case, I can bubble out of it. We have actually 3 people who could bubble out of it. So there's that.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Okay. I feel like I reached that point where I have, like, nothing to press. Randomly, it feels like such an overloaded rotation, and then sometimes I'll just have a gap. There's no abilities. And I'm like, I guess I press Flash of Light. I do know that, like, Flash of Light generates Holy Power, and I think there's, like, some other talent interactions, so technically it's not a complete waste, even if everybody stops. Let's chuck one of those. Blood DK or Frost DK? Mostly Blood. So for max level, like, IO stuff, like, basically all of the endgame stuff is going to be on Blood. And then, should go without saying that for dungeon tanking, for dungeons, I'm obviously going to be tanking. Like, that's just a... If you have the ability to play a healer or a tank while leveling in dungeons, you just should be. Like, that's just kind of a no-brainer. I think everybody knows that's the case for just leveling efficiency. Even if it wasn't a spec that I'm comfortable with, like, for instance, I play, when leveling Shaman at lower levels, even in the open world a lot of times, it's still better. Okay, yeah, the Paladin doesn't know the mechanic. I have to imagine the Paladin's like a friend of theirs or something. They just stood in that and died. I tried to land hands them, but it wasn't fast enough, because I frankly just wasn't expecting them to stand in it and die. I do not take responsibility for that one. The fact that I even had the thought of maybe I can land hands them in time, I think is more than they could reasonably expect from any healer. I have both. Interesting. I honestly never knew that could happen, because I've never seen anybody die on this boss. Oh, this poor Rep Pally. They're doing their best. I'm less upset considering the rest of the group is really good. And that is their first death this dungeon. Also, I'll read, I'm seeing a bunch of chat messages I missed. I will read the rest after the key. Just so you know. So you know I'm not ignoring you. It's just, it's hard to keep track of a lot of that stuff. The other thing, though, what was that thought before? Oh, yeah, I will probably play Frost DK for some of, like, the later leveling sections out of dungeons. Just because Blood is not amazing for open world content. Like, what? Okay, I mean, it looks like the Demon Hunter ran ahead, just walked into a pack of mobs and died, which, yeah, I don't know what you thought you were doing. He typed Hop Die Vergessen XD. So, if anybody's German and wants to explain what the fuck that means, I'm guessing he explained why he died. Lucky. Oh, gate skip? I'm guessing you Warlock gate from here to here. I've actually never seen that done, and we're 1% off. But...
Champion, I know what to do. I'll need to attune the Cynosure to the Void Storm.
Now, where do I have to stand to make sure this doesn't get fucked up? I guess I'll cover the far ends. Where... I should be... Where's the Rep Pally? Okay, the Rep Pally is... over by the Warlock. So it looks like they are doubled up on the Rep Pally. Okay, the tank should be able to get that one. Nice. Okay. Overall, it was solid.
We have our way into the void storm.
Let me go. Actually, yeah, I'll have to go Prot Loot Spec. Obviously, if I bonus roll the Tank Trinket, that's, like, depressing. I got a belt, which I do not need. But it's fine. And now I bonus roll, or re-roll my key into... Okay, it's not a Magister's Terrace. Thank goodness. Yeah, I would have dove headfirst off a bridge if that was Magisters. That would have been really depressing. Alright. Now, I'm still going to try and find... I would like to start doing 12s, right? Because I'll be honest, that was actually a very easy key. But... if I have to do, like, my 10 just to push it up to a 12, then so be it. Right? The point of the challenge is just, like, technically just 10s. I usually like to do 12s when possible, but I don't hold myself to that, because it's not that big of a difference. Let me catch up on chat, though, first. Tried everything you can think of besides a full reinstall? That's unfortunate, yeah. You know that some people troll you with just by BOEs and get your friends to carry you, herder? I mean, yeah. Obviously... that's not the point, right? Like, people are gonna say that for anything. It's like, people say that for this challenge, too. They're like, ugh, just buy 10s, challenge done. Like, that, and it's, again, not the point, right? You're always gonna have to deal with trolls. So, I mean, like, frankly, I deal with trolls all the time, even for, like, the leveling speedruns, right? Even when it's not accurate, people will be like, oh, yeah, this leveling route only works if you have, like, heirlooms and all the consumables, ha ha ha, just do that. You know, stupid guide. When obviously the guide is about the routes and stuff like that, and, you know, the other stuff has nothing to do with it. It's not going to stop trolls. Trolls are going to be trolls. But that isn't what dictates my decision-making. The idea behind that is, one, just because I think it'll be fun, both for me and, you know, maybe entertaining to watch. And the idea will be that after I do the run, I'm going to make, like, a mini catch-up gearing guide for, like, you know, what to do if you're trying to come back in, like, the last, you know, week or two before the season, and how to get gear to get ready. So I can basically take that as an example, make a video summarizing, like, all the really important things I did to get gear, and then I can be like, hey, you know, if you don't believe this works, or if you want to watch the full process, there you go. The entire thing is streamed, right? But that way I can make a mini guide, and I have the entire gearing process right there. And yeah, sure, people will be like, just get your friends to carry you, but the point isn't to be like... That's the other thing, right? With speedruns, the point of the speedrun aspect of it is not what is the literal fastest time you could do this, because then, yeah, obviously it's to get carried. But obviously that's not the goal. The goal would be, if you are a new solo player getting into endgame, what would be your most optimal path for gearing? So, just like a lot of my speedruns are meant to represent, if you are a solo player trying to level as fast as possible, what would be the fastest thing that you can do? And so I put restrictions on myself, like I don't allow myself to get boosted for leveling, just like I wouldn't allow myself to get boosted for gearing, because it would be unrealistic, and nobody considers that an actual speedrun. That being said, it's not like this is an actual category, right, that I'm trying to compete with other people in. It would just be more, I think the speedrun format would be fun for it, more than anything. It would be a nice order to, like, structure things in. Of, like, you know, we do the leveling, then we do the gearing. And we just keep the timer running and see how long it takes. And it's just, that's the only thing that changes. Instead of it just being, like, you know, an arbitrary thing. Yeah, this is definitely better. Alright. Let me... That was Magisters. I'll apply for this group. I don't want to apply for the random 10 Mysara, and then let me look at chat. I should get drums. Yes. I know somebody said that earlier, and then I read it, but I was already at a dungeon. I'll buy some, just in case.
Are you planning a purchase?
Type.
Return.
20. Just to have him. Just in case. Uh, 10 to 12 is a terrible bracket. 11's are a shit show. Yeah. Yeah, I do not disagree. I mean, it's been very hit or miss throughout, like, this entire challenge trying to do this. Alright, they don't seem to be inviting me. I'll list my own key. Obviously, if it takes forever to form this, then I'll keep looking for groups. So many people are able to fail up to that level. Yep. I mean, there's definitely players who use, like, the one button. Like, I don't know. Actually, I can check, I guess, now what they were saying. What did they say before? Opti Vergessen. Let's bust out Google Translate. Google Translate. Ob Divergessen means I forgot them. Okay, so I'm guessing he said he walked into the patrolling mobs, died, and then said, I forgot. Understandable. Ah, shit, I should have grabbed more coffee, huh? Nicked BM spawn. What does that mean? Nicked BM spawn. Not at the spawn. Okay, I don't understand the context. Bay dem AoE in die bubble. With the AoE in the bubble. I mean, I assume it's just like lost in translation. And they were trying to explain how the Serenal mechanic works. I think that was the last message I remember them typing in German. I didn't understand. 13s to 17s are also filled with terrible players? Yeah. So I have heard. Interesting. Okay, this one... well. Yeah, Paladin tanks, I need to vet those. I'm not really gonna scrutinize a 292 3k DPS DK that heavily. That one's like, yeah, you're probably fine. I might... I don't want to lose the DPS DK, or DH, but I also do really need coffee. I mean, if they leave, they leave, but I will at least say AFK in 1 minute. And then they know. I mean, it's probably going to be I would imagine it's going to be slow to fill anyway, so I'm going to go run and get that real quick. The Demon Hunter is still here. Nice. Okay, yeah, I'll invite them. Good news, you can't even reinstall the game? What the fuck? That is a really nasty bug. You're a terrible player in 17s? You normally just get 3k and stop? I mean, kudos to you for pushing, though. I've been the same way for, well, I've been the same way partially just out of, like, I don't want to say laziness, more just I have better things to do. Like, I generally get to 3k in my mains, and then I just prioritize working on alts, but I think it's always admirable to try and push higher. And you're always going to suck the first few times you do something. That's just how it goes. Alright. Group seems solid. Hopefully the key goes well. Demon Hunter is Havoc, I think. Yeah, I remember hovering over them. I think this guy's supposed to be red, right? Okay, I mean they have they have a ret weapon. They are very clearly a prop pally main, but I mean it's whatever. Hey, not Jade West. How much fun do you have playing Holy Paladin? Well, I'm only on... This will be my third key with it, right? And Holy Paladin alongside Resto Druid were the two healing specs that I, like, basically... Kelly signs up as Ret. Actually, Ret. Why? Like, I can tell he's in gear, but I don't know why he changed his role to that. I guess I'll... How do I change... Yeah, it won't let me change its role. What the fuck? Why can't I change... What the hell? Where's the set role button? I mean... Alright, getting food buff and... Oh, fuck, it's on... Ah. I always forget on new characters. I think the Demon Hunter ran in too quickly. Okay, no, the Demon Hunter is good. He's here. But yeah, going into this challenge, I had played 3 of the healers quite a lot, that being Shaman, Prez, and Disc. I had played Mistweaver and Holy Priest a little bit. Very, like, significantly less than the 3 that I had played quite a bit. But I at least had played them. And then I had basically never played... Splash, thankfully that didn't kill me. I basically never played Holy Paladin and Resto Druid. So, it's a little bit too early for me to tell whether I like it or not, I'll be honest. So far, it's interesting. It's definitely... It's trickier than some of them. I don't know why it said target needs to be facing in front of you. It's a little bit too much, I think, for me. I might die. Also have threat on me from these Void Colors. Yeah, unfortunately, the tank didn't do a great job pulling these Subjugators. When you pull Subjugators, you're supposed to stagger them slightly, so you're not getting completely overlapped. On the very first pull, it's fine because you have Lust. But they did not stagger the second Subjugator, and that nearly killed me. I mean, I healed through it, so, you know, worked out, but very sketchy. So yeah, I think so far, Holy Paladin definitely is not as intuitive as I thought it was going to be at a glance, right? Like, it's definitely more involved, for sure. But I can't say I dislike it. It feels very fast-paced, honestly, kind of fun. The only issue right now is it's a little bit weak, right? So I think it's always going to feel a little bit rough playing something when, like, you know, right before this I played Mistweaver, right? And Mistweaver is just fucking busted right now. So I really, really enjoyed Mistweaver, and it just kind of felt like I was sleepwalking through 12s without any difficulty whatsoever. And here I do kind of feel somewhat challenged at a 10. So both in terms of Mistweaver was extremely simple to play and just did ridiculous amounts of damage and healing. Here I'm doing less damage, less healing, and I'm working significantly harder to accomplish both of those things. So it's hard to say. Now, I'm no stranger to playing stuff that's, like, more challenging because I think it's fun, but it's hard to really properly give an opinion, I think. I don't have enough information yet. You can freedom the purple circle,
Their motives.
like the subjugation thing, and it does no damage. That's good to know if so. I mean, does it still do the pulsing damage?
A willing sacrifice has
Sure. Okay, I mean, that... I'm gonna be honest, that does not inspire confidence. I appreciate that you're trying to help, but, you know... Yeah. Okay, it looks like you can. I freed him off the last second of it. I'll have to try that on... I think there's another subjugator pull, right? Yeah, there is. So I'll try it there. The way this guy pulls is so strange. Like, you could at least heroic throw it so I can, you know, people can start doing damage.
take it.
I think one thing for Holy Paladin that I've kind of touched on this before, but on the topic of, like, am I enjoying it? It definitely feels like what I expected going in is a little bit different, because I do remember Holy Paladin as, like, the, you know, Crusader Strike weaving melee healer. And apparently they changed that in Midnight. So, okay, this guy is really, really, really terrible at getting threat. I do not know what he's doing. Like, he tags one mob with Heroic Throw, and then he's like, ah, yeah, good enough. Yeah, no, buddy, like, you cannot do that. Then the Demon Hunter, like, the Demon Hunter gets threat, and then I'm put in a position where, like, I can't heal the Demon Hunter, because then I get heal threat, because he has 0 actual threat established. It's, like, really, really, really bad, like, first principles of tanking. And this guy's 3.4k, mind you. Like, I don't know how you get to 3.4k score without understanding basic principles of establishing threat while rounding up mobs. Like, that is
My emissary.
not good. Okay. Nice. The Paladin is soaking all those with Divine Shields. I'm getting fucking shot. That's, interesting. I guess I'll try to soak these. It does feel awkward. I have to, like, kind of play in melee for some of this stuff. I'll soak that. I will say, overall, the tank is not doing, like, a bad job. Like, they're holding threat, they're not taking a lot of damage. That's why it surprises me, right? Because they're clearly a competent tank. You know, you sometimes see somebody who's, like, high IO, and they're clearly boosted. This guy obviously is not. Like, this person understands, at least, like, how to tank. But they've developed a method of rounding up mobs that is just incorrect, right? Like, that... Other than very specific pulls, right? Like, there are times, especially a lot of times when I'm tanking on Blood DK, I'll tell my group, like, don't attack, wait back, and I'll mount up and, like, round up a bunch of mobs just because I have really poor threat, or really poor mobility. So I cannot establish threat as I move across a large area. So sometimes I'll want to, like, get threatened a bunch of stuff, grab them towards a central location, and then, like, mass grip or something like that. And in order to do that, in a timely manner, I need to be able to be mounted for that, and then I won't be able to do other stuff. But, like, he's just doing linear pulls, where he, like, walks into a pack, and then he just, like, leaves a mob lingering behind, or an entire pack, that has a single heroic throw placed into it. Like, that's just not enough, right? So, I'm guessing he probably watched, like, some tank in... you know, maybe the MDI or something do a pull like that one time when he was first learning how to tank. That's usually how that goes. And they saw them do one of those pulls where they, like, stay mounted, do a big roundup of mobs, chuck, like, one heroic throw, and everybody knows to, like, stop damage. And then, you know, they're fine. The problem is that's just not reality, right? That's just not how it works in pugs, and that's not even optimal for linear pulls like that. Because if you at least, like, if he charged into those mobs... Like, in that case, he actually did charge those mobs, and then he did a heroic throw. Or, not a heroic throw, a thunderclap, right? And then that, like, a thunderclap is different than a singular heroic throw. It hits everything, and it generates enough immediate threat to where you, like, the DPS can start hitting the mob, right? Obviously, to an extent, you know, if you don't get more threat, then eventually they will rip. But that's, like, enough to where they can start, like, ramping. Like, I can start healing. I won't rip threat just by healing. DPS can start, like, using their builders on mobs or something like that. If the Demon Hunter, like, obviously this guy's Havoc, right? But let's say you're Devourer, just because Devourer is, like, a obvious example for what I'm going to say. Like, if you pull a single pack and you do, like, one Thunderclap and the Devourer drops a Collapsing Star, while you're very clearly trying to... round up more mobs, then that is on the Devourer. That's not on the tank. But it is definitely on the tank to establish a baseline level of threat on all of the mobs. And this guy was not doing that on many of these pulls. Though, in fairness, it hasn't led to deaths, but also the Demon Hunter did rip threat, and then I did snap, drop a sack on the DH, which kept him alive, so... if that hadn't happened, he probably would have died. I bet. Okay, buddy. Okay, so I'm not crazy. It does clear your beacon when somebody dies. That's actually kind of awkward. Nice. Overall, I think that went well. I'm pretty happy with how quickly I reacted with that sack. I'm definitely, like, at this point, I feel confident in my external usage. You just check Wowhead, it's a snare, okay. Yeah, like, it's not that I don't believe you, and like I said, it did seem like when I tested it on the next poll, it seemed to clear it. So that is good to know. It's just the way you responded, I was like, It didn't sound like you were confident, but it is good to know.
Naru falls into void this way. The few cases I know of have occurred when mortals were involved.
This,
Implications. Such music
I guess I probably save...
this
Divine Toll I can use freely. I definitely save Avenging Wrath for the burn phase, for damage. We were doing so well, and then the mage just randomly decided, you know what? It also... Okay, we did get 3. That's a really weird positioning. As we technically had room in the corner, I didn't see. Fortunately, yeah, now I don't have a beacon active. I didn't realize I'd have to reapply beacon in combat, so I didn't actually bother keybinding it, because I figured, oh, it's just something that you do out of combat. But now it does seem like I will actually need to worry about it. Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yo, I beat the tank! Hell yeah. At the end of the day, that's the only thing that matters. Well, I mean, I beat the tank on Lura single target. That's fucking wild. I've done... I think I've done, like, I don't even know how many activities on my Disc Priest over the last 2 weeks, and I've gotten a single Dawnflight Manaflex from, like, a combination of, like, 30 to 40 delves, dungeon bosses, and, like, M+. It is...
You stand on the cusp of destiny, Illyria. There will be choices to make and consequences to face.
I appreciate people helping with the groups. Don't directly address me if possible. That would be preferred. But thank you for helping. Also, I didn't even... It took a second to process, but ripping Voidclaw off my first bonus roll on this character is is kind of crazy. I should also note, like, because I know you're joking environment, but I don't want it to come across like that. You know, if you, like, and I guess if anything, if you want to, like, whisper me or something, like, that's fine. Just, like, not party chat. I don't want to... I don't know. I don't want to be put on blast in front of, like, 3 random, party, like, members, you know. So just please... Especially, like, I don't know, use my character name. I would infinitely appreciate that more. I don't know. I don't want to make a big thing of it, but there is a reason why I do not go by my normal name in most cases, right? Like, I don't encourage people to call me that. I use my YouTube and/or character name. I I like, okay, actually, you know what? I think that it's probably worth saying, right? I guess just so that this is clear, because I've kind of danced around it and not really wanted to, like, draw a hard line, but it has bugged me. Yeah, please don't use my name, right? I'd just rather you don't. A few people have done it. I know that it has, like, basically friends of mine will mention it in passing in voice chat, which is the only way that I can imagine people know that, because I've never publicly broadcasted it. I've never said, like, oh, like, that this is my name, right? And I know that there are a lot of YouTubers or whatever out there who are fine with it and prefer to have people refer to them as, like, their first name. I don't, right? I've never asked for that, so please don't. So, I feel bad, because I understand that the, you know, the whoever the Demon Hunter was, I understand you're being nice, you helped, and I appreciate you. And because I never really made this clear, I'm not, you know, don't feel bad about it, right? But just so happens, like, yeah, I feel, because it has happened a few times now, and it has made me uncomfortable, I think it's probably at least worth stating that clearly, you know, for people who regularly watch the stream. I'd rather you just didn't refer to me by my first name. I hope we're all cool with that, right? Want to at least make that clear. Call me by YouTube name, or I'd rather you honestly did it in parties and stuff, because, again, the same thing, if I don't want, like, random people to be like, who's that? But if you want to whisper me or something like that, that's fine. But I mean, even my guilds and stuff usually call me Larice or whatever my character name is. And I prefer that. Hopefully that is understandable. My Sara. I was about to say, didn't I do a Pit of Sauron? And then I did. And it's, yeah, the fucking demon group. I will apply to that. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna lower this to a 10. And that way I can just re-roll it, because it, you know, it hit Magisters. I don't need Magisters. So I really hope they don't take the 256 Vengeance, because I'm gonna have a rough time healing that. If that's the case. I know they're probably desperate for a tank, but still. It is not 5 p.m. for me. No, this is European server time. It is, I'm trying to hover over this. I don't know why it's not working. Okay, the UI is, like, really glitchy. You can see it's, like, briefly flickering. There we go. Why did it take so long to show up? The realm time is 5 a.m. on Europe. It is currently 11 p.m. I'm, EST. It's 6 a.m. where you are, owner? Yeah, because I guess, yeah, Europe spans multiple different time zones. I'm guessing, I must be on, like, the... like, how many different time zones do European servers have? Are they all on the same time zone? Or am I on, like, the, I guess, England, France, Spain time zone? Would be probably the westernmost one. Why am I on Europe? Because I don't know, I want to be on Europe. I've been, this entire Keystone Hero Challenge has been on Europe. From the start. Most of the European servers are in France and Germany? Gotcha. Your GMT +3. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with European time zones. I've, like, looked at potentially... I've said before, I'm not going to join a European guild right now, just because, like, we're so close to the season starting that I want to make sure my focus is on, you know, actual prog on North America. But I have looked through the recruitment stuff just to familiarize myself with, like, what it's like for Europe. It is a little bit different. Like, the recruitment Discord is a lot less active than on North America. So I'm guessing either there's, like, different ways European guilds recruit, or maybe they, like... require you to find them and submit applications, something like that. But figuring out the time zones for like raid times and whatnot, I've looked out of curiosity. I've already identified that that's going to be a pain in the ass for me to figure out. Alright, I'm going to hope the tank doesn't need healing. What am I dealing them with here? Okay. Alright, well this tank's not very good. Because they're running 2 of the worst trinkets imaginable.
5,
And they don't have any gems and enchants. So they clearly are not a remotely experienced player. Now, Prot Warrior's not bad, so they might be able to stumble through. It's a +10 also. It's not like it's hard, but
4,
does not bode well.
2, 1.
Okay. They're opening with shield wall. I don't know. I'm not going to fault that because I know that obviously at high keys... Shit, hit the wrong key. I know at high keys, like, you might need to do that, but obviously that was not necessary here. But I guess it's not a terrible practice. They're probably just following some guide that says, like, while doing this opening pull, press shield wall, because on, like, +20s or something, you need the DR. Even though I've, like, very clearly not needed for a pull like this. But, I mean, they're not dying at the very least, so there's that. Could be worse. There's UK time, then CST, and then Eastern Europe time. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I know there's different time zones. I think the main thing I was wondering is for the servers, right? Like, because that's another thing that I guess I should note. I've seen a lot. A lot of the recruitment posts I've seen for Europe say something to the effect of, like, server time. And that might just be, like, a regional difference, right? Like, maybe they just expect you to look up the server time. On North America, that's, like, not a thing at all. I do not know a single guild recruitment post that says the raid times in server time. Every single North American recruitment post has their raid times in PST, CST, or, what's it called? EST. Usually PST or EST, and a lot of times both. They'll say, you know, like, I guess, like, 6 p.m., PST/9 p.m. EST, something like that, because they just want to make sure people know where it is, even if they don't understand time zones. But I never see server time. But I have seen on Europe, looking at posts, a lot of people saying server time. What the fuck is this pull? This is a fucking crazy pull. Unfortunately, the mage still has threat. The mage is using alter time, though, so, you know, kudos to them. I mean, if it works, it works, I guess. It's server time because the only people who are 1 hour off are British people, but since the servers are on the continent... Yeah, well, that's what I'm asking, right? Is it just that, like, are all European times, like, standardized? Like, do all European servers have the same time? Because on North America, there are servers on all the different time zones, right? So I'm aware, obviously, that there are different time zones in Europe, right? Like, you know, I'm not clueless. But there are, obviously, different time zones in North America. Frankly, there's even mountain time in North America, and I've never seen a recruitment post mention mountain time, even then. But it usually, like, I figure... That's kind of the issue I run into, right? Because if I look at like, a North American recruitment post and I see their raid times in PST, Well, obviously, I know that because I'm familiar, and I'm like, okay, that's 3 hours further for me. But even if I didn't know, like, offhand, what the European time zones were, if they posted their raid times in time zones, like it's this time zone, I can just plug that into a time zone converter. I could just say whatever this time zone is to EST, and then I would easily know what their times are. But because a lot of them are like server time, I'm just like, I don't fucking know what the server time is. So it's like, it looks like for me, my server, which is, this is what, Terran Mill, I think, is, I guess, plus 6 hours from where I am. But I that's the thing, I don't know, is every server the same? That's the main thing I'm wondering. I would imagine it is, though, because I feel like if not, then it would be a silly metric to use. So it only makes sense as a metric. At least, at first I was confused. At first I'm like, why the hell is this post in server time? That's so silly. You know, can't believe these European people don't know better. But then when I saw it was basically like every single post, I'm like, all right, something's up, right? You know, there's no way that this is the commonplace thing for all of them. So it would logically make sense. But I've never, like, actually gone out to confirm that. I don't know. US will stop using daylight savings now? What do you mean? I don't understand the context to that. We still have, well, the way, I'm pretty sure, the way daylight savings works in World of Warcraft is it doesn't, rather. So sometimes our reset is at 10 a.m. and sometimes our reset's at 11 a.m. Just depends on when daylight savings is, but the actual game doesn't change. So depending on when daylight savings is, everything just shifts forward or back by an hour. I don't know how, like, if it works differently on Europe. Or if I'm misunderstanding the question. I'll read the follow-up messages after boss, because, you know, obviously this one can get a little bit stressful to heal. Nice, they know how to do the mechanic. The bar is so low that impresses me. It's server time. Oh, I read that. Think they passed a law in Congress? Wait, really? Did they? Dude, it wouldn't even surprise me anymore. Well. If so, then I guess the answer is for the next 2 years. Well, maybe then we'll stop using daylight savings time. Or until, you know, we get turned into a police state. And everybody is rounded up and executed. Maybe that'll happen. I don't even know at this point. If that's real, though, that's fucking hilarious. But frankly, that sounds like exactly the type of shit that, you know, the annoying orange would do.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Here's Zaltath dies. Base 2 cares about saving daylight. What has daylight ever done for me? So true. I'm nocturnal anyway. The funniest thing is that sounds like the exact type of unironic talking point you'd hear on Fox News. As a way to spin it, I'm like, actually, this is such a good thing, and we should all be thankful. It really is just like a different fucking world that half this country lives in.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Personally, you hate to wake up while it's dark outside? Yeah. I've never seen this pack pulled. Also, what the fuck just blasted us? Yeah, I mean, my sleep schedule is just super fucked. I don't really care waking up when it's dark. Oh my god. What is even? I like being awake when it's dark. It's so quiet. So it's always more, like, peaceful at night. Oh, you know what? It's I just realized. Is anybody a blood elf? No, but they must just be like insta-breaking all of these with something. That's what the big bursts of random damage are. I mean, that should have been obvious in hindsight. We'll set the time for citizens now. Oh boy. I won't push it just because, like, obviously... I don't even think... There's a difference, I think, between, like, political jokes and, like, genuinely talking about politics, but, like, some people get, like, really fussy about it. Obviously, I don't give a shit about, like, upsetting genuine supporters, but frankly, one thing I understand, right, is... It can get exhausting even having to, like, think about the... like politics and stuff. You hear about it all the time anyway. You don't even want to think about it. Which is unfortunately kind of how they get you down, right? You just get overloaded with so much shit that it's just easier to just fucking close your ears, ignore it, not think about it, but at the same time, I relate, I get it. It's it's depressing. Very depressing to think about, even if it is in jest. So I get why some people are like super, like, no politics talk whatsoever, and they get like really upset if you ever bring it up. So I try to keep it to a minimum, but I mean, as most of you know who are like regular viewers, I do have strong opinions on that. Also, so far, this has been a relatively clean Mysara. So there's that. Hopefully, shit doesn't immediately hit the fan as I say that. That would have been one hell of a way to jinx the run. but we're good. Yeah, I think we can just pull the bridge and be fine. As a Canadian, you welcome my strong opinions. You have a few of your own. Yeah. Fun fact. I have been considering trying to get, like, you know, citizenship for, some European country, or maybe Canada. Though, apparently, according to my dad, it would actually be potentially somewhat easy, relatively speaking, for me to get Portuguese citizenship. Because I already have Brazilian citizenship. Okay, that guy got balled in the face. Because my dad's from Brazil, so I already have a Brazilian passport. And apparently there's a thing where if you are a Brazilian citizen, then there's like a fast track to get Portuguese citizenship. Now, unfortunately, I don't really speak Portuguese, like, at all, but, you know, I'd be willing to learn it if that's what it takes to not live in a dictatorship. So, I am keeping my options open. And hey, I already have a European WoW account, so I'm one step ahead now. That's, for the record, that is not the reason why I started playing on Europe. I want to make that clear. This is a separate thing. But it is just something that crossed my mind. Because I kind of figured, you know, I probably should have, like, some plan in place for, like, what happens if we literally do end up detaining people and stuff. Like, I'll be honest, I don't really want to stick around for a civil war. So I'm definitely trying to keep my options at least a little bit open here. Oh shit. I lost my beacon because the mage died. Okay, mage, let me give you beacon. Oh, and he immediately starts dying. Perfect. Look at that. Beautiful placement. Alright, there we go. What do I get? Shoulders. Okay, actually, that's an upgrade. Nice. And then I do need to re-roll my key. Please give me something I can use. It is the exact key I just did. Alright, well, it looks like we're still in pug jail. Portugal and Brazil, famously no history of dictatorship. To be clear, I just want to make that clear. They are different countries, right? Like, obviously. I didn't notice how I didn't say that I'm going to go live in Brazil, right? Now, look, I have a lot of family in Brazil. I love my family. There's a reason why a lot of them have left Brazil. And frankly, the ones who are still there are well aware that they are in a rather privileged position and aren't very affected by a lot of the shit that happens in Brazil. But they all know that, yeah, Brazil is fucked up too. Trust me, I'm not gonna go live in Brazil. Didn't say that. But, I mean, I'll be honest, find me an example of extremely bad dictatorship and corruption in Portugal, at least in recent times. Like, obviously, if you want to be pedantic, oh, technically, you know, back in medieval times, right, even through, like, the colonial period, obviously, like, yeah, Portugal was still an absolute monarchy, right? A lot of countries in Europe were absolute monarchies, and then, you know, eventually they shifted to democracies in, like, the late 1800s, 1900s, right? But obviously, a completely different time period, right? Like, that's not comparable. Brazil, fair, right? But again, notice how I did not say I'm going to go live in Brazil. Also, that's kind of a massive pull, by the way. Radiant Plume. Let me check QE Live to see. I would imagine this is good, because it's a mastery trinket. It is... Even is it? I don't even see it listed on here. Why is it not listed? Oh, because it's not a fucking intellect trinket. Yeah, took me a second. All right. Yes. Okay. I mean, it's still a good trinket to get. Like, I will use this on prot. Okay. All right. At least, yeah. It is surprising that this is not just a generic stat trinket. Like, why? I don't know. I guess there are kind of a few caster trinkets that technically could be universal trinkets, but aren't. This doesn't need to be catalyzed. I can just use this normally. Salazar in the 50s to 70s, but still that's not the case anymore. Yeah, I mean, 50s to 70s is still quite a while away. I vaguely remember the name. Let me Google. Yeah, dictator, okay. I will admit I am not super familiar with him, but I mean that is again. I know you're joking, right? But I do think it is worth pointing out there is a stark difference between what's it called? One and the other. Give me a second. Let me check something. Portugal stole our gold. Yeah. European Union. Best thing about Brazil is the people. The rest kind of suck. You're forgetting. Brazil also has really good food. That is, like, I've been to Brazil a few times. Brazil also has incredibly amazing coffee, which I guess, like, technically is kind of falls into the category of food. I mean, like I said, I've been to Brazil multiple times, and I've enjoyed my trips there, right? It's a cool place. And obviously I have family there, but also, like, I have... I also know that Brazil definitely is, like, has some extremes, right? Like, you know, when I go to visit Brazil, I'm not exactly living in a favela. My uncle lives in Copacabana in Rio, and my aunt lives in Florianopolis, which, you know, if you know anything about Brazil, those are, like, two extremely nice places in Brazil. So definitely I have had a biased, like, view of Brazil in that sense, but I'm also not ignorant to all the other shit that goes on. I have friends in Brazil, and like, back when all the Bolsonaro shit was going on, one of my friends was constantly ranting to me over Discord about, like, oh, Bolsonaro did this, 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 and that, and talking about, especially my friend's a lawyer in Brazil, so he had to deal with, like, a lot of bullshit because of all the stuff Bolsonaro did. So, yeah. Not very fun. And then, obviously, you know, my dad talked about it, too, because he's talking to, you know, his brothers and sisters about it, so. You want a toucan pet? Is there not a toucan pet in-game? I feel like there's... I guess there's, like, parrots with toucan colors, but they're not real toucans. I did... Yeah, I have the right stuff on. Okay. I'll have to keep applying. The bluebirds. Oh, yeah. The ones from the Rio movie, yeah. I don't know what the official name... Are, like, jeweled macaw? Is that what they are? I think there's some type of macaw. I forgot the name. But yeah, I know the ones you're talking about. I mean, I could Google this, I'm sure. What's the name of the bird from Rio? I was close. Spix's macaw. It is a macaw. Okay. My bird knowledge is not that horrible. You don't know how many classes work nowadays, but shamans can purge the enemies and they explode? Yeah. I'd imagine that's what was happening, for sure. Before citizenship, you can check digital nomad visas, way easier and faster. Hello to Brazil. OMG, Harldan's emigrating. I missed those messages earlier. See. Brazil is great weather and nature, for sure, yeah. Monkey soup. Food, people, music, culture-wise, it's amazing, yeah. It was a terrible time, and now elections are close again. Yeah, it's definitely been rough, because even before, I forget the name, but wasn't there, like, right before Bolsonaro, there was a separate corruption scandal with, like, the president was embezzling money or something like that? The interesting thing is, like, I don't understand the context, right? But I remember on one of my visits, like, apparently one of my uncle supports one party and my aunt supports another party. So there was one day where I remember they were both, like, shouting at each other in Portuguese. And I asked my dad, I was like, what are they arguing about? He's like, you know, it's just fucking politics, right? They're just yelling at each other about, like, the different political parties. And he tried to, like, explain to me, like, the vague, like, political thing that they were arguing about, but it was a little bit too complicated. At least I might have, like, vaguely understood it at the time. It's lost to memory at this point. Every year we get a different scandal. Yeah. Brazilian politics is a shit show and will always be a shit show. Unfortunately. I have heard there are some interesting things that I remember hearing about Brazilian politics. Like, the fact that it's not a two-party system is at least neat. And there's some weird, very small political parties for, like, niche things. But, you know, from what I have heard, it still ends up being, like, there's a few parties that kind of dominate. Lula, he was the top guy of the biggest political scheme ever, stealing millions, and got reelected. Oh boy. Yeah, that does not sound fun. I mean, well, I guess, technically speaking, I know a little bit about what that's like, unfortunately, so, yeah. Ah, man, what kind of country would re-elect somebody who tried to destroy the government and the entire country? Yeah, that would be crazy, right? Definitely couldn't happen in my country. Well, I mean, it looks like I'm not going to be getting that many 12s done as part of this challenge, which, like, it's fine. I feel like I've kind of felt the last few keys like I'm starting to get the hang of this. I would imagine that I would have to do much more direct healing on higher keys. Like, I'm able to press Shield of the Righteous a lot. And I'm definitely spending more of my Holy Shocks offensively than for healing. And I feel like in actual keys, that probably isn't how you would play it. But, I mean, it's kind of working, right? The problem is, you know, I'm doing this, and I did like 20k overall, and I was doing, what, like 40k overall as Mistweaver Monk? While also doing significantly more healing. I don't know if that's accurate, because it fucked up the meters again, so it's probably wrong. I'll have to reset data. But I definitely know I'm not doing nearly the same HPS and DPS as Mistweaver, and that spec can do that all with one button. Now, the thing that I liked about Mistweaver, though, is, first off, I did talk to Leandros, and he told me that, like, you play Way of the Serpent in raids, so it is a different build, and I'm more familiar with that playstyle, and I do enjoy it. But also, it felt like Mistweaver felt simple at a basic level, but there was a lot that I could do, which honestly made it feel even more fucking busted, right? Like, the fact that I can... Why is this not working? Hello? Okay, there we go. The fact that you can, if you want to, just press spinning crane kick and then you just infinitely heal, like, that alone is kind of fucking crazy. But then, if anything goes wrong, I have, like, Revival, I have the Big Enveloping Mist Shield, I have Shaylun's Gift. You have so many tools that you can use. And I felt like I was doing really well on Mistweaver because I was aware of all my tools, and I did think that I did a good job at playing around them. Okay, this guy's already taking a lot of damage. I don't know if I trust him to pull all. And he's not. Okay, you know what? You know what? I respect that. I respect when somebody knows their limits. For the record, this is the pull that I do in most pugs. Because, like, yeah, you could pull the entire thing with Lust, but you don't need to. And even if I think that I can handle it as a tank, like, why risk it? Because all it takes is, like, 1 DPS getting knocked off by a bird and fucking up, and then, like, you lose a lot of DPS. If the healer gets knocked off, then suddenly maybe a DPS gets comboed. And then it just spirals out of control from there. But, like, doing that, like, this in 2 pulls, I mean, it's just extremely safe, it's impossible to fuck up, and it's not like you're gonna fail the timer on, like, a 10 or a 12. And, like, to be clear, I mean this for 10s and 12s, which is what I'm doing. If you're just trying to get the key done, that's all that really matters. Okay, they gotta be careful here. I need to look for repels. Okay, they got the kick. I mean, you would hope that Prop Pally will get the kicks, but, I mean, I've seen some shit. I probably shouldn't have used Freedom for movement speed there. I should have just done my... I guess I don't think there's any route or whatever that I could use this for. But... I'll read chat in a little bit once, once this settles down a little bit. I can't tell if my shield is actually going off or it's just misfiring, because I'm not hearing, like, the Shield of the Righteous sounds. It seems like it's working, but... Nice, he dropped the stacks. Tank seems pretty good so far, so I'm not too concerned about the rest of this. Whole Earth is fucked, there's nowhere to run. Yeah. I don't really disagree. I don't know. I almost feel bad talking about this, because I'll be honest, like, it's not fun to think about. There's very little way you could spin it as a joke when it is just crushingly real. But yeah, it's, I guess it could be fun to kind of, like, share in, like, you know, I don't know, misery, whatever, what's the fucking right way to describe this, but yeah, it's, I don't know. I think for better or for worse, like, my mindset is just kind of at the moment, like, I'm just gonna try and enjoy whatever time there is, man. If AI is gonna kill us all, if something else is gonna kill us all, then, you know, I don't want to feel like I've at least wasted the time left. But I'll at least say this, I am like a fucking giga-doomer. In terms of the state of just the world in general right now. It's hard not to be, I think. The warrior seems hesitant to participate. I don't know if it's just because, like, I keep running over to them, but the reason I keep running over to them is because it keeps seeming like they're not going to get the mechanic. They're, like, dancing around it, and I'm just worried they're not going to be positioned correctly. Where are we? Okay, I'm gonna see if the warrior will get this one. They seem to be. Why is my meter not working? The mage did less than... What the fuck? Blinding light, save me.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I don't think there's any special way that I can power through the gauntlet, right? I just need to do the tornado strat. But should be fine for that. This doesn't do damage, right? Yeah, okay. Ah, I fucking missed it. Okay, I get this one. There we go. I hate having to do this because it's always like super finicky doing it this thing compared to just like the jump around. But it does work. Oh. Safest thing you can do is ingrain yourself in the community and build strong connections. I understand the logic. I don't know if that's particularly safe. I don't disagree with the idea that obviously having some sort of like social presence makes you safer than an aimless person who can just be, you know, silenced, right? So that is very true, but I don't think it makes you safe per se, unfortunately. I mean, let's hope none of it comes to that, right?
Brings you power. Take it.
I should be fine to keep doing damage here. Definitely, I will say, having Shield of the Righteous makes HPL feel a lot more fluid than that first key where I didn't have it. Oh my god, my boy is getting fucked over. Okay, nice, he got that interrupt. That guy almost got shot off. Because there definitely were periods of time where I felt like I had nothing to press in that very first key. And having Shield of the Righteous as a holy power dump, if needed, definitely feels really good. Really good sack by that guy. Like, right here. There really isn't a lot that I could do to heal, right? So being able to just dump this holy power and then get holy shocks back and do some damage, like, that feels pretty good. I actually really like that. I think overall, out of the, like, comparing to Resto Druid so far, I think I can already say that I enjoy this more than Resto Druid. This definitely feels more up my alley. It's a little bit disappointing that some of the stuff that I've heard people talk about, like, historically, that HPL does, seems to not be there. But, like, I don't dislike this. This is fine. The only thing that, like, really, if I was doing this, and I was doing, like, crazy fucking damage, I'd probably like this a little bit more. Like, I'll be honest, like, it's kind of hard not to have that mindset. I think everybody feels that to an extent. And there are definitely, like, I understand the people who are, like, ride or die for a particular spec. But, like, a good example, right, is I historically have been a Brewmaster main. And I still stand by the fact that I really like a lot about Brewmaster. Same with, like, old Vengeance Demon Hunter. I used to be basically a Vengeance DH and Brewmaster Monk 2-trick, kind of. And what are arguably the two worst tanks going into the next patch? Vengeance Demon Hunter and Brewmaster Monk. Vengeance Demon Hunter has been problematic for a while now. Brewmaster Monk in Midnight obviously got completely fucking shot in the head. A fun fact about Brewmaster, I do think worth mentioning this, right? Damn, he lay on hands me. That was nice of him. Fun thing about Brewmaster that a lot of people don't seem to realize. Blizzard randomly nerfed Brewmaster in one of the PTR patches without putting it in the patch notes. Like, it wasn't even listed as a change. They just completely... Brewmaster already, right now, really, really weak. Arguably, like, in M+, obviously, that's crazy. I've gotten 2, and my priest has not gotten 1. I need to re-roll. Did I get something I can use? Man, I'm cursed. Roll the fucking Sky Rage. Oh. I've been finding decent pugs, so... I think... How many keys? I think that's key 5, right? Yeah, that was key 5, okay. And honestly, the 3 I have left, Spire is probably the hardest. Pit and Zenith are pretty fucking easy. Gotten a lot of the hard ones out of the way, so... Good progress so far. I got gloves. I've gotten 2 pairs of gloves, but this is good, because I don't want to catalyze Voidclaw, so then eventually I can catalyze this. In fact, I could technically do that now, but I don't really have Crest to upgrade it. I guess you can't reinstall WoW anymore. You're now at the mercy of whatever garbage the AI will spit at you and your ticket gets answered. Is it like a common problem? Like on Reddit, are other people running into the same issue or something? Because that sounds like really fucked. Of course. The top post on Reddit, stop kicking new players out of time-walking dungeons. I'll be honest, like, is this actually a thing that you guys see happen? New players getting kicked? I have not, like, I've run a bunch of time-walking dungeons over the last few weeks. I genuinely have not seen this happen once. This kind of irks me because, like, this post has 1.3 thousand upvotes over 4 hours. And it just kind of feels to me like pure engagement bait. Of, like, yeah, obviously don't do that. But, like, who the fuck is doing it? Just because, like, an isolated incident happens once, guess what? There's assholes out in the world. But this is, like, the issue that I see. So, like, obviously, this post is whatever. It's fine. But I see so many, like, toxic positivity posts in WoW where it's like, you know, people are so mean. I run into so many mean people. And, like, yeah, I'll encounter a mean person. But, like, I encounter, like, them once in every 50 runs or something like that. And I feel like it almost gets magnified to this degree where it's like, that's just how the WoW community is. Like, is it though? Like, how, I don't know, how are people just constantly running into, like, I don't, like, I have run, in the vast majority of time-walking dungeons I run, I am literally doing 75% of the overall, and I just solo the dungeon, and I don't give a shit that people are low damage. Like, this person's like, oh, so my friend was doing low damage and whatever. Like, yeah, obviously, if that happened, that sucks. But, like, I struggle to believe that unless this person got, like, stupid fucking unlucky, they got kicked out of multiple dungeons. Like, I have not seen that happen. And maybe I'm wrong, right? Maybe this does happen a lot. And I guess maybe, but I feel like there's so much more complaining about how toxic the WoW community is than, like, actual toxicity from the WoW community, if that makes sense. And it just gets exhausting having to constantly see how, like, horrible the WoW community is when, like, yeah, there are assholes, but, like, really? Is it that much worse than, like, any other gaming community? I really don't think so. I don't know. Till now, what's my favorite healer? Tough call. Honestly, Mistweaver definitely was a dark horse for me. I knew I was going to enjoy Mistweaver to an extent. I really enjoyed Mistweaver. I also, like, over the last week, I've been playing Mistweaver in open world stuff as well. And, like, Mistweaver low-key kind of fucks. One of the things that kind of occurred to me is Mistweaver might unironically be, like, much stronger for leveling now than it has been in the past. Definitely not going to be, like, the best way to level a monk, because Windwalker is in the same class, right? Which is one of the reasons why I kind of haven't realized how strong it's grown over time. But a lot of, like, the fist-weaving talents for Mistweaver used to just be, like, pure damage transference. Like, you do more healing when you use this ability. Things like that. Rising Mist, like, whenever you Rising Sun kick, your pots are extended. And now there's a lot of talents in Mistweaver that just actually make you do more damage. So Mistweaver actually can kind of hold its own in open world content, and I suspect that for low-level stuff, it would actually fare quite well. And a lot of the really powerful talents are actually spread throughout the tree, so it would get reasonable scaling as you level up, kind of like Disc Priest, where Disc Priest is quite strong for leveling, as we saw in that run I did before. But I think Mistweaver is like maybe a bit sleeper as a strong pick for that. And so, I'll be honest, I've been enjoying it quite a lot. I've way more than I thought I would going in. I already knew that I liked Disc. I enjoy playing Disc. And Prez, if anything, Prez has gone down for me. I liked Prez, and I still think it's fun in dungeons, but it's definitely really hectic. It feels a lot like, I think Holy Paladin for me feels the closest to Prez, where I enjoy that there's like a lot of stuff that I have to juggle to like properly do my healing and damage and whatnot, but it does kind of feel like a bit of a bummer when I get to the end of the key and I'm like, wow, that was kind of fun, and then I look at the numbers and I'm like, I just did worse than like on Disc or Mistweaver. So it feels a little bit deflating knowing that like I did all this effort and then just didn't do better than Disc or Mistweaver could. And that's not even including like the fact that they bring more valuable buffs and whatnot. So there is that component of it. But if this was tuned well and was like meta for whatever reason, I could see myself enjoying Holy Paladin. I think I would so far put it above Resto Druid. Yeah, I definitely put it above Resto Druid. I think that's fair to say. And, like, I didn't hate Resto Druid, but definitely out of the healers I've tried so far, I'll be honest, it was my least favorite. And Prez, I talked to Leandros about raid healing, and he told me that a lot of the builds that I'm used to from War Within for Prez, because I did try learning it a little bit, because I think I mentioned this before, I initially thought about doing like a mini version of this challenge just for Prez and Disc back in War Within. And then I was busy with Legion Remix, so I ended up scrapping that. But I did start learning raid healing on Prez and Disc at that point. And I did learn Resto Shaman raid healing a little bit, because I had my Resto Shaman. It was one of the first healers I learned. Now, I'm definitely way less experienced with raid healing, but I did at least try to start learning it. And Resto Shaman basically feels like it plays almost the same in raids and dungeons. Prez felt really interesting, especially because you played Chrono Warden in dungeons, and at least back in War Within, there was like a really cool Flame Shaper build with like Engulf. And I didn't get to play it a lot, but it was really fun. But according to Leandros, that's like basically dead now. Apparently, the way that Flame Shaper plays now is like super lame. I don't know, does Prez even play Flame Shaper in raid healing? Let me check real quick. I haven't looked in a while. Healers, Prez. They do play Flame Shaper. It looks like it's now not 100%. They do still play Flame Shaper, but according to Leandros, it plays like very differently now from what I remember with Engulf. And he said it's not very fun. Because he's played Prez. He's played Prez, Resto. I haven't seen him on Priest. I've mostly seen him play Prez, Mistweaver, and Resto Druid in our split runs. But I know that he has played Prez quite a lot, and he said he hates it. It's his least favorite healer. He really likes Mistweaver. So I don't know if I would enjoy it as much. I might still try it just to see how I personally feel about it, but that kind of knocks it down for me. So I think right now I would have to say it's like probably a tie between Mistweaver and Disc as my favorite healer. I'm enjoying those, and I don't know how I'll feel about Holy Priest, but I can't imagine it's going to end up being my favorite, especially because I do know it feels very weak. So we'll see. But I do remember liking Holy in the past. So maybe. You've seen it in 0 times in Time Walking. Niwao said, run tons of Time Walking, tons of M+, tons as a tank. Everyone's always saying all that stuff sucks. You never run into that, like maybe once or twice this entire season. Yeah. Like, admittedly, I've run into that like twice in the process of doing this challenge, right? Like, it has happened. But even then, like, I've also run into a few situations where somebody is the worst, most dogshit player I've ever seen, and everybody is giving, like, constructive feedback on, like, hey, this is how you do the mechanic, that kind of thing, and, like, they don't actually flame. Like, one person might be like, oh my god, you're so trash, or whatever, but, like, yeah, you can't control one person saying something. But by and large, people are helpful, and at least I always try to be helpful and say, like, you know, hey, you should look up this, this, and that, if I say anything at all. In some extreme cases, I have, like, commented slightly. But I never, like, in M+, obviously, it's a difference, right? I'm going to be picky about who I invite to M+, but I'm never going to flame somebody in M+, and I'm never going to kick somebody out of time walking. Like, literally, so earlier today, I was doing time walking dungeons. We had a tank completely clueless. Guy had no fucking clue what he was doing. It was in Stratholme main gate, and he was just going the whole wrong way. And me and somebody else in chat were telling him, like, hey, tank wrong way, over this way. And he just kept going that way. So, like, I mean, I didn't vote kick him, but I just walked in the other way, and I tanked as a Resto Shaman. And I just said, all right, you know, I'm just going to round everything up and fucking do it myself. And everybody followed me. And then after, like, a minute, the tank eventually realized that all 4 DPS, or all 3 DPS were following the healer, and not him. And then eventually he ran over and joined us. But, you know, nobody flamed him. We tried to tell him, go this way. He didn't listen. And we didn't even kick him. We just went the other way. And the nice thing about time walking is it's so fucking easy that I rounded up the entire courtyard area where, like, Timmy is. I LOS'd it around the side, I dropped Healing Rain, and I just sat there spamming Chain Lightning and keeping Riptide up. And I was able to just tank through all the damage with multiple mobs auto-attacking me as a shaman. Like, yeah, it's not hard content. So I don't understand why people are kicking. You've never played Holy Paladin? Any tips if you wanted to start? Well, so here's the fun thing about this challenge. I'm also brand new to playing Holy Paladin. So I can tell you what I have learned over the last 24 hours in the process of preparing for my first time playing Holy Paladin. So we can learn it together. Definitely, it feels like it's on, like, somewhat of a weaker side of healing at the moment. Other healers I've played have felt a lot stronger. It is interesting how you can kind of use your abilities almost interchangeably, offensively and defensively. Like, Holy Shock is both a heal and an ability that you can use to damage enemies. And then you can either spend your holy power on Shield of the Righteous, or you could spend it on Light of Dawn to heal people, or Eternal Flame as a single target heal. And it doesn't feel like a waste for damage, because you have, like, this thing here, Liberation. Some people are playing this talent, but most people I see play this, where a percentage of your healing deals damage to a nearby enemy. So it feels rewarding still to pump out lots of healing when your party's getting hit, because you're still dealing damage. And obviously, dealing damage as a healer is important. That's one thing that I've definitely learned. There's some talents here, like this, obviously, is a good talent to run if you are actively using Shield of the Righteous. And now I'm trying to get the hang of it, and I've been using it a lot more often. Like, there, Shield of the Righteous was my top damage overall in the last key I just ran. So I'm definitely trying to be a lot more active with using it. And you can see I did a lot of Holy Shock damage, too, which is also one of my higher healing abilities. But if nobody's taking damage, I can just throw out Holy Shocks, boom, 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 hit the enemies. If people are taking damage, then I just start targeting my party and start Holy Shocking them. And so it feels very flexible in that regard. One thing that I haven't liked as much about Holy Paladin is it feels like it has less oh shit buttons. So there's been a few times where I've been, like, unprepared for damage, and I feel like I'm scrambling to keep up by just, like, slamming Light of Dawns into people. Whereas a lot of other healers have really good reactive healing. Like, Resto Shaman has amazing reactive healing. Mistweaver just pumps out ridiculous healing, but also has, like, so many oh shit CDs that you could press to save people. What else? Like, Disc Priest has a lot of burst healing options at your disposal. Even Resto Shaman, or Resto Druid, wasn't the biggest fan of Resto Druid, but, like, Tranquility and Convoke are both really nice oh shit buttons. So as I was getting comfortable with Resto Druid, I started leaning heavily on those abilities to help me out whenever I, like, kind of overextended and tried to do too much damage. And then, boom, big chunk of damage, I press Convoke, everybody's safe again. But here it kind of feels like Diva Aura, your main cooldown, is damage reduction.
So you get 12% DR on the entire party, but if a big chunk of damage hits your group, then it doesn't really do a whole lot to press it. Now, I'm running a talent, this thing, where when I press Diva Aura, or I guess Aura Mastery rather, which empowers Diva Aura, I also cast Divine Toll, which casts Holy Shock on the entire group. So you can use it reactively if you have this talent, and then obviously you have Divine Toll as kind of a reactive heal, but it doesn't feel quite as powerful as other stuff. So it has felt good so far. Like, I have enjoyed Holy Paladin. Also, I just realized, why is this... This is misaligned. There we go. But it's definitely been a bit weird. I have 2 Holy Power trackers. How do I get rid of the Holy Power under my party, or my nameplate? I don't know how to get rid of that. I mean, it doesn't really matter that much, but I'm only really ever looking at that. This is just kind of pointless. But yeah, hopefully... Oh yeah, also another big thing about Holy Paladin, like a fundamental thing. This kind of I already knew going in, just because it's been a thing for a while, so I'd heard people talk about it. So your mastery is, when you are close to your target, your healing is increased. But then also you have these things, beacons. So you, by default, only have Beacon of Light. But then there's another talent that gives you a second beacon, Beacon of Faith. There's also this thing. I don't know how this works, but I know it is an option. Apparently it like turns Beacon into like a burst heal or something like that. But Beacon is like, you basically apply this to a party member, and then all your heals are replicated to them like at a percentage. So it looks like this is like 70% of the heal is applied to one of your beacon targets, and then if you have 2 beacons active, then both of those players receive 70% of your healing from other sources. And another thing is, when you are close to one of your beacon targets, it counts for your mastery. So your mastery is either your healing's increased by the person you're targeting, or by your proximity to one of your beacon players. So if you're trying to do healing to somebody who's in melee and you can't reach them, you could have one of your beacons on a ranged player, so like a mage, a hunter, or something like that, and just stand with them, and then you get the full effect of your mastery. So even if you heal somebody far away, you're still getting the maximum bonus of mastery because you're next to a beacon, and that gives you the maximum value. I think that's probably all the really important stuff. And again, like I said, I'm still learning. This is my first day on HPAL as well, so I'm sure there's like a lot of nuance that I missed, but I did try my best to research all the ins and outs before starting, so hopefully that is my takeaway for how the spec plays, and so far that has been enough information to get me through a few different keys, so hopefully that gives you an idea on what to expect. Let's see, Spire, Pit, and Zenus. Let's filter this properly. Mysara, Skyreach. Okay. Are there really no keys active? Fuck me. Alright, we've reached that point in the day. 6 a.m. in Europe. I probably should have been actively checking, because, yeah, it's going to be harder to find people. You appreciate my streams, you want to play more, but unfortunately you recently became employed. I was gonna say, oh, sorry to hear that you became unemployed, but then I reread it, you said employed, and frankly, the message stands. I'm sorry to hear that you're now employed. Unfortunate you can't play WoW as much. But I know the feeling. There's, a lot of times, like, I kind of do the same thing of there are games that, like, I don't really play as much anymore, but I still kind of want to follow it. Like, for a while, Total War was kind of like that. I'll admit I haven't really been keeping up with Total War because my favorite Total War YouTuber, really, the only one I really watched, I did watch videos from a few other ones, but the main one I watched was Legend of Total War, and he left YouTube, so since the start of the year, since he quit, I haven't been able to watch his videos, because he doesn't make them anymore. But back when he did actively make videos and stream and stuff, like, I would regularly watch his videos, even though a lot of times I would go, like, months or years at a time without playing Total War. But it was a really fun game to kind of see what's new in the patches. And then every now and then I'd reinstall, and I'd already know what all the new stuff that I missed is, and what to focus on. So, I definitely understand that feeling of, like, even if you're not actually playing WoW, it can be fun to watch streams of it. I mean, beggars can't be choosers, really. If only WoW could be our work. So true. Declines? Goddamn. Okay, buddy. I mean, sure. I get it. I don't know. My IO is obviously still low on this character, but frankly, beggars can't be choosers to him as well. Be careful what you wish for? Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that, like, being able to do WoW as my job is some horrible thing. Like, oh, God, it's so much work. Like, obviously, I would not be doing this if I did not enjoy it. But it is definitely not, like... It's not, like, the easiest thing ever. Especially, I'll be honest, I try to make an effort to not do, like, bottom-of-the-barrel slop content, and that makes it harder. Right? I try to actually do a lot of thoroughly researched guides, which is a lot of work. Especially because, you know, the thing that I think people don't realize about streaming and just YouTube content creation in general is it's an awesome job when everything's going great. Like, whenever I have a video that's, like, popping off, getting hundreds of thousands of views, I mean, you feel like you're the king of the world. It is amazing. And then when the opposite happens, you feel like fucking dog shit. It is one of the most soul-crushing, miserable feelings in the world. When you work super hard on something, on a video or, like, a stream or whatever, and you put it out there and it just fucking bombs. It really, really sucks. It is definitely, like, one of the most miserable feelings that I have felt in my life. Because it's... You put a lot of, like, passion into this work, right? And so, whenever it feels like that kind of fails, you just feel like a failure yourself. And, like, I have seen other people say that they feel the exact same way. Like, other YouTubers have spoken about this and said exactly the same thing. But yeah, it feels really, really, really bad. And it's very stressful, right? Because on one hand, like, yeah, sure, you can create your own schedule, but especially for, like, frankly, I'll give you an example of something I'm dealing with right now. For some fucking reason, Blizzard has not announced the patch release date. Now, we're all pretty sure, we're like 90% sure it's August 11th, right? But why have they not announced it yet? Now, I have a lot of videos that I need to get done. The plan is to make a delve guide, multiple, like, mini delve guides, and then I'm going to add, like, a delve section to Follow the Arrow. Problem is, right now on the PTR, delves are completely broken. In fact, better time than any, right here. Let me link my post on the forums about delves being broken. Let me just find this real quick. There we go. Posted it in Twitch chat. And let me post it. I gotta grab it on my other computer in YouTube chat, right? So go bump my forum post so that Blizzard, like, wakes the fuck up and realizes, like, when I say, by the way, like, the title of my post, and I'll read it to you. If you weren't there for that stream, just so that you understand what we're dealing with right now, the title of my post is Delves Are Broken and Untestable. And this is not hyperbolic. This is absolutely accurate. Currently, most of the new delve variants in the 12.1 PTR are completely broken. Some are bugged and literally cannot be completed, as in, like, the door just doesn't open. Or the objective is finished and the boss just won't spawn. It, like, remains unattackable. You literally cannot finish the delve. They are outright bugged. And then others, like the most recent delve testing stream, I stepped on an egg, the egg exploded, blasted my eardrums, and unfortunately everybody watching the stream's eardrums with audio, like, overload, and then the entire game crashed. Like, just literally crashed. That is the stuff that we're talking about when we're saying, like, the new delves are just broken. And the problem with that is twofold. One, Obviously, if it launches like this, what a fucking disaster, right? But most likely it's not going to launch like this. But what it does indicate is not a single fucking person at Blizzard actually tested this. Because you literally cannot finish the delves. It's one thing for, like, the delves to be really bad, and you could be like, we all joke that, like, Blizzard doesn't play their own game, right? And you can say, wow, this feature's so bad, Blizzard clearly didn't test it. But when something is literally impossible to complete, it never becomes more clear than that, like, yeah, nobody playtested this. Obviously, because if they did, they would have realized it doesn't fucking work. So, it's a clear example of they just, since the initial iteration they put out, like, over a month ago, have done zero work on it at all. The current build is a release candidate build. Release fucking candidate build. Wrap your head around that. Something where one of the core, as Ian Hazacostas likes to put it, endgame pillars, delves, literally has broken, bugged, crash your game levels of objectives in it, and somehow this is flagged as a release candidate. Fucking mind-boggling. And the issue with that is also, even if they get it working, I noticed very serious issues with the design of the delves. Like, they just felt like shit to play. They felt like shit to play, and then I got to the end, and I'm like, oh, I can't even kill the final boss. Multiple times. So, if they fix the bugs, and they make it so the delves are finished, that's probably going to be their top priority. How much time do you think they're going to be putting into making sure the delves are actually fun? Probably very little. So, at worst, it's going to be a complete disaster and the delves will be crashing people's games. At best, the delves are just really bad. And then the problem is, right now, I can't do any of the testing that I need to make a video on this. So, I have no idea when or if any of this is going to be working. So, I would like to have my video ready in time for the patch to come out, but I have no control over this. It's out of my hands. So, it's really fucking stressful. I'm trying to allocate my time properly, but I'm like, what can I work on right now to make sure that I have enough time later on? Which is one of the reasons why, like I said, I really feel like I feel compelled to get the Keystone Hero Challenge done right the fuck now, this weekend. One of the reasons for that, despite the fact that I'm sick right now, is because I don't want to have to worry about getting this done over the next few weeks when I still have a lot of stuff in the PTR to test that I need to do for videos, and I don't know if I'll be able to. So that's just one of the many things that I'm worried about when I'm, trying to make videos like that. And then I might go through all that effort. I might make, like, what I think is the best damn delve guide ever, and then that video might bomb after, like, all this stress, all that effort, and then, like, yeah, it feels bad, right, when that happens. So, am I going to pretend that it's the hardest job ever? No, not even remotely. But a lot of people do think it's sunshine and rainbows, and especially when you're dealing with a company like fucking Blizzard Entertainment, it most certainly is not. So, yeah. Definitely be careful what you wish for to an extent. You're not wrong. They say that about beggars, but they've never met your family. Oh. From what you've seen so far, your error issue isn't a common problem, but at least recently you've been ping-ponging everywhere trying to find a solution. Funny part is you had this issue for Mop Classic? Huh. Weird. Maybe it's like some issue related to, like, some crossover between Mop and Retail. And that might be why, like, not many people are encountering it. When you're living with your parents, you don't need to budget rent, groceries, retirement, etc. Sure, streaming your favorite game is great. Yeah, I mean, true. There are definitely a lot of things that you don't need to worry about. But at the same time, a lot of that isn't necessarily directly related to streaming, right? Why did I get pinged? Is it Wordle? It's probably Wordle. It's Wordle. Oh, now that Wordle's over. Okay, so like I had a debate with like some people in my guilds about this on yesterday's Wordle. So yesterday's Wordle was aloha. And I think that's fucking bullshit. Because aloha, it's not an English word, it's a Hawaiian word. And just because it's used colloquially in English, because like yes, Hawaii is part of the United States, so like technically speaking, it is used in like in English sentences sometimes because it's like a iconic word from the Hawaiian language. I don't think that justifies including it as like, you know, as somebody in my guild put it, a loan word, right? And like, yes, over time, English has taken words from other languages, sure. But a lot of times we're like, I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but like, oh, this word is like, you know, a variation of this French word or something like that, or this German word. And they mean the same thing, but like the pronunciation is like slightly different, but like still kind of similar in English. But they're both words meaning the same thing, right? Barbecue isn't English either, but it is. Yeah, but barbecue means something, right? Barbecue means a distinct thing, right? Like if you say the word barbecue, you know what that is referring to. Just like it's hard to think of like a specific example, but what specifically aloha means, but aloha means hello, right? If we're having a conversation, like you're not Hawaiian, I'm not Hawaiian, and I say aloha, you're going to be like, what the fuck? Why are you saying aloha to me? Like, it's not something people say in casual conversation. You might say it to a Hawaiian person, so maybe that's acceptable. And so I guess it is technically considered part of the English language, like it's in the Merriam-Webster dictionary. And so, like, on a technicality, I understand why it is considered a word in the English language, but, like, I still think that's bullshit. And I definitely think it's bullshit to put it, like, as a fucking Wordle word. Because eventually, when I punched it in, I'm just like, I mean, technically, does this count? And then it did count, and it's the word, and I'm like, dude, fuck off. But a lot of times, I'll reach a point in Wordle where I'm like, I have no idea what it is, and I'll put in, like, the most random shit. You hear it all the time in California? Really? Okay, that surprises me. Maybe it's a regional thing. I'm on the East Coast, and nobody fucking says it here. I can tell you that much. So, I guess maybe it is, like... I guess I'm obviously being a little bit hyperbolic here, right? I'm not like, I sound upset, I suppose. I'm more just annoyed that Wordle used it as a word, because that feels bullshit, right? Like, I'm not like upset at the fact that it's considered a word in the English language, but it's like, it feels cheating for Wordle to use it, you know? I feel like that's a step too far. But if it is, like, I'll take your word for it, if people on the West Coast actually use it a lot, then maybe that's why. Maybe it is, like, actually commonplace. That is not an East Coast thing, though, at all. I never fucking hear people say that. So, yeah. But, like, you understand my point, at least. Like, if you're saying it's used, then I'll trust you. But from my perspective, I'm like, that is not a word that you ever use in actual conversation, at least in, my region of English. But I guess it is a... Like, obviously, English is spoken all over the place, so if you argue that it is a colloquial part of English in certain parts of the world, then I guess it could count, right? But it's just like, I will sometimes say, like, adios, right? Adios, amigos, right? But that doesn't mean that, like, adios is an English word, just because I will sometimes jokingly use it colloquially, and I've heard people use, like, como estás, por favor, colloquially. But does that make it part of the English language? I don't really think so. And I've certainly heard that way more than aloha. But then again, I also, I live in areas where there's, like, much more, like, Hispanic communities. So I could definitely be biased in that sense. But I felt a little bit robbed, especially because I felt like I had a really good guess. Like, I sat there on my fourth guess. I was like, I have no fucking clue what this could be. And I found alloy worked. And I'm like, oh, that's like a banger guess. Like, it fits, and that's like exactly the type of thing that like would have me stumped because, like, double letters, right? So I'm like, okay, it's gotta be fucking alloy, and I'm gonna feel like a genius. And then it wasn't. So I will admit, part of my frustration comes from the fact that I felt like I just figured out, like, the coolest fucking shit ever. I'm like, I can't believe I figured out the double letter. And then it ended up being fucking Aloha. And I'm just like, really? Man. Okay, we're not gonna kick? We're not gonna kick? Come on, please. Hello? I have CC'd this twice. I have CC'd this mob 2 times. Please. Please, please, come on, man! What if... 1 kick! 1 kick! Motherfucker! Please kick the Arcanist. Look at... That was sick! That was sick! Okay, please, please. Dude, come on! What are we doing? Like... Shit, it's the only fucking trash mechanic that matters! Come on, man! What is going on here? Like... The problem is, every time I do a Pit of Sauron and the Arcanist just does not get kicked, I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? Really? I have... What do you mean I have CD? It didn't get kicked once, you fucker! There's no way. There's no way. There's no way! Just kick the fucking mob, man. It's not hard. Like, I rarely do this, but, like, dude, I'm not about, like, we just had the Pit of Sauron from Hell that Vote abandoned on, like, Pull 2 earlier today. This key is so fucking easy, dude. It's so fucking easy. And yet somehow I have gotten the worst groups in Pit of Sauron. It's like, if you don't do the, like, 2 mechanics in this fucking dungeon, yeah, sure, it's fucking hard. But alternatively, do the 2 mechanics in the fucking dungeon and it's piss fucking easy. There's nothing else going on. I'll read chat. I see. I know, like, the Aloha debate is still ongoing. I've seen a few messages about it. I need a moment before I continue onto that track. Thank you, Mr. Okay, the shaman seems to have caught on and is now paying attention. Like, that's why I'm just like, look, if as long as I just point it out and, like, somebody just fucking opens their eyes and just looks at it, like, okay, yeah, all it takes is one person just being like, all right, I'm going to ensure I always get the Arcanist kick, which is what I always do. Like, there we go. Whenever I tank this dungeon, like, what else are you interrupting as a tank? What other ability are you interrupting? Every single time I tank this dungeon, the Arcanist is my job, because it's the only thing that can wipe you. So if I'm the tank, I'm like, alright, as long as I kick the Arcanist, it is literally impossible to fail this dungeon. On, like, you know, obviously on a 10 or a 12. We also just have this mob sitting back here free casting. The shaman is like, Demon Hunter, you need to start kicking. This is my 13th cast, or whatever. Just typed grass. Oh, the Demon Hunter's such an asshole, but honestly, I do respect it. Oh, fuck my life. I hope the shaman doesn't mean that, like, they've kicked too many times, and so now they're done kicking until the Demon Hunter starts kicking, because that is such a shitty mindset to have. I love that. The shaman's like, Demon Hunter, you haven't kicked at all. I've kicked this many times, and the Demon Hunter just says crap. Oh, that honestly kind of based. Super dick move, but kind of based. Oh, what? Fuck, I'm dying. I'm dying. I have threat. Ah! Okay. Gargoyle jumped and it didn't look like anybody actually got grabbed. Oh my god. It's kind of strange, because for a group that is not kicking, the damage is at least solid, right? Like, this is not bad damage. It's not, like, amazing damage, but it's not bad. We've seen a lot worse today already. And the tank's doing, like, slow but steady pulls, but then also at the same time, the tank is not interrupting. So, like, it really just... Interrupting is so easy, especially when there's only one relatively important cast. So it's just like, why would you learn how to do all this other shit and then just, like, fail to understand one of the most crucial components of the dungeon? You ripped a Lohan 3? That's fucking crazy. I think, the highest I saw in my guild is, like, 1 or 2 people got it in 4. I got it in 5. Most people got it in 6. I don't think anybody missed it, at the very least. The Connections had a bunch of Spanish in it. I haven't done Connections in a while. I might do that a bit more. Connections, though, from what I remember, like, that obviously would make a little bit more sense. And then, like, in the context of Connections, I don't know exactly what it is, but, like, let's say there were 4 Spanish words, then the Connections thing could just be that these 4 words are words in Spanish. I'd imagine it was a little bit more involved than that, but that would at least be, like, a thematic element to it. Dropping the Serenite over there is weird. The tank should break that far Serenite, if he's good. Why do I fucking talk? The entire reason I put the Serenite there is so that he could break that one, get the puddle, and then we would be safe here. And so, naturally, naturally we force the entire group to run all the way over here. Like, you do understand that if you don't break this one, we still have to run over here. It boggles the mind. It really does. Okay. Alright, yeah, sure. Just... the boss is almost dead. Pasha was way harder than Aloha. I'll give you that. Pasha made you violent. Yeah. I'm pretty sure... I can't remember if I got it in 5 or 6, but I definitely... that was not a good one for me. Though, like, pretty much every single person... What the fuck? That mob would fight! But I think every single person in my guild got fucked by Pasha. The one thing that I distinctly remember about Pasha is our mage Chi. He got to his 5th guess, and he had, like, some yellows and greens. Like, he absolutely could have gotten it. In fact, there's probably, like, no words. And then his last guess was, like, gray, 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 yellow, gray. So, like, he just gave up. And, like, he knew it was, like, it was his 6th guess. Like, at that point, do something. So I remember that one, specifically because I pinged him and I just typed question mark, and then he said, I don't know, I couldn't think of it, so I gave up. And then I typed in response, Pasha, comma, you're so lazy. I did that after the midnight thing when it had swapped over. But that's the only reason I remember the results from Pasha. But yeah, most people got fucked by that one as well. Pasha, at the very least, Pasha, I did look that one up. And apparently it's one of those, like, yeah, it was used in, like, the 1800s. And, like, admittedly, I understand that more, because I'm like, okay, obviously I have heard people say, like, psh, like that, like, psh, and that is, like, something that gets said, so I'm guessing it's one of those, like, evolved over times, where, like, it used to be treated as a word, and then it just became, like, a noise that you make, right? That's, at least, I looked it up in Merriam-Webster, and that seemed to be the case. And that, like, that makes sense. I mean, obviously, I don't have a fucking time machine. I can't go back in time and see, like, was this word actively being used in the fucking 1800s, right? But if Merriam-Webster says it was, I'll take their word for it. So. It's onomatopoeia? Yeah. You feel like Pasha's not even a word? Yeah, I mean, in the modern day, it's definitely not. Yeah. Which is why, like, I understand that it feels bullshit. You heard it on British TV shows? Interesting. Also, what is this poll, man? What the fuck is this poll? Like, this is what I mean when, like, nobody's died yet, but we're missing kicks and we're pulling 3 mobs? Hello? What is going on here, buddy? Mr. Tank, I'm gonna need a little bit more effort from you. Do I have Decurse? Disease, magic, poison. I do not. Fuck you, I'm gonna stand here and shield the righteous, and there's nothing you can do about it. Brother, you can also bop yourself. Hello? Oh. Yeah. Now, he rests and immediately bubbles. Yeah, it feels like you could have maybe done that at an earlier point. You know, when you weren't fucking dead. There's just no way. There's no way. Dude, just fucking bop yourself! Holy! I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna scream. I'm going to scream. Dude, I feel like I'm just... I feel so much more toxic when I'm healing than, like, any other role. It makes me so much angrier. I think because it's like, I don't want people to die while I'm healing. So, when somebody dies to dumb shit, even if, like, there's... Obviously, I know there's nothing I could have done, but it's like, I feel like I look worse because stupid idiot couldn't move out of a swirly. And it makes my blood boil. For the love of God, come on! Why are we doing baby? Like, he was doing perfectly normal pulls, and then now it's just like, alright, we're at the end of the dungeon, time to pull singular packs at a time. Like, this guy's also, he has time to 12 before. It's not like this is his first time in this dungeon. Like, what the fuck? Oh, whoops. Oh, shit. Oh, guys. I accidentally tap-targeted the wrong mob. Oh, I'm such a klutz. I can't believe I did that. Oh, no. I did not mean to do that. That I fat-fingered bubble. Probably doesn't matter. I meant to hit sack on the Paladin. But... Look at the shaman go. The shaman has had enough of this shit too. The shaman's like, fuck this. Oh, he didn't actually... Wait, he didn't pull them up? He ran all the way up the hallway and then he didn't actually pull it. Okay. Also fucking 110% route. Why are you dying, buddy? Give me some fucking space here. Back the fuck off. This is the dumbest way I've ever seen this tunnel full. Oh my god. Alright. I mean, as long as people don't fuck up this boss. Chat, will he see this message? Hi, Natty. Yes. The shaman just said, Tank, a tip for you, need pull more next time. So true. Probably gonna get fucking blasted here, so I'm not kicking. Nice. Well, we got there in the end. Reroll my key. I'm probably gonna reroll into a Pit of Sauron. Another Mysara. Okay. Still dead key. What do I got? More shoulder pads. Alright. And there's the, there's the 2K Catalyst charge. Alright. Let's see. So what was the final consensus on Aloha? Let's see. You have a lot of surf culture, a lot of surf culture in SoCal, so Aloha gets traction. That makes sense. I do remember, like, the stereotypical surfer bro in movies. It's like, Aloha, dude, let's catch some waves. Like, that kind of thing. So, upon second thought, now that you mention it, I kind of see it. But yeah, it's just not something that I ever hear in, like, daily lingo. It was slightly more involved, but practically was just these are Spanish. Gotcha. It's more like an exclamation, yeah. You can free them those dots? Oh, that's good to know. Ultimate diss, the healer getting pissed and starts pulling. I mean, at that point, I'm glad it wasn't just me, right? And in my defense, I didn't even say shit to the tank. The shaman actually said, and I quote, I think I read it out loud, but the shaman said, "Tank, a tip for you. Need pull more next time." So, frankly, like, that is, like, I would say that's the nicest way they could have worded it, but it was definitely, I don't know why. It's crazy because his pulls at the start were honestly normal. Like, he did pulls that I would do, and then randomly second half of the dungeon, he's just like, 3 mobs, 4 mobs. Like, what are we doing? Totally tubular, bro. Yeah, exactly. That type of surfer bro lingo. It's in California, especially if you're near surfing spots. It's high, but also by, and then there's the Aloha Spirit. Okay, that, I had never heard of the Aloha Spirit. I don't know that. Chow is obviously not enough letters, but would that work? I don't think Chow would count either. Like, adios is technically enough letters for Wordle, right? But I wouldn't consider that to be a viable, like, English word for Wordle. Alright, let's see here. We have 2 dungeons left. Windrunner's the only one that I'm even remotely concerned about, and even then, not really. But, unfortunately, it's going to be hard to find groups at this time. Yeah, most of this is a 10, but it's fine. I've also, like, it's not like I've been seeking out 10s. I have just been taking what I can get throughout this challenge. And I feel like I'm at the point where, honestly, I'm kind of getting Holy Paladin. Like, I felt like I did pretty well on some, like, especially the Icken Crick, where everybody was just taking fucking autos to the face. And I, outside of the Paladin literally standing in one-shot swirlies, which nothing I can do about that. Even if I sacked him, I think he still dies. But I'm pretty sure I did a damn good job there keeping people alive. Like, the Shaman got slapped down to 25%, and I hit him with an Eternal Flame, and then he got slapped down again, but lived. So, I'm quite pleased with that. Let's reset the data so that it doesn't bug out. Oh, do I have to reset both of them? No, okay, just once. Alright. Learning. I mean, I said before, beggars can't be choosers. It's Nexus. Nexus is fucking easy. So... You just got Taco Bell and a dude in a Mexican flag baseball cap walked by with a shirt that said Aloha State of Mind. You know, I will concede this point. You guys have convinced me. It's, I guess, especially compared to words like Pasha, if Aloha is actually actively used to that extent, then fair enough. Hey, Terry, good to see you. Okay, like, it's a learning key, brother. If I was ever going to complain about, like, people being picky, a +10 learning key, and I'm not good enough for you to invite to that? Ah. It is kind of unfortunate that, I guess, I was gonna say we haven't run my key at all in this particular challenge. I did run the seat. So I ran my key one time, which, you know, at the very least, it hasn't been that hard to get into pug groups. Like, the main challenge has just been, I'm doing this at, like, demon hours, but all things considered, I've gotten invited fairly quickly, so it's not that bad. Wait, TomTom is shutting down? What the heck? Oh. Wait, what the fuck? Uh-oh. OBS? Hello? I think I'm just getting fucking baited by YouTube. Dude, I think it's sometimes when I'm, like, AFK, if the image looks still, YouTube will think that, like, nothing's happening, and it, like, gives me a warning of, like, oh, no stream connection! You know, stream will shut down shortly. And I always panic whenever I see that. And half the time, I'm just getting baited. Okay, so apparently, just because Blizzard is adding the ability to do some of TomTom's functionality into the base game, somebody made a post declaring TomTom dead. And apparently the TomTom devs have not actually said anything to indicate that. So... yeah, I would be pretty pissed if somebody, like, did that to Follow the Arrow and just put, like, a rest in peace Follow the Arrow post, so... I would imagine that the TomTom devs are not too happy to see that on the front page of Reddit. It's kind of demon hours. Well, it's... I'm in North America, but I'm playing on Europe, right? So right now, you know, it's early morning in Europe, so there's just, like, no keys up. On North America right now, it would still be pretty active, but, like, I would say... man, really? They might be AFK. Oh, no, they do listed their key. But... like, generally speaking, on North America, I find groups fairly easily up until, like, 3 in the morning-ish. And it's, like, starting from, like, kind of 4 a.m. to, like, 8 a.m., that's where I would say those are, like, the dead zone hours, where in most regions, groups kind of drop off a cliff. I need a Nexus or Windrunner. Honestly, if you have a key owner, I would not be opposed to that. Just because at this point, you know, it's not like it would be a real advantage, and if it reaches a point where the main brick wall is just literally unable to find groups, then I wouldn't mind. Especially considering I've gotten obscenely unlucky this challenge, so... is what it is. It's kind of funny, though. I've gotten... interesting how the loot, or the luck kind of filters out. I've gotten really good loot RNG on my Paladin, but abysmal key reroll RNG. And I would say subpar groups. The groups this time around have not been great. I mean, we had our first vote abandon. Or, well, the first time I have initiated a vote abandon. So, you know. It's been a day. Honestly, kind of making solid time, though, considering 2 dungeons left, and it's already 4 hours. That being said, I think I've kept the yapping to a lesser extent this time around. Partially just because my throat is starting to really kill me. It's a learning key, and you obviously already know the key, so you don't get an invite? True. I didn't think about that. How can you even play in Europe? I don't get that bad ping. I pretty consistently hover around 90 ms. Oceanic servers on North America are significantly worse. They're like 200 ms. So, compared to that, this is honestly pretty smooth. This actually, it's pretty much the exact same MS that I get for West Coast servers. I think West Coast servers I usually get like 70 MS or so. And obviously like East Coast I get, 30 MS, something basically super low. But I had not had a single issue with lag, which I thought it would at least feel somewhat bad to play on Europe, but it actually really does not make a difference at all. I do not notice it whatsoever. Vote abandoned in a 10? Yeah. It was pretty bad. It was a Pit of Sauron, and we just did not kick the Arcanists at all. The damage was also, like, abysmal. 2 of the DPS were losing to the tank, and the tank was not even doing that much damage. And then every single Arcanist kick was going off and just murdering people. And then the tank, after somebody died to the Arcanist kick, the tank pulled a few extra mobs and then just fell over dead. And then I initiated Vote Abandon, because we were up to 11 deaths. It was... You can pull up the dungeon map, right? I think. Yeah. Yeah, right? Doesn't this let you pull up the map? Oh, there we go. Show map. Yeah, so, like, we did the pull here. Went down, and on the pull here, with, like, the Arcanist and the Dragon guy, this is where we died, and this is where I Vote Abandoned. 11 deaths by this point, and the tank dead. And since not a single kick was had, that entire group, I was just like, I don't want to do this. And they all, like, they accepted it, so... All Magisters in seat? No problem. I appreciate it, though. I mean, like, surely this group isn't super picky. It's definitely... It's been a little bit trickier to get into groups. Just because... Oh, they invited an Ellie Shaman... Who I guess... I have no idea if they're actually a healer or not. They briefly showed as Resto. Okay, they are a Resto Shaman. Fuck my life. On some of the other healers, I had, like, a little bit of starting score. Because I did, like, some low keys weeks ago. But on these ones, I don't have that advantage. I didn't bother doing any keys in the meantime. So I just, I have what I have. How do you know which server is for what region? Like, if you're in NA and join a pug, how would we or the game figure out what server to host the instance in? It's whoever enters first. So if you're on a server like Frostmourne, and you're the first person to enter the instance, it's an Oceanic server. And then everybody else is on the Oceanic server. But then vice versa. If you're on, like, Illidan, then it's an East Coast server. I think Illidan's East Coast. I'm gonna BRB real quick. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom there at this point while I wait. But hopefully there's, like, a few more keys up by the time I get back in, like, a few minutes.
Let's hope there's a few more keys up. Please. Yeah, this is rough. I might do, like, if it reaches a point where it's been like 15 or so minutes, I might do like one Resto Shaman key just to get a head start, or at least look. Because I'd imagine, like, if I take off the filter, there's wow, there's very few. Even then, maybe that wouldn't help. I think I'm gonna keep the filter off just so I can feel something. So that when I refresh, it's not a barren wasteland. Honestly, rather that. Look, they're still searching. The other issue with Resto Shaman is I can't do a 10 if I start in Resto Shaman because I don't have a key on that character either, so I need to do at least an 11 or a 12. So that would limit my ability, like I couldn't join this group from Pete Frostbane. Guess you better enter the instance first from now on then? Well, I will say if there's a group that advertises itself as Oceanic, and you enter before them, they might be a little bit annoyed. Generally, if they say, like, this is an Oceanic group, it's assumed that, like, you're okay with the ping. I guess one thing... It's all Algathar Magisters. One thing that I can do while I wait is the Wordle. I won't give Wordle spoilers, but I just saw somebody in my guild just ran it down. That is unlucky. Okay, I will say I'm not gonna spoil the exact context, but sometimes you kind of get unavoidable spoilers by looking at other people's guesses. Like if I can see that they ran it down with like a bunch of greens, and then there's that one letter they're missing, and then they ended up failing at the end, that does at least kind of tell me that it's basically, what's the right word for it? There's like a lot of words that fit that general formula. Yeah, I think like anybody who's played Wordle kind of knows, because you've all had that day where you get like 4 greens and then you just run it down and fail. And that happened to somebody in my guilds. So that does kind of tell me... It's like, I don't know, it's kind of impossible when you're playing Wordle like this. East Coast Privilege, you need to wait 2 hours. Yeah. It's kind of impossible to get around that fact with the way that we do it, like, you know, we have the whole guild thing and it shows everybody's... It doesn't show their results, their final, like, their guesses, but if you've ever seen, like, people post their Wordle scores, like, I can see the rows of green and yellow. But there's 2 ways that you can kind of use that to get information. One, if you know somebody's starter word, then that can give you info. So I make an effort to not know anybody's starter word, and then if that person does share it, I usually make an active effort to, like, try and do the Wordle early. And then if I see that they've done it, I don't pay close attention. I just, like, avert my eyes so that I don't see it. But then every now and then, sometimes you'll accidentally, like, your eyes just land on it, right? And you're like, ah, fuck. I know what that is. But then also the positioning of some of this, it's just kind of unavoidable. That being said, the vast majority of days, if I'm not, like, streaming while the Wordle goes up, I do it, like, literally the moment it hits midnight. So, and this is still fairly early. You always wonder about the tag system. What do they even mean? I mean, nothing really. Blizzard added this fairly recently. I always just put relaxed because I don't want to put competitive, right? Like, because plus 10 competitive is just kind of an oxymoron, right? Like, I think that is a silly thing to do. Obviously, if you're doing high keys, I would say you could put competitive. That's fair. But then, like, what is the difference between relaxed and learning, I guess? Like, I usually put relaxed because obviously I'm not learning, right? At least I'm not learning the dungeon. Technically, I'm learning the spec, but I think my definition of learning is a lot different than other people's definition of learning. Like,
most people are like, yeah, you'll often see this whenever people get like some amount of pushback for performing poorly. They'll always say like, well, where am I supposed to learn? And the problem is a lot of those people will walk into that content with like zero knowledge of what to do and then expect that they're just going to like learn in a key. Whereas like what I did before even starting any of these challenges is I sat down and did like a lot of reading through logs, through Raider.io, through Wowhead guides and stuff like that, through the class discords and whatnot to understand the spec before I even sat down to do a single key with it. That way, once I'm actually going in, I know the theory behind it, I just haven't actually had practice. And yeah, you're not going to play amazing, but you're definitely going to do significantly better than someone who has literally never done it before. Is HPAL my main? No. No. This is the first day I have ever played HPAL. Outside of like a single M0 dungeon like 2 years ago. I do not main healer. The entire point of this challenge is I main tank. Blood DK is my current main. And I have been trying to learn how to play all the healing specs. The learning tag actually seems to matter. Yeah, that's why, like... Oh, nice. Okay. That's why I usually put relaxed instead of learning, because, like, I'm not that picky. Especially, like, if once I invite somebody to the group, I'm not picky. Like, I'll be picky with who I invite, but, you know, if somebody slips through the cracks and fucks up, I usually, if anything, offer, like, constructive criticism at the absolute worst. Blood DK eating good? Oh, man, yeah. The craziest thing is, Blood DK, I already was saying, for weeks now, is going to be the #1 tank in Raid next season, and, like, okay in M+. It's not going to be meta, it's still not going to be meta, but it was looking pretty good. And then they just, like, randomly buff the fuck out of Blood DK? Like, why? Like, I'm not going to complain, but why? Did we need that? No. So, like, there is a genuine discussion that, like, me, my co-tank, and my raid leader had the other day of, like, do we just run double Blood DK? Like, is this just a thing now? Realistically, the conclusion that we came to is there is no universe now where you don't run one Blood DK. Like, I don't think I've ever gone into a tier more convinced that one tank is going to be played than Blood this tier. Now, I have been pretty spot on with my predictions. Like, I predicted Prop Halley in Undermine. I predicted Guardian Druid in Narubar Palace. I predicted Brewmaster Monk in Mana Forge Omega. I predicted Guardian Druid this last tier in Midnight Season 1. In all of those cases, I actually was wrong on my prediction for the second tank. It's hard to always nail that correctly, especially because there's so many variables for... Oh, heck, why would we convert to Raid? There's so many variables for, like, the exact tank comp, and a lot of times that depends on, like, the tuning for other stuff. So it's kind of difficult to predict, but, like, usually you can figure out an outlier. I would say Mana Forge is the only one where I probably should have been able to predict, like, Prot Warrior. I don't know, I was kind of right because I think I predicted... Oh, okay, my game just froze. I think it's because this thing just spawned directly on top of us and it lagged out the game. Like, I had seen Sims putting Prot Warrior on top, but I thought Blood DK would be better, which, like, technically for Dementius it was. Just because of Brips. But, like, does that count? I don't know. There were ones I missed. Like, I predicted Guardian Blood for Narubar Palace, and it ended up being, what, Guardian Monk? I think Echo actually ran Guardian Paladin, or something like that. And then there are... shit, I canceled my food buff.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I completely overlooked Prot Warrior going into Undermine, and I ended up really liking Prot Warrior and Undermine. I'll be honest, it wasn't on my radar, right? But I pegged Paladin very early on as, like, a really strong pick. And going into this tier, I am relatively confident it's going to be, what's it called? Prop Pally and Blood DK. I'd be very surprised if it's not. Most people I've spoken to are also pretty convinced of Prop Pally Blood DK. But there's also a chance it could be double blood, right? So it's really hard to say. And then also, like right now, I would say Prot Warrior actually looks pretty good. Prot Warrior's not bad. The thing is, Arms Warrior also looks really good. So in a universe where Arms Warrior and Fury Warrior were like turbo dog shit, it honestly could very easily be a Prot Warrior Blood DK tier. But, you know, we have to analyze everything. And right now, since Warrior DPS seems good, you'll probably want them, so it doesn't seem like that'll be needed. Similarly, Bear does not look bad, but Balance looks fucking crazy. So there's just zero chance you don't run at least one, if not more, Balance Druids, so you don't really need a Bear, is the thought, right? But right now, basically, Blizzard's balancing based on vibes? Yeah, honestly. It kind of feels that way. The balancing going into this next tier is just, it's really questionable. Like, Brewmaster is just so fucked, I just genuinely don't understand what vendetta they have against Brew. It's kind of depressing. But going into this tier, basically, you're always going to run one blood. I honestly can't remember a time when I've been more confident in a pick than this. Something absolutely catastrophic would need to happen for Blood DK as a one-of to not be played next year. Like, I would have to be super far off the mark, or, like, at the absolute last second, they, like, nerfed the fuck out of Blood, but they just buffed Blood, right? So, there was a time when I was like, oh, you know, Blood seems really strong, maybe it's gonna get nerfed in time for the raid, but they've fucking buffed it! So that's where I'm like, okay, clearly they didn't realize how good Blood already fucking was. Otherwise, they sure as hell wouldn't have buffed it. So if they're that fucking clueless about the state of tank balance, then even if they nerf Blood, like, they could basically completely revert those nerfs, and I would still say with 100% certainty that it's a Blood DK tier. Like, that is how strong it was. So now, like, they would genuinely need to revert the nerfs entirely for it to not be a thing. So, yeah, if I'm wrong on that, I mean, I don't know. I'd be very fucking surprised. But then after that, I think it's definitely... I think it's pretty easy to predict what will be played depending on factors. Like, right now, the way that I described it, like, in the conversation with my code tank and my raid leader, is basically the most important thing is buffs. But right now, the only buff that you might want a little bit of coverage on is Monk buff, because, like, while Mistweaver seems like it'll be good, obviously you don't necessarily know if that's, like, guaranteed. Healing Tuning could put Mistweaver in a bad spot. I don't think Windwalker is in a particularly amazing spot, but also, I did not realize how broken Windwalker was going into Undermine, for instance. Like, I don't play Windwalker. Most people, I think, who weren't actively Windwalker mains weren't really prepared for how broken it was. So who knows, right? But the current state of Brewmaster is, like, so abysmal that, I keep telling my raid leader, like, he wants me to play Brewmaster as my third split character as a just in case. And I'm like, look, if you want me to, like, I will, right? But you genuinely do not understand how fucking bad that spec is. Like, they have fucking killed it. It's unplayable. It's really bad. So there is just literally zero chance that even if Brewmaster is, like, an okay option as a buff tank, it's just so bad that it just cannot be run as a buff tank. It is currently, by far, the weakest tank spec. Now, normally, tank balance tends to be, like, acceptable enough to where you can justify running any tank as a buff tank, but that's just not the case right now for Brew. Like, I do not think it can live without, like, extreme babysitting on some of the later bosses on Mythic. I don't see how it could. The kit is just fucking broken. It just doesn't work. So, I think Brewmaster just has zero chance. And then we kind of already said, like, Warrior you won't need, Druid buff you won't need. So, buff tanks are generally the biggest consideration. Outside of that, like, what's the next buff? Vengeance Demon Hunter, well, you're gonna run Devourer, almost certainly. There's, like, very, 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 very little chance, I would say next to zero, that you don't run Devourer. So, you're not gonna need Vengeance as a buff tank. And then, like, what's the other buff tank? I guess you could technically call Diva Aura a buff tank. Well, Holy Paladin looks really bad. Ret, I don't really know how good Ret's looking. My guild happens to have a really good Ret Paladin, so we're probably fine either way. But, you know, there is a very real chance that, like, Ret's damage is just not amazing. So, like, for Race the World First, Prop Pali's already pretty good. So not only is Prop Pali just good in general, and has solid utility, but currently it seems like it might actually be the only really important buff tank. And it is the lowest importance buff tank, but it's still something, right? So you factor all that in, right? Now, let's say Ret is really good, right? And you end up bringing Ret no matter what. Like, Ret was actually really good in Midnight Season 1, so maybe it's a repeat of that. Maybe Ret ends up being just brought no matter what. Also, another thing is, like, grips tend to be a concern, right? So the next thing that you would be concerned about is, are there any, like, super important utility things that you need from tanks? Grips really being the chief among them. Now, you're already going to have a Blood DK for sure. Grips, also, I should note, are important, right? But that's one of the main reasons why Blood DK is basically a surefire pick. You know, it's unkillable, it has grips, it does really good damage as well. I don't necessarily know if it's going to be the top damage tank. I have not looked at sims. But, like, on raid testing, I was doing really fucking good damage. And, what's it called? Like, Blood DK already right now is, like, people think Blood DK does low damage for reasons I don't understand. Like, I don't know if they've just played with shitty Blood DKs. You can just look at Warcraft log statistics. Like, obviously, buffs have happened since the start of the season. But, like, as it stands right now, like, on live servers, Blood DK is not bad. Like, are they doing Guardian Druid levels of damage? No. But they're, like, solidly above average. Brewmaster right now is, like, really, really, really behind on damage. But Blood DK is, like, pretty solid. And the other really nice thing about Blood DK is Blood DK has multiple viable builds. So Blood DK has a really, really, really good 2 to 3 target cleave build, Sand Lane. And then Blood DK also has flexible builds for both, like, you can do solid damage even if you're running a survivability build for both high target AoE and single target. So it's not like one of those tanks where it, like, does really good on one particular damage profile and then it's like shit for everything else. It is flexible. It is amazing for basically all damage profiles and has really good, like, survivability pretty much in whatever it's playing. Blood DK is just fucking crazy strong. So, again, you're always going to run one. But then because you're guaranteed to run one, now grips are less of a concern. Frost DK currently seems really good, so you're probably going to want to run one Frost DK at least, especially because having, like, secondary grips never hurts. So then, having the extra grips, the only boss that we saw in testing where, like, having a second mass grip would really matter is the very first boss of the raid. And while it would help there, it's the very first boss of the raid. Like, it's not going to be tuned to be extremely difficult. It was kind of brutal on testing, I'll be honest. But, like, a lot of times bosses are hard on testing and then ends up being way tuned down for live. So I wouldn't really read too much into that. And then worst case scenario, what, you have somebody go Blood DK for that. It's like Veilgore and Ezerac, right? A lot of guilds 2 to 3 Blood DK tanked it. My guild 3 Blood DK tanked it. So you can do that. That doesn't necessarily mean that you want to run a third Blood for the entire raid. Now, outside of that, there is additional utility, right? AMZ is pretty good. So having a second AMZ is solid utility outside of the context of grips. So second Blood doesn't contribute nothing. But is AMZ better than having, what's it called? And this is assuming you don't need Diva Aura, right? Obviously, Diva Aura is stronger in isolation if you don't have a Ret Paladin, but assuming you have a Ret Paladin, assuming you have all buffs covered without needing a tank, then do you want, like, Sack, Bop, Spell Ward, the ability to bubble and immune soak mechanics, which there are definitely situations in this raid where that might be a factor, which is just yet more points for Prop Paladin. Do you want AMZ? Extra backup grips, which would make any fight like that completely cheesed. And there are definitely situations where, sure, like Vashnik, for instance, yeah, you don't need to have double mass grip to do Vashnik. Like, we did it with only one blood DK pretty easily. But definitely it's a fight where there are a lot of adds that are kind of annoying, and if you had 2 mass grips, I mean, that fight's just a fucking joke, right? Like, there's absolutely nothing that can hurt you. So it may unironically be a strat on that fight to just run 2 blood DKs just to completely cheese it. I don't think you'll need to. I don't think most guilds will, but maybe that would make it a little bit easier. Hard to say. But I do think Pally probably wins out. But then there's other considerations to be made, right? Like, you know, Warrior has Rallying Cry. That's not bad. Druid probably is on the weaker end for that. Like, you do have Stampeding Roar, but, like, how important is that really? Darkness at that point is just not really a consideration. It's, I would say, weaker than AMZ, Rallying Cry, etc. So I think if we get to the point where that is what you're deciding your tank pick on, then, you know, it's kind of pointless. But I would say that all of those tanks are all, like, pretty solid options, and they all offer, like, comparable utility, where I don't think it's, like sometimes the main, I think, tank that loses out on that front is Druid, because Druid definitely, I think, is keeping up with the other tanks in most metrics, but obviously, historically, if you aren't the Mark of the Wild bringer, then there isn't a whole lot that Druid contributes outside of, you know, it's basically only been brought for Mark of the Wild back into Rhubarb Palace, or for raw damage this season. And, like, even Echo ran Resto Druid and Guardian on some fights. So they were still bringing it just for the raw damage. So that was the main reason it was brought. Druid really doesn't have any other utility. There are very few fights where Stampeding Roar actually matters, and in the vast majority of cases you have other people to bring mobility CDs, like Windrush Totem or something like that. That's more than enough. Think like Lura P4 moving with the Crystal. As long as you have, like, very tiny amounts of coverage there, you're kind of fine. So I cannot remember any time where that was actually a deciding factor. And then really, the last thing it just boils down to is damage. Which tank does the most damage? So, in my mind, it really is a decision of between... Blood DK for sure. If Ret is not run, and every single healer I've spoken to says that Holy Paladin is going to be completely dogshit next year. Obviously, if that's wrong and Holy Paladin ends up being good, then, you know, that changes the dynamic slightly. But right now, it seems like it's just a decision of Ret or Prot. And most people I've spoken to agree that Ret is not good enough to justify, and that, you know, Prot is really strong anyway, so you may as well just run Prot. That seems to be the consensus. So, like, stopping there, most people just think they're going to use Prot as Diva Aura, it's good in all other departments, it has solid utility, you run Blood DK Prot Paladin. Like, that is kind of where the conversation ends for most people. But if we have to go a step further, then I do think there is consideration for between Prot Warrior, Blood DK, and Prot Paladin. Yeah, pretty much just those. And then maybe Guardian Druid, if Guardian is, like, super far ahead, though I don't think it is. But I guess we'll add it to that category. Between those, which one does the most damage? And then at that point, if one of those is doing considerably more damage, which I think right now, I have not seen any sims that indicate that one tank is, like, significantly far ahead of the pack, like Guardian Druid was going into this season. That does not seem to be the case. So, if that's not the case, then you probably just pick Paladin to be safe. But let's say Blood DK damage, especially with this buff, I don't know. Like, it could be. There are, like, especially in most cases, I don't think Blood DK is, like, that far ahead. I think Blood DK is, like, solidly, like, in the middle of the pack with other people. But Blood DK really does, like, its strongest niche is 2 to 3 targets. It's, like, average with other tanks across, like, most content. But then, if you can maximize 2 to 3 target cleave, like, if we look right now at Raid's Light Blinded Vanguard... Oh, shit, okay. I probably shouldn't be doing this in the middle of the key. Especially on a pull like this, where I have to... Let me try to do this. Damage, 95th percentile... Yeah, go... okay, I'm glad I'm not crazy. Go look at Light-Blinded Vanguard, the statistics for tank damage on that fight, and look how far ahead Blood DK is on every other tank. Like, you think that Blood DK is, like, middle of the pack on most bosses, then you look at that fight, and Blood DK is fucking gapping every other tank. Some of the hardest fights in the next raid, Twin Fangs, the third to last boss, Zul'jin, the second to last boss, and according to the Dungeon Journal, Ulatek, the last boss, it all looks like they're 2-target cleave. Twin Fangs is literally perma 2-target cleave. It is Sandlane's wet dream. It is so fucking good for that fight. Now, I played Deathbringer on testing just because I was lazy, I'll be honest. But it is just, by definition, an amazing Sandlane fight. And Zul'jin has multiple periods, especially the execute phase at the end, is pure 2-target cleave. So that is the best damage window right now on live servers for Sandlane, and it got buffed. And it's already gapping the fuck out of all other tanks. So, yeah, in a vacuum, Blood DK is like average damage. But in that particular niche, they go fucking crazy. And that might be the most important niche in the next raid. So, with that in mind, the only tank that really feels to me like it has a distinct edge is either Prop Paladin on really high target AoE, which is more of a Mythic Plus thing. Like, I don't think that will be relevant for raid. It might, like, hard to tell by the Dungeon Journal, it might be relevant for Ulatek. Hard to say, but definitely from the fights that we know, Blood DK just has a clear advantage here. So, there is a genuine chance that if you do not need Diva Aura, and you are just picking which tank does the most damage, you might actually be in a position to run Double Blood. It's that broken. So, I'll be honest, I have no fucking clue what Blizzard was thinking, and, like, I think, like, there's not enough people paying attention to, like, my stream for me to, like, saying that to really fucking matter, right? But yeah, they just really should not have buffed Blood DK. Like, I hate to say it, it's my main, right? Obviously, I'm fucking thrilled right now. I mean, technically speaking, I main all tanks, right? Like, I will play whatever tank I think is, the strongest or realistically the most fun. Generally speaking, every single tier. Like, because tanks have flexibility, especially in raid. There's usually, like, one or two. There's, like, a combination. So, usually, I will try to see if I can get to play the tank that I think is more fun. And this time around, honestly, I think Blood DK looks more fun. So, the current plan, from what I've talked to with my raid leader, is I'm going to be, like, the guaranteed blood. And then my co-tank is basically going to be Prop Pally Blood. So, if we end up in a Prop Pally Blood comp, then he will be the Prop Pally. If we end up in a Double Blood comp, then, he'll also play Blood. That seems to be the idea. And then I'm covering, like, other buff tanks, right? Like, I'm covering Monk, I'm covering, well, I'll have to ask my raid leader, actually, does he want me to focus more on Prot Warrior or Bear? Because the initial plan was I was going to do, what's it called? I was doing... Yeah, these guys are fucking dying. I was doing Blood DK, then Guardian, then Prot Warrior for our splits. So, like, for main, and then second alt, third alt, right? But my raid leader asked if I could swap my third alt to Monk. Just in case. If, like, in an emergency we need backup debuff. But one thing that I forgot to ask is whether he wants me to keep Warrior. Realistically, like, I mean, I play everything, right? So, like, my Guardian Druid and my Prot Warrior are both 290, so really, whichever one is needed, it'll be ready for splits already. Doesn't particularly matter, but obviously I would like to know which one should be my next highest focus, so I'll probably have to ask him at some point. I honestly think that, like, people are kind of sleeping on Prot Warrior. I'm not going to say that Prot Warrior's, like, amazing, especially because Arms does look good. But I think right now, like, if you put a gun to my head and said, like, which one is more likely to be benched in an emergency, Arms Warrior or Balance Druid, I'd definitely say Arms Warrior. Balance Druid is just so fucking broken right now. And, like, I think from what I've seen, Prot Warrior and Guardian are both in, like, similar positions. So I think there is a, like, while both of them are low chances that it'll be needed, I think there's a ever so slightly more noticeable chance that, like, Prot Warrior will be necessary for Battle Shout than Guardian will be. Especially because then, let's say the damage gets buffed for Prot Warrior or something like that. Then, if you're in a position where all the damage is, like, close, but maybe Prot Warrior is, like, slightly edging ahead, then it actually brings a rally, whereas Guardian Druid, even if it's ahead, you might still bring another tank. Like, if Guardian is only barely ahead, you might still bring a Blood DK or a Prot Pally for the utility. Whereas, like, if Warrior's ahead, that might be enough to push it over the edge, because then you also have Rallying Cry as, like, an extra raid external. So, even though initially Warrior was going to be my third pick, I think I'll probably make the case that it should probably be my second, and then Monk third. But we'll see. Prot Warrior low-key hasn't had a season where it's been the meta tank. Did you play BFA? Prot Warrior was the meta tank for, like, the last 3 seasons of BFA. Prot Warrior had a notorious period of complete and utter dominance. Probably only beaten by the recent reign of Vengeance Demon Hunter, I would say. BFA was ages ago? I mean... I don't think it's that long ago to where we're counting it out. But honestly, like, having played this game for a while, I can tell you that in my mind, the difference between, like, Legion onward is kind of blurred. It's, the game fundamentally changed in Legion. I think anything before Legion is fundamentally different, and right? And it's not really worth discussing. Legion onwards, I do think it's all kind of the same basic game design principles that they've been maintaining ever since. Also, note that is only for M+, right? Prot Warrior has been consistently very solid in M+, for a while now. So, like, you said Prot Warrior has never been the meta tank, right? And when you say the meta tank, I think, like, a season of complete and utter dominance, like Guardian Druid currently, like Vengeance Demon Hunter historically. And in that case, like, for instance, Brewmaster Monk has literally never had a period like that in its entire history of existence. The only thing that you can count is, like, challenge modes back in, like, MoP and WoD. And even then, in WoD, Blood DK kind of gave it a run for its money. A lot of times you actually ran double tank comps. But that's, again, I wouldn't really count that because that is before Legion. But you could, if you really wanted to stretch it, Harldan's actually not bad.
I hope that one day my sisters will be able to do the same.
Okay. Well, we ended with a reroll into a key that I need. The last key that I need, so it's not all bad. Okay, I wasn't actively reading chat for the most part. I glanced at chat and I saw your message there, but let me before we start that last key, that Zenus, I'll catch up on chat. Because I only saw the last thing that you said. I didn't see all the other stuff before. What's my backup word if my starter whiffs? So, I play hard mode, so I always use whatever I get, right? So, my backup word, it varies, right? If I If one of the letters hits, then I'll adapt, right? If the entire word whiffs, then I guess I don't really have a consistent one that I always pick. It used to be plain, but I changed my starter word recently because I mentioned it to a few people, and then I wanted to change it up so that they didn't know it. So I haven't actually picked out a consistent, like, backup. Basically, I only use it if it's, like, all grays, right? But more recently, I've just been kind of going by feel. Haven't picked out one that I really like. When you share your 2-6 Wordle wins, you censor out the first row. When you share with your family because they know your first word, yeah. I think that's a good way to go about it. Blizzard nerfed Havoc 5% one week, buffed it 5% the next week. That's so silly. You don't think you're going to play much next season? I feel like your raid leader is a major Brewmaster believer. Well, my raid leader isn't necessarily a Brewmaster believer, right? Like, he listens to me on Brewmaster. He knows that I can play it, right? So he wants to keep it as an option. It's less so that he's a big believer in Brewmaster and more just he really wants to make sure we have Monk buff. And we don't really have... Like, Mistweaver's good, but we actually don't have as many people who are, like, proficient at Mistweaver as one of their alts. So really we have, like, one guy, Leandros, who's, like, really, really, really good at Mistweaver, and then a few people who, like, have it as, like, their second or third alt. And I guess, really, more than anything, it speaks to his confidence in their ability to play their off-spec. He hasn't outright said that, right? But if he really trusted them to be able to play Mistweaver as their off-spec, I doubt he would be as insistent that I make sure Brewmaster is ready. The other thing is we do have a few people with Windwalker as, like, their third alt, but he's adamant that he does not want to have to rely on Windwalker because... he hasn't actually seen them play Windwalker on Prog. I actually think one of our DK's Wheeze did play Windwalker for part of our Bellerin Prog, because that seemed to be the strategy, but I think it got nerfed mid-Prog, and I do believe he swapped back to DK for the kill. I can't remember exactly, but I know he played it for a good amount. I helped boost his Monk through some keys to help get it gear. But, like, I don't know. I can't speak to how he played. It's been a while. But, like, I got the impression he was solid at it. But I understand why my raid leader would be hesitant to have people who are, like, backups on things where, like, he knows that I have played Brewmaster for, like, the better part of 10 years. So even the shittiest version of Brewmaster, like, yeah, I'm gonna be good at it. So it would be an option if needed. But I have stressed to him multiple times that, like, the spec is just bad. It's just really bad. So... he has told me, though, he understands. Like, he's listening to me. He said he just wants... Like, he thinks that the emergency where we need Monk buff is more realistic than the emergency where we need Warrior buff. And, like, that is fair, I suppose. Same with, like, Druid buff, right? We have a lot of Druids. Prot Warrior low-key, that was what I read, yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Necrolord Prot the top dog in Zereth Mortis patch? Not really. Now, Necrolord Prot, I really liked Necrolord Prot. It was really good. I wouldn't call it the top dog. Blood DK. I mean, if you played Zereth Mortis, Blood DK with their tier set bonus, Blood DK was fucking bonkers that season. But, see, that's the thing about Prot Warrior, though. Like, if we want to argue, oh, Prot hasn't had its season, Prot literally had most of BFA. You can say that was forever ago, sure, right? But Brewmaster has never had its season. I can't really remember a Prot Paladin, like, dominant season. I'm sure it's happened. Like, it's... I know there have been seasons where Prot Paladin was the top tank, but I think a lot of those seasons, like, I'm pretty sure Prot Paladin was the top tank in Dragonflight Season 1, but, like, Prot Warrior was very close behind. Blood DK wasn't that far behind either. And there have been seasons... Like, I'm pretty sure also it was good in... what's it called? Animirgisol, but, like, Vengeance Demon Hunter was also really good. There have been a lot of seasons where Prot Paladin has been good, but I cannot remember a period where Prot Paladin was, like, as dominant as, like, Bear is right now, or Vengeance was for a while, or Prot Warrior was in BFA. I might be just misremembering. I might have just forgotten a season. If I have, remind me. But it does not come to mind, right? But, like, Prot Paladin has been consistently pretty good across many seasons. Same with Prot Warrior. I cannot remember a season where Prot Warrior was like a bad pick to play other than like Sanctum of Domination. It was pretty abysmally dogshit in Sanctum of Domination. I should know I played it for a good chunk of prod because we needed Warrior buff. And it was not a good time. But like most other tiers, like, yeah, Necrolord Prot. Honestly, Prot had multiple viable builds in Sepulcher, right? Which is usually what I refer to it as. Necrolord Prot, I think, was my favorite. I love Necrolord Prot, but I mostly played that in raids. I was a big Night Fae Prot Warrior believer. I really, really liked Ancient Aftershock, especially for M+. I thought it was really fun to play with. So, but then also, like, I mean, Spirit Bastion, right, was really good. Kyrian Prot was good as well. What was the other one? Spirit Bastion, Ancient Aftershock. Oh yeah, Condemn. Yeah, Condemn. That was pretty shit. It was like okay in raids on single target, but it really didn't have much synergy. The Execute one for Warrior, but Warrior had basically like 3 viable Covenant builds. So I was big Night Fae Prot Warrior enjoyer. I played Night Fae Prot for a good chunk of Shadowlands, but then I did later on. Conqueror's Banner didn't really get buffed until Sepulcher, and then I started playing it for some of our reclears, and it was very fun. But yeah, I would not say it was the top dog. It was very good. Not the top dog, though. But there were a bunch of really good tank builds. Like, Brewmaster was also really good that season. Bear was actually pretty good in Sepulcher as well. I'm sure I'm forgetting something. Vengeance was kind of shit. But, yeah, that's just Vengeance. What else? But yeah, Prot Warrior has been solid. And the other thing, right, is, again, that's only Mythic Plus. Prot Warrior for Raid has had multiple seasons of it being one of, if not the best tanks. Quite recently, Prot Warrior was run, well, going all the way back, right? Prot Warrior was obviously really good in BFA. Prot Warrior was still run in Nathria as a buff tank, because DPS Warrior was really bad that tier. Prot honestly wasn't that strong in Nathria. And then, like, that really showed in Sanctum, which I would say Prot Warrior was, like, at its weakest, I think, ever in Sanctum of Domination. It was down bad. But then it got massively buffed. Then it was... I wouldn't say it was one of the 2 best tanks for Raid. Maybe by the end with Conqueror's Banner, but also it got buffed over time. But it definitely was one of the better tanks in Sepulcher. It was pretty much the strongest tank in Vault of the Incarnates. Liquid ran double Prot. Echo ran Prot Warrior Blood Decay. Blood Decay was also notably very strong there. You also needed one for Broodkeeper Diurna. And in, what's it called? Aberrus, it was fine. But Aberrus, like, was a very Paladin Monk-dominated tier. And then later on in the 0.5 patch, when Bear got its mini rework, Bear shot up and was really, really strong. So it was really heavily dominated by those 3. And then, of course, I was playing Vengeance Demon Hunter that tier, which was a distant 4th. But there was, like, the top 3, then Vengeance. And I would say Vengeance before Bear's buffs was a solid 3rd. But then Bear got buffed, and Vengeance kind of languished a little bit. Vengeance was pretty good in Aberrus. And then Prot Warrior and Blood were both kind of like... They weren't terrible that tier. Tank balance was overall pretty good. But they were a little bit behind, so they weren't great. And then same in Emirdrassil. Prot Warrior might have actually been the weakest tank in Emirdrassil. I think that's probably fair to say. The meta was obviously Blood Decay with Firoloth and Prot Paladin. It was really, really good. Monk was solid, but not amazing. And Vengeance Demon Hunter also... Vengeance Demon Hunter was probably 3rd. It didn't really bring that much to the table, but it did solid damage, and it was tanky. I mean, it dominated the M+ meta, right? But it was just outshone by Paladin Blood Decay for Farok and really all the other important bosses in the raid. And then, like, distant 5th and 6th would be Bear and Prot Warrior. Exactly where you put them on it, I don't know, it's kind of lost the time, right? I forget. I would imagine... I think Bear was still pretty good from the buffs it recently got, so Prot Warrior probably would have been the weakest tank then. Then Nerubar Palace. Nerubar Palace, it was like, okay. I don't think it was the weakest tank, but it definitely was not amazing. Meta was obviously Bear for buffs. By the end of the tier, Bear was really weak. Prop Heli started off a bit weak, and then in the 0.5 patch became a fucking monster. Blood DK was decently strong with Deathbringer at the start, and then also became a monster in the 0.5 patch with the Sand Lane buffs. I don't know if that was exactly the 0.5 patch. It might have been like a mini patch in the middle, like a hotfix or something. But Blood DK Prop Paladin kind of shot up. Monk was already pretty good throughout most of the tier. And then like both Vengeance and Prot were kind of like on the back burner. But then, you know, so there was a dry period there where Prot Warrior was like maybe not terrible, but not meta. And then you have Undermine. And then in Undermine, Shield Charge Colossus Prot Warrior, fucking bonkers. Insanely fun to play, insane damage, really, really, really strong build. It's really hard to say whether it was meta, because, like, I can't think of many tank metas that were as ironclad as Prot Warrior, Prot Pally in Undermine, right? Like, there was a lot of other metas you had flexibility. Like, you think, like, the very next tier, Mana Forge Omega, Brewmaster and Prot Warrior, you know, once again, spoiler alert, Prot Warrior ends up being completely fucking dominant again, does crazy damage, Mountain Thane. But even then, like, Blood DK is still played because grips are really important on a lot of fights, and Blood DK was just pretty solid. So it was kind of like a three-way split between those three tanks depending on the boss. And then even back in Rubar Palace, like, Liquid and Echo were running different tank comps. Back in Sepulchre, there were a few viable options. I forget, I think they both ran the same tank comp, but I remember there were a lot of tanks that were really close. Like, Blood DK was the clear winner in Sepulchre, but the second tank spot, I don't remember exactly what was run. I'm actually curious. That one I cannot recall off the top of my head. Jailer Race to World First, or I should just say Jailer World First Kill. Was killed by Echo Brewmaster. Okay, yeah. So the fact that I couldn't remember, I think, says more than anything, because I played, the comp that my guild played was Brew Blood, which, you know, was what Echo played. I'm actually curious, Liquid, Jailer, Kill. Liquid is... Does it show their comp? Oh, Method actually got World Second. I forgot about that. Method also ran Brewmaster Blood. Okay, WoW Progress has a page on it that I can find. And can I see the raid comp? No, it's too old. All that information is lost to time, unfortunately. I'm sure I could find it if I found, like, the kill video and stuff like that. I guess, okay, I found a post about Liquid's Rygalon kill. Interesting, so Liquid was running Brewmaster Prot Pally on Rygalon. I don't know if that was the comp they ran on, what's it called? Can I find... Let's see... I don't know, too much effort at this point. I can't easily find it. But at the very least, I'm glad that I didn't misremember that Prop Paladin was pretty good that tier as well. So I don't think it was that dominant, right? It was, like, and the fact that they actually didn't even run Blood DK there. I think Blood DK was solidly the best tank, especially over time. But yeah, there were a lot of good backup picks. And like, I'm sure I could think of something where it was pretty ironclad if I go further back. But in recent times, you kind of needed to run Prot Warrior, Prot Pally. Like, that duo was so powerful in Undermine. And it's really hard to say which one was stronger, just because they both contributed really important things to the raid. And like, even recently, right? Like I said, Mana Forge Omega, like, this tier, there was flexibility. Like, everybody will say, obviously, Guardian Druid was the best pick. And then you could even make a case for on what's it called? Lura, Blood DK is the best pick. So, I don't know. But then, like, for the rest of the raid, Prot Warrior was really good. So, between Prot Warrior, Guardian Druid, and Blood, which of the three is, like, the best tanks, there is still some flexibility there, right? But all that to say, a lot of people sleep on Prot Warrior. I just said earlier, I slept on Prot Warrior going into Undermine. So I always try to make an effort to never sleep on Prot Warrior again. And I don't think it looks bad going to the next tier. I still think for all the reasons discussed, I don't think it's going to be the meta, but it doesn't look bad. And, you know, there's still tuning, so really it's anybody's game at this point. Except Blood DK is basically guaranteed at this point. You put up a competitive group, do you expect that you'll get the sweats who may perhaps roast me for my gameplay? I think most people don't really care. I mean, when I apply to groups, I don't really care what it has. Alright. I think, sufficiently ranted on that subject, and I have the key that I need. I'm gonna at least check Nexus Point if there's a group up that's a 12. Okay, yeah, but they already have a healer, and it's a 10. So I'm just gonna run my 10 then. And then assuming nothing goes wrong here, the unfortunate thing is it is only a 10. So this is, I think, this might be the first time in the challenge where I've run my key on a 10. I usually try to get an 11. Okay, yeah, sure. But if we run into complete disaster, then I have no safety net, and then I'll have to pug. So let's hope that doesn't happen. What? That is such a... I mean, I respect the confidence. As at 249 item level, which is what I had week 1 of the season, to say easy plus 10, like... Yeah, I go fucking run a delve, brother. I just why? I think I missed this, but yeah, that message. They really psyched out Brewmaster mains this season. Yeah. I mean, like, I kind of called it. I do feel very vindicated because I was like the sole doomer in a sea of people like losing their shit over Brewmaster being amazing. And I'm the one person who's been saying since the initial earliest versions of the beta that the Brewmaster changes were fucking dog shit. And everybody was just talking about, oh my god, Brewmaster's finally meta! Because, like, so many people only look at M+, right? And then, oh, wow, would you look at that? Turns out the Brewmaster buffs were extremely flimsy, or the Brewmaster changes were extremely flimsy, and the only reason it even saw play is because you needed Monk buff temporarily, and a lot of the other tanks were undertuned. And then the moment Guardian got a buff, Brewmaster kind of fell off. Like, it's doing okay, but two things about Brew, it's hard carried by its AoE survivability via Vital Flame. Like, that's the only reason it can even stay alive. And, also, its brews are getting massively nerfed next patch. So, prior to Brewmaster getting randomly shot in the head, I would have said they, even despite being, like, the worst tank in Raid right now, they probably would have still been okay in M+. But the stealth nerf that Blizzard gave them on the PTR, like, unironically makes them just, like, dog shit in M+. Like, they are... And I don't think people are ready, because the other biggest issue is it was a stealth change, which is so mind-boggling about, like, if they're going to completely shoot Brewmaster in the head, at least put it in the patch notes. It's fucking crazy that they haven't, like, officially announced that it's a thing. And, you know, by definition, I have to imagine the reason they did this is so that they don't have to fucking explain the reasoning. If they just pretend that they didn't shoot Brewmaster in the head, they don't need to answer to all of the extremely pissed off Brewmaster players asking, what the fuck is this change? Why would you do this? And they can just go like, la 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 la, we can't hear you. But as it stands, I mean, this spec is so fucked. So fucked. Even in M+. Because its only real form of survivability is just fucking gutted. Also, I know it's early in the morning, but, you know, it's a little bit barren. I'm definitely... The way I usually approach this is until I find a good tank, I tend to be very picky on DPS, because sometimes a tank player will queue with a DPS friend. But, like, you know, in this example, like, that's literally they're trying to carry their 22 item level friends. Nothing wrong with carrying your friend in a 5-stack, but trying to get into a pug, especially when you're only 269 yourself, right? Like, frankly, even if I was, like, this item level, trying to carry somebody like that, no. Like, what the fuck are you gonna carry, dude? You might be able to solo the dungeon, but, like, not reliably enough. People have no shame. I don't know if this guy... I don't know if you're in chat, if you are watching, and listen to me rant about exactly that, or if that's just a random person who came to the exact same conclusion as me. Like, there's some okay DPS here that, like, if I had a tank already, I'd probably take. But I don't want to fill it up too quickly. Check the mage. How the fuck do you spell that? Yeah, the Demon Hunter canceled. Who did I invite? I invited an Evoker. So we do have a Lust. Okay. Alright, sure. In that case, I'll take the Mage. Oh, okay. 2... Those are... Okay, now... Alright, yeah. I was, like, deciding between these two, and then I see... Like, this... It's really unfortunate being a DPS in M+, because, like, honestly, there were a lot of good choices there that would have been fine. And then I just see, like, oh, okay, there's, like, an extremely overgeared... I don't know if that's Havoc or Devour. It doesn't matter. Right? Extremely overgeared Demon Hunter. Oh, you're the Evoker owner. Okay, okay. That makes sense. I figured. I was like, the odds of them picking on the exact same topic. Let's see. Let me judge your Evoker. Got a weapon enchant? Okay, I will say, right, the difference is negligible, but do you understand the price difference between rank 2 and rank 1 Phoenix Oil? It's like literally 2 golds. I don't know if you just have, like, leftovers or whatever. Not, like, obviously, doesn't really matter that much, but I do find it amusing. Like, I actually, when I'm leveling, I usually buy all rank 1 consumes just to save a bit of gold, because the difference is negligible, and I buy rank 2, Phoenix Oils, because it's just, like, the price is the exact same. You grabbed it from your guild bank? Alright, fair.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Definitely better to have something rather than nothing, for sure. I'm gonna give you Beacon and the Mage Beacon.
5,
Is
4,
actually...
3,
Okay, Demon Hunter's Devourer.
1.
Yeah, I think, honestly, it's still fine for Beacon targets. My Flask expired. My food buff's gonna expire soon. But I think we're fine. I'm playing with fire a little bit. Playing in melee here, but lets me do that, which is kind of nice. No source of magic for you? Aw, shucks. Hey, this is awkward. I'm like stuck in the middle of all these mobs. Okay. Honestly, I'm gonna bubble here. Probably going to be the scariest pull he does, at least for me personally. The main thing is I have so little room to move. That's what makes it really spooky. We're chain pulling this quite aggressively. Oh shit. The demonizer just walked into the bug zapper. I'm gonna save Toll for Avenging Wrath here. And then I immediately...
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ooh, I got 3 of them. Let's go. The boss is dead. It did not matter at all, but it looked sick.
Don't forget to send the conduits.
That's the only important part.
Your judgment has been clouded by the void, as it
My vision has never been clearer, Lothraxian, but I don't want to believe it.
And I'm out of coffee and I'm out of water. Luckily, this is the last key. Whoa! I'm getting scooped up. Alright, thank you. Well, the bear and the demon hunter are definitely kind of fucking OP. I mean, they were both what, like fucking 292? Also, I mean, meta specs. So, this isn't exactly a hard key, but I feel like I'm doing well. I definitely feel like I've gotten the hang of HPL at the very least. Now, you know, have I mastered it? Not even remotely close. But it feels comfortable enough. And I haven't reached a point where I'm just like, I don't know what I could have done there. I feel like I've used pretty much all of my tools fairly well. I generally like to do this during roleplay, but okay, we're just doing a fucking ginormous pull here, huh? Sure. Guess I respect that. Well, this is definitely the easiest key of today by a significant margin. I will not complain about ending on an easy note. Right now, the main thing I'm debating is, do I do Rest or Shaman? I might do one key on Rest or Shaman just so that I have the key ready to go. That way I don't spend, like, the first 30 minutes of Rest or Shaman, which will probably be tomorrow. I do think, like, it's honestly not that late by my time, all things considered, but I am still sick, even though I've been feeling a little bit better the past few hours. Like, my throat is definitely extremely sore, and I am kind of tired. So there's no way that I'm going to be able to do, like, another 4 to 6 hours without being fucking dead. Like, that's just not happening. But I think I could probably do one Rest or Shaman key, or at least try to find one. And then, like, yeah, if I sit there for, like, 15 minutes and there's nothing, then I'll just say, like, screw it, we'll do this tomorrow. And then, I don't know exactly what time I'm going to stream later. But it'll be within 24 hours. Like, I'll have napped in between then, so it'll technically be my tomorrow. But it'll be very soon. Because I want to get this done this weekend. Initially, the plan was I was going to do one on Friday, one on... well, I guess yesterday, today, kind of. Technically, I did this, like, late at night on what's it called? I did it late at night on Saturday, so technically it's still Saturday, but I wanted to do it a little bit earlier. And I didn't end up getting anything done on Friday because, again, that's when I started feeling sick. And I felt like garbage. So I was like, there's no way. I think I slept for like 12 to 14 hours or something on like Friday afternoon into like Saturday morning. So yeah, I'm definitely was not in a position to do one of these. But I need to get them done. And then we're going to do 3 Keystone Hero streams, including Holy Priest. Which, at this point, I'm going to do Holy Priest last. I did say I wasn't sure on the exact order, but it would probably be last. In this case, I'm kind of doing all of them. They're all on the same weekly reset, so it's like, it's kind of the same, really. In practice, they're like all functionally identical in that regard. But I'm definitely gonna do H-Priest last. Because Resto Shaman is literally good to go. That's why I might do it right now. It's 100% set up. I've done all the reading on like what Resto Shaman's playing right now. It's honestly, the build is something I'm extremely familiar with. It's a very straightforward totemic build, which is the first variation of Resto Shaman I actually learned, so I didn't even need to like look up how does this build play. I'm just like, oh, it's literally just totemic, which I'm already extremely familiar with. The only thing I read is that it plays... Like, the talents it plays are a little bit different than I remember. It plays more into, like, Earth Living and, like, passive HOTS and whatnot, but... I mean, it doesn't change the playstyle, right? I'm already comfortable with it, so... I got my gear set up, I got my consumes... So we'll see. But on the topic of Holy Priest, though, Holy Priest, the build that I saw actually looks pretty familiar. So I did set up the talents already, and I started working on my bars. But I have not done research into, like, what each ability does. And I'll be honest, like, some that I'm not 100% sure on. Like, right now, I could not tell you the difference between Prayer of Mending and... what the fuck is the other one? There's, like, 2 of them. One applies, like, a hot, and the other is just, like, a heal. Circle of healing, or whatever the fuck? I honestly, I could not tell you. I don't know yet. So, there's, like, a little bit more reading that I need to do on the exact mechanics of Holy Priest before I'm ready. One thing that did look interesting to me that I didn't expect is the Holy Priest DPS talents. Like, I guess it makes sense now that I think about it. But I'm very used to playing, like, the Holy Priest damage builds of, like, Chastise Holy Fire spam, which I would imagine for a lot of people might not be super intuitive, because it's like, you basically have to completely stop healing to focus on that. But that is literally how you play Holy Priest as a leveling spec, and I've actually done speedruns playing Holy Priest exactly like that. But then while leveling, basically, your only healing is Holy Nova, and you just ignore pretty much everything else. Nice. Accidentally hit caps lock. Alright, what do I bonus roll? I got bracers. They have leech. Ooh. Very fancy. And that is Holy Paladin done. Alright. Overall, so like I said, I'll try to do one Resto Shaman key. In the end, I mean, that key was like a fucking breeze, right? So, I'm still somewhat energized. Thanks, Reese. And thank you, Owner, for helping out. I appreciate it. Yeah, just so I'm not crazy. That was it. Cool. Alright, I'll swap over to my Resto Shaman and we'll see if I can find a key. I forgot to buy I forgot to buy drums. I have Lust, obviously, on Resto Shaman. But I forgot to buy health pots. That was another thing. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, all the Holy Priest builds I could find are running the Imperial Blaze talents, where it's like you chastise and then you get instant cast AoE Holy Fires. So I'm very familiar with how to DPS as a Holy Priest. So that part, at least, I'm comfortable with. But the way the healing works, I don't know. In fact, I don't even know, like, do you press Holy Nova for max level for healing? I have no idea. I could not tell you right now. Because while leveling, obviously, you spam it because it's just enough to keep people afloat, and it does damage, so it's just the only ability you ever press for healing, pretty much. But at max level, obviously, that's a little bit different, so I still need to do some research, so I'm definitely not ready to play it today, but I'll probably do that research like later tonight or tomorrow, and then I'll be ready to play it very soon. Okay, I think, yeah, basically everything is good to go, just health pots. And you also don't need Phoenix Oil on Shaman because Earth Living overrides it. So, Silver Moon. Expansion. Health Potion by 50. And for Resto Shaman, so I'm one item level lower. I can't remember if I started off at 280 or 281 on my Holy Paladin, but they're very close. One thing that's interesting is my gear on Resto Shaman has been like really juiced for tertiaries. So I have Avoidance on Helmet. I also got this Crit Verse necklace, which obviously pretty good. I have Leech on Shoulders. This is from the Invasion points. That's just normal. Leech on Bracers, Crit Verse Bracers, although I think I catalyzed those, yeah. So that's how I got those stats. Nothing there. That's Crafted Belt. I had sockets left over. Chucked something in there. Regular pants, regular boots. And then, yeah. So the fact that I have Leech on 2 items, though, is pretty crazy. As I mentioned this before, but I did craft a weapon again, a 2-handed weapon. So, obviously, Paladin, I got very lucky. And I got a shield or a sword off the very first thing. So if that happens for Resto Shaman, then let me make sure loot spec is... yeah, it's current spec. If that happens again, then I'll do the same thing. I will swap to a shield. How many crests do I have right now? 40, right? So it wouldn't take me too long to get enough to craft a shield in theory. And, what's it called? I have, like, okay jewelry. I did craft a ring, Crit Verse, just because I had a really crappy second ring. I couldn't get anything better, so I just figured leftover crests, fuck it, I'll send this, and then eventually I'll make Arcana Weave Lining on the shield, most likely, or I was initially going to do Bracers, and then I got the Leech Bracers, and I was like, okay. And then the Cloak from Invasion Points is Crit Verse, so I figured... you kind of got to go with that. Like, that's too good to pass up. And then Trinket, I just have a crit Drum of Renewed Bonds. Pretty straightforward. Alright, so let's see. So, for dungeons, undo all the filters. It is any of them, healer roll available, 11 to 12. If there's only a single dungeon. I'll be honest, I do not have the energy to do a fucking Mysara right now. I'll give it, like, a few minutes to see if there's another key. But I found a healer anyway. Makes my decision easier. Okay, there's some stuff here. Another Mysara. Kind of don't want to do Windrunner Spire either. I kind of want to do an easy key, I'll be honest right now. It's either there's an easy key that I can do to, like, get prepped for the full challenge tomorrow. I should also switch the, I did already make the chat thingy. Let's see, there we go. Also healer 6-7, haha. That's the zoomer thing. I don't feel like doing my Sarah. Holy Nova's for AoE damage when Holy Fire's on CD and you want to reduce the CD on Chastise. Makes sense. I mean, that's basically how I play it for leveling. The main thing that I'm curious about is, like, for healing, like, obviously it does healing. While leveling, it's more than enough. How relevant is Holy Nova's healing at max level? Like, is it something that you actually don't mind pressing for AoE healing? Or do you need to use, like, Prayer of Mending really frequently to, like, keep people alive? Or whatever the spell's called. I forget the name. You really enjoy Dev Evoker? You don't know why Blizzard hates the class? Yeah. I've seen a lot of people say they don't like Dev. It's kind of strange. Because I've always found Dev to be, like, one of the most fun casters. The thing is, I don't understand what people don't like about Dev, right? Like, I'm somebody who generally doesn't love casters, and I find Dev to be really fun. So what is it that people like in other casters that they don't like in Dev? That's the thing that confuses me. But, like, obviously the tuning tends to be a bit off, right? But I usually think it's really fun. It sucks for healing. For AoE healing, you have Serenity with the Ultimate Serenity talent. Yeah, the one where it's like your Sanctify gets basically baked into your Serenity, that one. Declined, I mean. Expected, but unfortunate. Is that, like, basically all you need for healing? Do you get, like, enough CDR in that to where it can cover pretty much all of your healing? And then, like, you only use the other AoE healing abilities in, like, a pinch? Or something like that? And then I guess single target healing, do you, what, just, like, slam flash heals and stuff? I'll give this also, like, 5 or so minutes. I don't really want to sit here and wait too long. Obviously, it's still fairly early in the morning for Europe, and while it would be nice to get one Resto Shaman key done, I mean, if it, like, the fact they already have... I can't be too picky. If it's a Mysara with a tank already, I would apply to that one. Whether or not they accept me, that's a different story. I would definitely be wary of somebody with 0 IO, but the unfortunate thing is, although I have gotten my Raider IO working properly, one thing that's interesting that I didn't realize is even on North America, my European score shows up. So on NA, despite the fact that I have not played... Yeah, it's unfortunate. Despite the fact that I haven't played a single healer key outside of Europe, it still shows my IO as having 3k healer, which is cool. I did not know it worked like that if you do cross-region. But it doesn't show up unless you have at least 200 score. So right now I just show as a naked 0 IO person to everybody. Which is one of the advantages, right, of if I do a key now, then in theory it might update. And then it might, if people update the Raider IO, it might show properly. We'll see. Why is it flagged as carry offered? Does that mean they want to be carried? I mean, that's the only reason I can see it as being carry offered. And it's probably... They don't understand what the carry offered tag means, which is they are selling a carry. 99%... Oh, that's not supposed to use, I think. You're hungry, you want eggs? I feel that. Honestly, right now I'm hungry, I need ice cream. Because whenever you have a sore throat, nothing feels better than ice cream. Depends on the build. Oracle, you only use Serenity for AoE. Archon has Halo and specs into Prayer of Healing and Lightweaver. Gotcha. Yeah, the build that I found on Raider IO that all the top Holy Priests seem to be running is Oracle. So I guess in that case, I'd just be running Serenity. It's interesting because I saw think that was the same guy. I saw, Automatic Jack's build on Wowhead was recommending Archon. But there were a lot of things on Automatic Jack's Holy Priest guide that did not seem to track with what I saw people actually playing. I don't know if it's just out of date, or if he just, like, mostly plays Disc. And is, like, not, like, up to date with, like, the actual Holy Priest strategies or something. No idea. I mean, I usually think Jack is a good resource, which is kind of why I was surprised that I saw completely different stuff being run in actual runs. Like, it's rare that the entire hero talent and just talent setup in general is that different. I mean, this group might be desperate enough, willing to apply to it. Yeah, this is why I kind of want to do this now, though. Because, like, I got really lucky finding a group this early at the start of the stream for Paladin. Getting that initial key with 0 IO, well, okay. I don't really want to do a Mysara, but if it's a disaster, it's just, you know, is what it is. It's just out of date. Archon was better at the start of the season. Gotcha. That makes more sense, yeah. Alright, I think I have everything set up properly. I'm sure there's something I've forgotten. Oh. I'm only doing the one key, though. I'm already, like I said, pretty tired. It's just, I would love to be able to knock this out while I still have some energy. That way we can just jump in. And I mean, the nice thing is I have no setup to do, right? What I might do is before, like, obviously I don't know how long it'll take me to, like, fall asleep / wake up, right? So I don't know exactly when I'm going to be streaming, I guess, later today / tomorrow. But there isn't really any setup that I need to do. I might at least do a cursory reading on Holy Priest. And if I have time, right, and if I'm feeling up to it, I might just slam Holy Priest in the same stream. We'll see, though. I suspect Holy Priest, like, despite Holy generally being considered to be not good, my Priest is also, like, 285. And I don't think I will have a hard enough time with it to, like, make the key go poorly. So I'm hoping that it just ends up being a bunch of really easy keys, but we'll see. I already have score on my Priest. It's like 2800 or something like that. So getting into groups, I don't think will be a challenge. Especially because I don't think most people are going to think Holy Priest. I guess something I'm curious about, so Freeze, I mean, you seem fairly knowledgeable on Holy Priest. What would you say is the main thing holding it back from being able to push higher? Because from the looks of it, it does seem like it's pretty much the weakest healer. By, like, a noticeable margin. So why does Holy Priest seem to just kind of hit a brick wall at 21s? Because even Blood DK, for instance, which is not a good tank in M+, seems to be able to push at least a little bit higher than that. But for some reason, Holy Priest seems to really, really fall off. I'm not sure if it's just a case of, like, once people hit that level, they just kind of say, fuck it, and they're like, why would I torture myself with this? Instead of just, like, swapping to disc and having an easier time. I could see that being a big reason. Like, in the case of people pushing with Blood DK, right? Like, the people who really enjoy Blood DK are playing it because they just want to play Blood DK. Nobody's pushing on Blood DK because they want to push. They're doing it just because they like the spec. And obviously, that's a very unique experience. But if you just enjoy Priest and you prefer Holy, I can definitely see a case where, like, you don't hate Disc enough to not want to swap to it. Holy is a druid without the utility. Interesting. How is the damage relative to other healers? Because while leveling, Holy's damage with, like, Chastise and AoE Holy Fires feels really good. Oh, is he giving up? Yeah. Just gave up, I guess. Okay. I mean, I can't necessarily blame him. It is brutal finding a tank. I haven't filtered out any dungeons, right? I'll give it another 5 or 10 minutes, we'll see. Is there anything I can do on this character? I guess I could go to Vol and, like, kill rare mobs and stuff. I have a handful of field accolades. I could try and farm up a little bit more. That way I could buy some Warbound pieces for my eventual Death Knight. And, like, I think it was you, Freeze, earlier who said something like... Might have been somebody else. But somebody said, oh, when you do the Death Knight catch-up thing, people are just going to be like, why don't you just get boosted, right? The irony of that is, like, the catch-up mechanics present now are so strong that you really don't need to buy Mythtrack BOEs. Like, you could, but Mythtrack BOEs cover 2 slots, and the difference is fairly negligible now that we have bonus rolls and stuff like that. If anything, I actually think it would be a mistake to buy Mythtrack BOEs up front, because bonus rolls are random. If you're in a position where, after doing a bunch of keys and stuff, you're still missing, like, on plate boots or something like that, then after you're already geared, and you still have Hero Track boots, maybe you can buy BOE boots. I'll be honest, I actually, on North America, I just bought a pair of boots for my Blood DK, my main, because I have Mythtrack boots, but I wanted a pair of Crit Verse boots with speed, so I just threw 300k on those, and I was just like, yeah, fuck it. Best in slot for Deathbringer. And I already have high haste boots for Sand Lane, so... Bunch of groups up now. I mean, I'll YOLO apply. Can't hurt. I think, at this point, though, it's probably only worth it to apply to groups that already have tanks. Holy's damage is kind of meh. Used to be second to Prez. Interesting. Yeah, Prez definitely feels like it does solid damage. They have a tank. Yep. Saw that one coming. Oh, shit. All right. Just left my Sark. Here I am, flying all the way back. Alright, whatever. I could portal, but who knows? The group might disband again. I'm guessing this is a Tauren, right? What the heck? It's a druid named High Stakes, and they're a Night Elf. I feel like when they created that character, it must have been some form of Tauren, and then they just race changed it to Night Elf because of meta. But, like, I feel like, you know, either commit with the bid or change the name. The pun doesn't work anymore. What was I saying before? Oh, yeah, with the whole, like, catch-up thing. After the challenge is done, I'm actually not opposed to buying my Blood DK some some BOEs just to have it ready for next season. Because honestly, if Blood DK is as good as it looks like it's going to be, then I wouldn't mind having a geared one on both regions. Can't hurt. But I wouldn't do it for the challenge. But I don't really think it would matter for the challenge. I think I'd be fine either way. Especially because you can just get so much shit. Oh, wrong target. That is the tank. That. And I think all my buffs are ready.
4, 3.
Resto Shaman has a lot of shit it's gotta throw on. Alright. Now, Resto Shaman Totemic is pretty straightforward.
3.
This is definitely like one of the most chill playstyles for healer. It's the first healer build that I really started learning. And it is okay. Unfortunately, the tank is not very good at holding threat. Okay, I might need to Spirit Link. Everybody's a bit spread out. Nobody's in my healing rain, which is a little bit annoying. What are you gonna do? Good timing on that proc. And I guess I'll just do damage. I need to reset the data because something is not working there properly. But yeah, Resto Shaman feels really chill because you don't really need to do all that much to maintain. I'm targeting the training dummy. Fuck. Oops. In fact, to make sure I don't accidentally just leave my Chain Lightning onto the training dummy, I'm just gonna do that. Then this. And doing damage as a Resto Shaman always feels super chill to me, because you have so much just passive healing that's going out. Like, my healing rain's ticking away, my Riptides are ticking away. If an emergency happens, I have the instant chain heals from, I guess now Stormstream Totem, but Healing Tide Totem. It feels like such a chill healer to play. I guess unless your tank is a Blood DK, which so far this has not been chill, but mostly just because I keep looking at his health bar and going, oh fuck. Like here, nothing's happening, right? I need to just trust that he knows what he's doing. But of course, it's hard to do that. I could probably just single target now. Okay, deeply rooted elements proc. Didn't really need it, but whatever. Did we... Okay, we freed all the prisoners. Just gonna Stormstream Totem for safety here.
It's also, I gotta say, it is so nice to go back to a healer that I'm just, like, fully comfortable with. Because by the end of the Holy Paladin thing, like, I got the feel for it, and it didn't feel that bad, but I'm always, like, very nervous when I'm first learning a spec, and I don't really know instinctively what to do. But I've been playing Resto Shaman for, like, over a year at this point. It might have even been 2 years by now. And so this just feels, like, so natural, so easy. It's just a vibe. Where are we going? I don't really know how we're looking on threat front. I'm guessing it's fine. Was that on me? Oops. I mean, pretty standard route from everything I've seen. I'm always a little bit worried with my Sara, but overall I think the tank has done fine. One's always fun, because I get to put Lava Burst or Flame Shock on 2 targets. Charges, okay. Where's the tank? Oh, did the tank get hit by the butt? I think he got hit by the butt. Alright, should be fine. Reposition the totem. I almost let that guy die. I could have in a pinch. In a pinch, I was ready to drop SLT, but didn't need it. Probably should have, because he got pretty low. I think he health potted, but we're fine. It is kind of interesting, though. Like, I felt like I was doing decent damage, and I think I was, but it's still, like, significantly lower than what, like, Mistweaver is able to do, Prez, etc. I want to put Flame Shock on you. That's... Unfortunately, he dragged it out of Healing Tide. Are they not going to free him? They're just... Okay, they're gonna let him sit there. Surprising. I don't have any tools to save that, do I? Like, I can't drop Windrush or something and break that out? Is that a thing? Maybe it is. I don't think so. Healer damage is meh compared to the effort and concentration it takes? Yeah. Unless you're Mistweaver. I'm definitely, like, I'm playing super fucking greedy. And honestly, that's kind of one of the things I like about Resto Shaman. Like, I am really, 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 really greeding here. Just because, honestly, I feel like it. I want to see, like, how much damage I can push out. But if you want to play Resto Shaman as, like, a... I'm just going to sit here and spam chain heal whenever there's damage, like, you absolutely can. And you always have stuff that you can do to keep people alive. So that's kind of one of the things that I liked about it when I first started. I feel like other healers, now that I've started learning them, have kind of interested me a little bit more. But it was really nice learning Resto Shaman, where, like, at the start, when I'm, you know, brand new to healing and everything's fucking terrifying to me, I'm, like, panicking about, you know, regular pulls, because I don't know what to do. Resto Shaman always had that oh shit button of just pump more chain heals into it. And that felt really, really, really nice. Shit. I changed up my keybinds a little bit for more within, so I've been a little bit slow to react. Like, sometimes I'll start pressing something, then I'll realize, oh shit, I changed that keybind to something else. But overall, it feels rather intuitive. But early on, it felt like Resto Shaman, like, I had to plan a lot more. And, like, now Disc Priest, I really don't mind. I think it's pretty simple. But going from Resto Shaman to Disc Priest, where you have to, like, actually keep Atonement on people, and especially back when I was learning Disc Priest and it was Oracle, and you had to do, like, the opener of, like, resetting penance with, like, the premonition thing. Like, that was a lot to learn compared to Resto Shaman, which is just throw more chain heal at it. But then, as I got more comfortable with Resto Shaman, I'm like, oh, it's honestly kind of chill, because now I just, you know, keep my totem up, keep Riptides up, and then you can just press damaging abilities, and it's kind of nice. Like, nowadays, I always use Nature Swiftness on... Well, in keys like this, I'm always using it on, like, just more Chain Lightning. In actual keys, I probably would save it for, like, an emergency healing wave, but I do not think I will need that at any point. Is Paladin harder to master? I mean, I couldn't say, right? I haven't mastered Paladin yet. So, could be. But, obviously, I would have no way to really accurately comment on that. You'd have to ask somebody who has mastered both of it. I think the vast majority of specs in this game have, like, a decent skill ceiling to them. And definitely there have been iterations of Holy Paladin, just from what I know, having talked to my healer friends in the past, that have been, like, extremely complicated, and there's definitely, like, a lot there.
I don't necessarily know if the current version is easy. Like, an example is Prez back in War Within was really, really, really involved, but according to the healer in my guild, Leandros, who I've been, like, talking to for healer advice, he said that Prez right now is pretty brain dead in raids, and it follows a pretty basic priority. And it's just you press your shit when you're assigned to do so, and you do Giga Healing, but it's just not fun at all, at least according to him, right? And I'm sure there's going to be some people who would disagree. But that's like a really good healer saying that. So at least, like, from Leandros' perspective, Mistweaver has a higher skill ceiling than Prez in Raid. I don't know why we're dragging the boss out of my... Well, that was stupid. Why would you do that? I haven't been using Spirit Walker's Grace. I haven't had a need to, but I could. I don't know if they got rebuffed already. But this is like, I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, obviously, I am biased, right? You can go watch my first... Resto Shaman has been simplified a little bit since I first started learning it, in fairness. But you can go watch my... They're still up, the VODs, I think. I don't think I streamed it, but I did post the recordings of my very first keys on Resto Shaman back in War Within Season 1. I'm literally screaming at, like, my guildies to stand in my healing rain and panicking whenever the tank does, like, a big pull. I was, like, I struggled to really get a feel for healing. So, like, right now, I'm just, like, completely fucking payphone mode. This is second nature to me. But it was not always that way. And while I definitely felt a lot more confident going into... Okay, this is spicy. Alright, how do I want to handle...
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Okay, dude. Yeah, well... yeah, who's the Blood Elf? Who's the fucking Blood... Yeah, it's the fucking Demon Hunter's the fucking Blood Elf! You fucker. Alright. The thing is, I was actually, like, I could have healed that if they didn't, you know, fucking Arcane Torment. It's like, honestly, we're so far ahead, it's whatever. Honestly, I respect them trying it. They typed in chat, Lamau tried with darkness. Like, the problem is, like, I don't think they realized that darkness would never work there, because darkness would negate, like, at most, a single instance of damage, right? So even if darkness worked, it would negate some of them, but it's not even like a 20% chance to not die. It would be a 20% chance to take little damage from some of those hits, but statistically speaking, enough of those are going to go through to where you just get fucked. So, it's not even really 20% odds. But, yeah, I respect it. What I was hoping is, like, if those had actually died gradually, it's a very aggressive pull, but I was planning to, right as, like, the first one started dying, I was going to drop Healing Tide. Yeah, that one's Healing Tide. I was going to drop Healing Tide for the initial chain heal to top people up, immediately followed, the moment I saw the others breaking, by a Spirit Link Totem for the DR. And then I was just going to slam a bunch of chain heals. And honestly, I think it would have worked. I think I could have managed it.
Be careful. He seems powerful and unstable.
Probably should have saved pot for the burn phase. I don't really think it matters, but... It's not on me. Oh, fuck. It's not on me again. Yeah, they stood in that slam. I don't really want to have to use my CDs here, but I could. Yeah, because now as we're running here, I can... Totem. Alright. Burn. Oh shit, he fucking melted. Alright. Nice, and I did not get a duplicate key, so... The most annoying dungeon is done for Resto Shaman, and I have a key ready to go for tomorrow. Let's bonus roll. I got pants, which I guess, yeah, that would be an upgrade. I'm probably not going to put them on just yet. GG's. Alright. Overall, that was a pretty good group. I mean, obviously, the Demon Hunter trolled, but the Demon Hunter even admitted in chat that they just did it for the memes, basically. So, you know, I honestly, I can't fault them. We on Resto, I am very tired and I am still sick. So Resto will be later today. It will be very soon though. Like I'm probably going to finish the stream, wrap up some, what's it called? Some like, you know, chores that I need to do on North America real quick. And then I'm going to go to sleep. And then whenever I wake up and I'm like ready to go, I've had coffee, we're going to do Resto. So it'll be probably within... I don't know if I would say within 12 hours, but like it might be around 12 hours from now. The main thing is I wanted to get my Keystone on Resto. So now we've gotten one dungeon done on Resto Shaman, and we have a Keystone ready for tomorrow. And the entire process took like about 30 minutes, right? So I figured it would be better to do that now, while I'm still at least somewhat energized, instead of, you know, at the very start of the stream, I have to go hunting for the key, because that sometimes could take a while like it did today. We got there. We have a viable key for tomorrow, so that'll be fun. And, I mean, overall, like, yeah, that... I will say, Resto Shaman is a bit of a victory lap, considering it is literally the first healer I learned how to play. That key was, like, fucking snooze fest. I didn't dislike it, right? Resto Shaman, it's kind of fun in keys. I really like Totemic. It feeling... Or, what's it called? Getting used to... having those, like, instant cast chain heals off your totems, and then not having it when you swap to Farseer, like, that was a struggle. I started playing Farseer Resto Shaman a little bit in Manaforge, when it was really good there, and, like, I got Keystone Hero with it that season, but it definitely was the most I had struggled with it since I had first learned it. I think I got the hang of it by the end, and then definitely one of the other things is... Playing Farseer really forced me to learn how to, like, weave Chain Lightnings, because I had been a little bit, like, iffy with that before, but the fact that it was basically mandatory got me more into the habit of trying to play aggressively. So there, I'm basically playing kind of like Farseer, but the nice thing is it works for Totemic too, and it works really well for Totemic, because, oh, you're not prepared, damage goes out? Boom, drop this, chain heal. Boom, drop this, chain heal. Oh, even more damage? Boom, drop this, Spirit Link plus chain heal, right? Like, you just get so much free burst healing. You have so many oh shit buttons on Resto Shaman, it's fucking crazy. And then you sometimes get, like, procs, extra healing stream totems, and you can double up on this, right? 17-second recharge. If I really need to blast people up, I can do this. And then I could do this again and get a second chain heal and a second totem. I think you usually don't want to do that, because you'll just get diminishing returns from the second totem. But if you absolutely need that emergency chain heal, you can do that, and it works. So, lots of stuff on Resto Shaman that just feels really nice to play around. Definitely a very comfy healer. I think it was a really good choice for me to pick for learning as a first healer. Like, slowly got me into the role, and now everything else is starting to feel more intuitive. And then coming back to it, it's like super comfy. Darkness is 100% in M+, but it's inconsistent against AoE damage. What do you mean Darkness is 100% in M+? I mean, it's still not guaranteed. Darkness is not like a full immunity. It's not like AoE Divine Shields, right? Random bullshit totem. There's no chance involved in a 5-man group? No chance how, right? No, that's just wrong. You get a 15% chance to avoid all damage. The chance to avoid damage is increased by 100%, not to 100%. It is a 30% chance to avoid damage in a 5-man. So, I mean, what did I say before? 20%? It's not 20%, it's 30%. I mean, attacks against you have a 30% chance to inflict no damage. Yeah, if Darkness was AoE 100% chance to avoid damage, I mean, that would be the most broken shit ever. It's good, right? It's especially Darkness is good against large singular hits. The issue with that pull is that it's a lot of smaller hits. But no, there absolutely is still chance involved. It's still RNG. I mean, like, I cannot overstate. If Darkness was, like, 100%, no, it's still, I mean, okay. Did that not make sense, right? Did you miss when I hovered over the tooltip? I'm not sure what part of that is unclear. Darkness is a 30% chance to avoid damage in dungeons. It's not... I'll read it again. Summons darkness around you in an 8-yard radius, granting friendly targets a 15% chance to avoid all damage from attacks. Last 8 seconds. That's in Raid. Outside of Raid, the chance to avoid damage is increased by 100%. The chance is increased by 100%, meaning the 15% chance is doubled to 30%, which is why when I just pressed it and hovered over the tooltip when I'm not in a raid, it said 30% chance to avoid damage. It's still RNG. There absolutely is chance involved. Does that make sense? I missed that message earlier. You've never healed a lot. When you tried, you had the same feeling and stress as you described? Yeah. But I mean, learning anything new, it's gonna be stressful. Right? Like, that's just how it is. And definitely, like, I feel way comfier on tanking still than I do on healing. But I feel way more comfortable on healing now than I used to. And it really has, I think, my confidence has been massively boosted in healing this season, going into both Resto Druid and Holy Paladin today, feeling a little bit nervous because, again, they're specs that I'm not super familiar with. And in both cases, like, yeah, I was a little bit nervous at the start, and I, messed up a little bit. I was, like, letting Life Bloom fall off on Resto Druid. Obviously, I didn't have a shield for the first dungeon for Holy Paladin. But by the end, it felt pretty intuitive. And that's the thing with, roles like that, is a lot of times, once you understand the fundamentals, right? If it's, if something is similar enough, it can be pretty easy to look at something and be like, oh, that's like that other thing that I've already played on a different spec. And there's a lot of times, like, now that I've played enough healers where I'm like, oh, that's like this one healer. Like, Beacon, for instance. Beacon, I'm like, midway through, I don't think I actually said this, but I had the thought of, like, I'm kind of thinking of Beacon like my Echoes, right? where I don't need to worry about the beacon targets quite as much, because they get echoes, because I played Prez already. So, obviously, Beacon came way before Echoes. If anything, it was kind of the other way around, but I learned how to play Prez first, so I'm more familiar with, like, applying Echoes to people and playing with that. And it's a little bit different, right? But then also, like, I was thinking about Light of Dawn as, like, my chain heal, right? On Resto Shaman, you see there, people start taking a lot of damage, I just, boom, chain heal, chain heal, chain heal. And then on Paladin, there were a few times, tons of group-wide damage is going out, I'm just blasting Light of Dawns. It's a little bit trickier because it does cost Holy Power, so I did have to, like, weave in builders and stuff, whereas Chain Heal is just mana, which you basically have infinite of. So, a little bit easier on Resto Shaman there. And then, like, for instance, when I first started playing Disc, and I first had to learn how to, like, really properly do damage as a healer, yeah, that was rough. That threw me for a loop. But then, you know, on Resto Druid, there's the build where you shift into Boomkin form and do damage. And I'm like, oh, okay, it's just like playing Disc Priest. And then Mistweaver Monk. Fist Weaving, you basically treat it like Disc Priest, where your passive damage rotation healing is enough to keep people alive, just like Disc Priest Atonements. And then I have Enveloping Mist as like a burst heal. Well, that's kind of like my Power Word Shield or Surge of Light. The Shayloons is kind of more like Surge of Light. So honestly, I basically just, like, I took my muscle memory from Disc Priest, I just slotted it into Mistweaver, like riding a bike. Extremely simple. So, at a certain point, once you've gotten practice with stuff like that, it's fairly straightforward. I've noticed this a lot with playing tanks in other MMOs. Whenever I try a new MMO, I'm immediately like, okay, yeah, this tank is basically, it's bits and pieces of different parts of World of Warcraft tanks combined in, like, this formation. And I'm like, yep, I've already seen all of this stuff on some tank before. And I'm trying to think, like, is there a tank mechanic in an MMO that has, like, surprised me recently? The last one that I can think of is, like, the way taunts worked in New World was weird. That one took some getting used to. And nothing quite plays like Final Fantasy XIV Warrior, which is one of the reasons I really liked Warrior. It's kind of like Blood DK, but Blood DK is like Death Strike to heal. Warrior is like you do a lot of little hits to do heal. It's like periodic healing. But it's still the same, right? I play Warrior kind of like I do Vengeance Demon Hunter or Blood DK in FF, and it's basically transferable. Stuff like that. So, a lot of times, it's pretty easy to figure out what you're supposed to do. Like, oh, I'm playing a tank, this is my mini defensive, this is my main defensive that I use. This is my shield wall, this is my shield block, that kind of thing. And after you do it enough, it's not too hard. But with that, I think we're good for now. I will be back later today. I need to obviously take a break before we get into Resto Shaman in full, but Holy Paladin is done, so we are on Healer 6-7. And then I don't know how much of Holy Priest I'm going to do later today as well. I might push that back to like Monday or something like that. Let me make sure I haven't like lost the day. It is Sunday. Okay, cool. And then probably Tuesday. Tuesday is when I'm going to do, what's it called? The Death Knight 10 to 90 leveling and gearing thing. The one thing I haven't decided is how I want to do the gearing thing. I don't know if I'm going to do like literally all in one sitting. There's a good chance I will have to split it up. I might take a break. I might like do the gearing on Wednesday and I'll just like log out and we'll do it like a few hours later. But the entire process is probably going to be close to 10 to 15 hours, which is not like the longest amount of time ever, but I also don't know if I want to sit there for like 15 hours straight, if that's how long it ends up taking. We'll see. I guess if the leveling run ends up being super fast, and then I feel like I'm making good progress in the gearing, maybe I just blast it all out. If it's like under 10 hours, maybe. We'll see. Another thing, though, is I would want to time it with the European reset, and I don't know if Europe Europe will probably have maintenance, right? But one thing that I'm going to try to do is I'm going to do it like on Tuesday afternoon. So I'll be able to do like a handful of things on Tuesday evening, like weekly activities and stuff. And then when it flicks over to the next weekly reset on Wednesday, well then I'll be able to benefit from that weekly reset stuff as well. And I think overall that would be the best way to go about it. But we'll see. I'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But what's it called? That is it for me. Reminder for darkness. I hope I hope I didn't come off as too confrontational there, owner. But I was just confused. I don't know if like we got our wires crossed there. But I will stop there, and I will take a break, and I will be on in like 12 hours or so. I'll put out a post to my Discord as usual when I'm close to getting started. But obviously, as you can see, my Resto Shaman was already good enough to do the first key, so we're definitely ready to just jump straight into it whenever I feel up to it later today. But yeah, I will stop there. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.